traditions, and who are you to tell other people how how they behave, okay, how they manage themselves? Who are you? And why don't you say it about Saudi Arabia? Even I don't, because you don't need to be defensive to say no, but in Iran it's not like you think, and blah blah blah. Women are head of faculties in universities, and they are in the government, and so on and so forth. But that is a defensive position. No, who are you to tell any other people how to behave? So tomorrow I will say that when you do your circumcision is you sure you are not allowed to do so, because I see it as maybe like torturing babies. So you understand, everyone has this tradition and culture and so on. Who are you to intervene? But about Saudi, you wouldn't say so, yeah. About your friends in the Emirates, you wouldn't say so. So it's but they will come with the narratives, okay? They will justify it. They will say nuclear bombs, but you have nuclear bombs in Dimona, yeah. So, do you have any inspections? Some UN that inspected your nuclear bombs? No, no. Why not? Why?
Oh,
What's you?
I'm so
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt you again. Thanks for sharing all of that. We're getting reports. I don't know if guys have covered it, but we're getting reports that an Iron Dome missile malfunctioned and hit a building in Tel Aviv. Has anybody got that?
Yeah,
I think I
saw
just
that
saw it
too.
on Al Jazeera.
Yep, I see it. By the way, I'm looking for further confirmation, but I have a pretty good source that's telling me, if you recall back in Operation Enduring Freedom, that was the invasion of Afghanistan by led by America, NATO, etc. Pakistan may be giving the U.S. permission to use that base again for a future attack on Iran. So they're giving mixed messaging. On the one hand, because we know Pakistan is a stooge state. I hope someone's listening. So they gave the impression that they were going to help Iran. Well, it turns out they're going to backstab Iran, and they may be given access to their base for America to use. In addition to the other bases that were used as well, there's about 4 bases that were used, and the CIA was actually using them as well. This is based on declassified documents. They were caught using it for many years, even after they were supposed to leave. So they used the bases Shamsi, Jacobabad, and 2 other bases, Pasni and Dalbadin. My apologies for the mispronunciations. That they used since October 2001. So there could be potential escalation with America now having well, I guess all the bases they already have access to. They're adding this one to the list as well, just so they can cover all sides.
Yeah, thanks for that, Truth. It wouldn't. It would feel completely normal if somebody said that Pakistan's going to give America access to its bases to strike Iran. It would not surprise
Sorry, I don't
me.
know.
Sorry,
I don't know if anybody knows. Sorry,
sorry.
Readiness.
I'm
I
going
don't
to
know
say,
if
is this
anybody.
breaking news? Because I was just about to make a point.
Yeah, it's
Go on then.
breaking news. Big hits in Bismillah. I don't know what's in Bismillah, but there were huge hits there. I don't know if anybody knows what's there
What the
in
name?
Israel.
What the name?
Bismillah. I don't
Bismillah?
know. Yeah, how do you spell that? B. I just Bismell. Or
Where are you seeing this, Antiana?
Bismillah.
Say, where did you see this news?
Yeah, I just saw it and it passed. It passed. I can't see it. I've got like 5 different windows open and they're scrolling very fast. The missiles and also Negev, and also there's sirens going off right now. Beersheba, uh, but there
Oh
was
yeah,
another place.
Beersheba, and it should be close to Dimona. Yeah, it should be close.
So sorry to interrupt you. Sorry.
No problem, Antiana. Say, I don't remember what I was saying, but anyway, so we are getting some videos of Negev. Let me put those out really quickly, and then I'll go back to what Truth was talking about in 1 second, guys. Let me just put these in the nest, guys. We've got interception in Negev. We've got scenes from Beersheba. We have this is Beersheba. Is Beersheba and Negev the same thing? Okay. Is it?
Yeah, they're the same. Beersheba is in the Negev. Negev is a region. Beersheba is a city.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in the Negev. Yeah.
So we've got Israeli interceptor missile appears to have malfunctioned and crashed in Tel Aviv before Iranian missiles arrived. You can see that there. It's on fire. You've got siren sound in Tel Aviv as ballistic missiles approach, and you've got scenes from Beersheba and interception in Negev. That's all in the net, guys.
Direct
Please share it. Please
direct hit
retweet
on the Air
that.
Force
Please
Base.
share and please retweet the news in the nest. It's breaking news. I just want to give breaking news, and then I will come to you, Anti-NSA. Go ahead, Anti-NSA. Anti-NSA?
Yeah. There's a direct hit on the Air Force Base.
Which one?
Uh,
Which Air Force base, like Israel's or Iran's?
You guys seen the picture that Alex Jones just posted of Tel Aviv?
Anti-NSA, I think you're on the...
top of my head, but it received a really.
Okay, let's do this. Anti-NSA, when you've got 3 or 4 things together and they're all confirmed, then why don't you then come in to give us a breaking news? Because what's happening is every time somebody's starting to talk, we're kind of pausing and we're not really knowing what news it is. So get a couple of things together, unless it's critically urgent, unless it's like super urgent and you know something.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There's right now. There's tons of destruction happening right now. It's all happening all over the place. I'll try to get things together.
No problem at all. Listen, that's fine. Thank you so much. Guys, we've got breaking reports of explosions in Beersheba. This is what you just said. And 1 impact in southern Israel. I'm going to put that in the nest as well. Please share everything I put in the nest. Please retweet everything I have put in the nest. Give me a second. 1 second. I'm going to just share the latest one in the nest. And then we'll get
Sorry, that was that. I have some more. That was Nevatin Air Force Base, and with lots of visual explosions, and a lot of reports of the malfunction of the interceptors during that strike.
Yeah, so we have that. We just talked about that. We just tweeted that out. We just put it in the nest. So just look at what's in the nest to see what we've covered, and then you'll see what we've already covered. So guys, even I'm getting confused on what we've covered. Please, I'm just gonna give me a second. So scenes in Tel Aviv, missiles everywhere. There are missiles everywhere. Scenes in Tel Aviv going on. Give me a second, guys. Let's just jump to Essen. Jump in really quickly, please.
Yeah, I was just gonna touch on about what the next move is going to be. That's gonna be the nail in the coffin that brings America into this war. And you guys you guys were kind of touching on that earlier. I think that one of the easiest things that they can do is Israel is going to do a false flag attack on American targets in the Middle East, which is and blame that on Iran, because Iran can easily reach those targets. I think either simultaneously or even concurrently have attacks on our soil, somehow, false flag attacks on our soil. I think that that's going to be both of those things together will be the reason that America gets dragged into this war. And I think for anybody that's American, that's pretty much the going to be the destruction of America, of whatever remains of it. You guys were kind of touching on that. I wanted to talk about more about the likelihood of those happening, and what are you guys' thoughts on that?
I'm not sure if somebody's still
Yeah,
speaking.
I can speak. Hello. If you, I can respond. Well, I can join in on the conversation. I think things are not going well for the entity right now. It just, even the level of strikes from a couple of days ago, if that was just to persist, it's inevitably going to drag America in. I think it's just a matter of time. They're going to get very desperate soon. It's not going to be good though. I think obviously America is a whole new level, or in terms of military and force. It's just that's my worry. They're gonna join the fight soon.
Yeah, because Israel is definitely not winning this fight at all. Iran's definitely got the upper hand from anything, all the news that I'm seeing, even on Fox News, all their show, the little bit that they're putting out, it doesn't look like Israel's doing very good in this war. And the only lifeline that they have is America, and America is, I think Americans, for the most part, most of us don't want any part of this war and understand that this is Israel's war, not ours, and we're being dragged into it. But if we have attacks on bases, American bases throughout Middle East, also simultaneously having attacks on American soil, that'll be the justification that they can use to drag us into this war, and that's what I fear.
Thanks,
I think.
guys. I'm just
Sorry, go ahead.
no, go on. It's fine, guys. Just give me a second. Just yeah, that's fine. I'm just trying to Okay, carry on talking. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say.
For all those people that think that for those people who think that America are going to come and step in, just like they did with the Abrams and Ukraine, America's power is scared. Their ships are scared of the hypersonic missiles, and that's not even talking about the anti-ship missiles that Iran has. I know that China shares their hypersonic and their anti-ship missile technology. Iran's a very, very, very big threat to every aircraft carrier. In fact, any modern nation that has possession of hypersonic missiles and the new anti-ship missiles. China has been developing anti-ship missiles to combat America's force station in Guam, and they have ship killer missiles, and America's quite aware of that. When they say that the Nimitz is going to show up early next week, I don't think that they're in a hurry, and I almost think that those carriers are not even usable. They fled with damage when they were fighting Yemen. So I think that everybody that's thinks America's going to come in and save the day, even in a pessimistic scenario, is underestimating the effect of the new technology we have on the battlefield right now. This is revolution. This is no
Okay,
different
guys.
than.
I'm
Sorry.
just looking at it now. Major strikes, guys. If we could just stick to the news while it's coming out, I think that's what people want to focus on. I can't flip and change the tweets in the nest, so it's a bit annoying.
By the
But
way, guys, Beersheba is an illegal settlement that just got hit.
yeah, it has just been hit. Let me just quickly go to it. Flip it out 1 second. Israel has been hit significantly. I believe Negev Airbase has been hit. You got fire broke out in Negev Airbase due to the fall of the Iranian missile. You also have a fire broke out in Negev after an Iranian missile fell. Okay, that's been tweeted twice. I don't know. I thingy. Well, we got an interceptor
These
missile.
missiles weren't.
An
They
interceptor
weren't.
missile exploded moments after its launch in Tel Aviv. You're looking at the scenes in Tel Aviv, missiles everywhere. It is chaos. Flip, I didn't even see that video. There's reports
Yeah,
of
they're not.
explosions
They're
in
not ballistic
Beersheba and one
missiles.
impact in southern Israel as well. Sorry, what were you going to say, Auntie Yennefer?
Yeah, yeah.
They're not ballistic,
It's
they're
been
cruise.
That's right. That's right. And as far as I know, crews are way slower than ballistics, and they're launched way differently. So I don't know where these
So
were
it's not that
launched
they're
from.
slower. It's not that they're slower. They travel at a lower altitude, and they take more of a linear path rather than the arc path of a ballistic. So this is more unpredictability from Iran, mixing it up with the types of missiles it uses. So that would definitely throw off what the air defense system would expect to, and you see how it's screwed up on that one
That that
attempt it had.
that coincides with their statement from the IRGC that they're going to be using new technology tonight that
A
hasn't
number
been used
of
yet.
settlers have been injured. A number of settlers have been injured. I'm just going to read this out. Um, a number of injuries among settlers during their escape to shelters. Might have been Caitlyn Jenner there as well. Possible. Got no load to carry. So that's happening right now. That's Channel 12. A number of injuries among settlers due to attempts to escape to the shelters. Significant injuries. You've seen the blast now are significant. Israel is being hit hard. Guys, continue giving the news and whatever's happening. I know there's a blackout on the news, so whatever news that we can get to, do let us know. 10 missiles, apparently 10 missiles were struck, one of which hit the Negev airbase. Multiple waves expected as per the IBGC.
Long live Iran.
Khaleesi, Suleiman, can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep. I'm just watching Iranian TV. Uh, it's a kind of funny because when you lose, even in the media, like they're losing the media war. So that's why you attacked Iran State TV, which is weird. A couple of people have been killed. Peace be upon them. But the point is, as Channel 14 of Israel said, there is a cyber attack by Iranians. So, first of all, before anything, I'm just going to send my regards to Carl. Uh, Shalom Achsheli Toda. I mean, thank you, my brother, and I hope you're well. The thing is, what comes around goes around. I mean, I believe that finally Israel found out that a war is not putting some people in an air open prison like Gaza and bomb them to death. So when you're playing with the fire, fire will burn you. And this is what's happening in occupied lands of Palestine, so called Israel. Uh, Proudly, I'm going to announce the support of Iranian Jewish community uh, because I have friends in there, and they all support Iran. Honorable uh, Jewish with dignity who supports their country instead of support a Zionist regime, whose prime minister is a child killer. It's a criminal. Um, and it's kind of interesting that I heard everywhere that
Right,
Iranians
some
are
more
very.
breaking news. One second, bro. Some more breaking news. Fire is breaking out. We have the Israeli Fire and Rescue Services Fire and Rescue Hotline 102 received a report of a fire breaking out in the southern region as a result of fallen rockets. We're also expecting multiple waves of attacks. This is not just going to be one wave. Obviously, we'll continue to give the news and when we receive it. Just want to welcome Myron onto the stage. Myron, thanks for joining us. How are you?
Hey man, what's up? I just got up not too long ago. But I just got done talking with Scott, and I'll handle the stuff for you on the side as well, Suleiman, about that. Real quick, bro, since I'm on stream, if you got, and I hate if you guys have already been repeating yourselves, but can you give me a quick little lowdown on what's happened within the last maybe 12 to 20 hours or so, just for my audience, if you guys know?
For sure, Myron. Truth, do you want to give a quick recap because I'm posting out the
Uh,
news. It's coming.
can I just
You
finish?
basically, Myron, you've come right in the middle of, Iran being hit. So Iran is being hit. I'm sorry, Israel being hit hard. So all three, just about breaking news. All three projectiles in the latest attack were cruise missiles. Therefore, the report from earlier sound missiles over blah blah blah. Okay, yeah. So all three projectiles in the latest attack were all cruise missiles. Is the tweet that's going out? Oh, Hussein. Someone bring Hussein up because he's good at putting in the nest or reading it. Sorry, Myron. Got truth. You can tell Myron a recap.
Hey, Martin. So it's been a
What's up,
busy
bud?
day. Israel is quite. First of all, welcome to your audience. So it's been a busy day in Israel. They've been recovering from some major losses incurred yesterday. To start, as you recall, Haifa was hit heavily. They struck both the port and the buildings that were surrounding it quite heavily. So the port's now essentially out of use. And they've also struck the refinery, where Israel processes well over 200,000 barrels of oil per day, millions of obviously barrels of oil, plus petrochemicals as well. That refinery has now been shut down. And it's a major source of Israel's energy infrastructure that Iran has been able to successfully destroy. And this is confirmed by Israeli media. So, in addition to that, well over 20 buildings were destroyed as well. Over 1,500 homes have been destroyed in Israel. We've got a lot of Israelis now escaping, fleeing to Cyprus by 5 leased yachts. They're spending thousands of dollars, not the ironies and loss, because this is what they made Palestinians do to get to Gaza or get out of Gaza. But they're spending thousands of dollars to flee Israel to get to Cyprus. And they're also fleeing into Jordan. And Germany's actually helping to smuggle them into Jordan and then into Germany. So a lot of Israelis are fleeing the ship. They don't want to have anything to do
because the
This,
airport's completely closed, right? Truth. Just
that's
so,
right.
yeah,
Yeah,
with
David Ben
Gurion
Gurion
airports.
Airport's been shut down, so there's no access to the commercial airfields, of course. So they're having to leave by boat and also, I guess, by land as well through the border. 'Cause obviously, they can get through the border. I believe, yeah, the West Bank border is Jordan, right? So that's how they're getting through. And these are likely the illegal settlers that are leaving from the West Bank, but they haven't confirmed, for instance, who's left. Iran has also assassinated 3 nuclear scientists, and there was another high-profile assassination as well. Israel won't release that name. One
Wait,
of the names was
Israel assassinated 3 more nuclear scientists?
no. Iran assassinated 3 Israeli scientists. That was when they
What?
struck the Weizmann Institute. Yeah, that's correct. Israel's just been hiding their casualties. I mean, there's considerably more. They've only admitted to like 16 actual fatalities and hundreds of injuries. Those numbers are much higher. Plus, there's well over 35 to 40 more stuck in the rubble, and those numbers are much higher as well. But what Israel has done is they've imposed a media blackout. They arrested at least 4 journalists, I believe, of Arab or Palestinian descent, who were capturing the footage that we were able to use through the Telegram channels. But now we don't have access to that anymore. There's some
Yeah.
other sources harder to come by. But Israel, again, is trying to hide their losses, hide their casualties, hide their numbers, because a lot of their, strategic military bases, their airfields, their ports, their energy infrastructure sites that we just mentioned, and the main bases like Negev, Ramon, they've also been struck too, as you might recall. Red Team Airbase is the one that houses the F-35s, the F-16s. Iran also struck a 4th F-35 fighter jet as well, and that actually caused Lockheed Martin stock to plummet today. Well, it dropped by 4 or 5%. It'll probably recover. But that's now the 4th fighter jet, F-35 fighter jet, in addition to F-16s that Iran has been able to successfully destroy. And that's a real blight and an embarrassment for the military-industrial complex, which prides itself on producing what they claim are the best fighter jets in the world. And the
Real
F-35 is
quick,
supposed to
Truth.
be its premier jet.
Real quick,
Sorry?
because you're dishing out the information really quickly, and some of my audience might not know some of these locations you're mentioning. So just I wanted to clarify. Um, this airbase that they struck, this is the same airbase they struck last year, if I'm not mistaken, right? When they finally retaliated against Israel, same base.
That's correct. The air bases was struck twice during first True Promise 1, which is in around April 13th, and then True Promise 2, which is in October. It was struck twice. The second time it was struck, the F-35s were actually damaged. This is where the hangars are and the F-35s are housed. And Mossad agents were also killed. They hang out there as well. And that was just the fourth time maybe, because I believe it was also struck previously as well. This isn't the first time they struck Nevatim, but they struck it again today. So the cities
Gotcha.
of Haifa, Tel Aviv are the ones that have taken a massive shelling. And again, like a lot of residential homes have also been struck. There have been targeted assassinations. And of course, I've mentioned the nuclear scientists. And there's more. It's just, again, Israel has imposed this media blackout, so it's difficult to be able to disseminate the information.
So that's crazy. So Iran killed 3 Israeli nuclear scientists.
What goes around comes around. It might be more than that, because that Weizmann Institute was housing, there's a lot of scientists that were actually there at the time of the strike. So, and it got destroyed. It's wiped out if you look at the pictures before and after.
Wow. Can someone put that in the nest for us? Because it's so interesting because the Mossad is literally one of their bread and butters is killing Iranian nuclear scientists. So and they killed 9 nuclear scientists on day 1, right? If I'm not mistaken, Israel did. So this is crazy karma that's coming back. So now that we've had we're in day 4 of the conflict. What are we looking like, guys? Who has caused more damage than to the other at this point? I know obviously Iran sustained some significant damage on their end as well. Obviously, day 1 of Operation Rising Lions, Israel's operation, was very significant. They were able to, be behind enemy lines and launch drones and, attack some of the nuclear facilities. But at this point, who'd you guys say has created more damage and havoc for the other?
Yeah, it's a good question to ask. It really depends on which media you're going to look at. If you look at Israeli media, they're of course going to minimize the damage they've incurred, and of course, downplay all the casualties they've suffered, and they're of course going to grossly exaggerate what they've done to Iran. They have obviously struck a few sites. They struck a couple of hospitals, and they also struck a radio network or a broadcasting agency today in Iran. And apparently there were up to 8 martyrs. But Iranians, brave as they are, they kept going. They kept going with their broadcast within a few minutes of the strike. They just didn't care. So then Iran struck back with a cyber attack
and actually was able to shut down or interfere with Channel 14 Hebrew News, in addition to also interfering with the many of the websites that are provided or enabled in Israel. So they came back with a cyber attack. Now the missile attack, allegedly there were 140. It was 140 missile salvo that was sent with drones, but apparently it was mainly drones and definitely some cruise missiles, at least 5. But again, with the media blackouts, it's difficult to confirm exactly what's taking place. But yeah, there's been a series of different types of attacks, both from the military side, with missiles, drones, and also the cyber attack as well. And of course, there's a propaganda warfare as well between Israel and Iran. Iran has, disclosed,
Just some
what's
more
happened
breaking
with
news,
its
and I'll give it
sites.
straight back to you, Truth. More news coming out. The Israeli systems only detected the Iranian missile only 2 minutes before arrival. So they detected it extremely late. Hence why they were basically forced. That's why it got through. Nathan, if there's any breaking news, just jump right in, but do continue, Truth.
Sure. So that's the other apparatus that Iran's been able to hack into, and that's the alarm system that provides the updates to Israelis to hurry up and get in the shelters because there's an incoming missile attack.
They
And
hacked that?
because they hacked it, yeah, and they've been providing
Oh,
false
shit.
messaging. They did that yesterday. So they provided some false messaging to
Hold
tell
on, Truth. Hold
Israelis
on.
there's
Before you, real quick, because I need my audience to be understand how significant that is, guys. So in Israel, whenever there's rockets or missiles or anything coming in, they get notified on their phones. They hear sirens. There's an entire process whenever rockets are incoming towards Israel. And you're saying Iran was able to hack that system so they didn't
they
get
did.
notified?
Yes. Well, or
Wow.
they were providing false messaging to tell them they need to go and
Well,
either
some of them,
evacuate from
some of
their
them were
homes and
locked
go.
out as well, truth, weren't they? So they were complaining. Some of them were locked out; they couldn't get into the bunker, and then others were complaining because normally, when they're in the bunker, they get a message every an hour and a half giving them updates, and they were like so triggered because they weren't getting updates, so they were feeling stressed and they got PTSD.
Oh, yes, because guys, and just so I can explain this to my audience, like that are listening, in Israel, guys, almost every building has bunkers, right? It's like all the newer buildings have it. So, obviously they rely upon their phones and getting this information. So it like it'll warn them. It'll say, hey, missiles incoming, be close to a shelter. Okay, get into the shelter now. So the fact that Iran was able to, I guess you're saying hack this, so they were giving false messages or just completely mess with it altogether is pretty
There wasn't
significant,
false
man.
messages. They just in the bunker. They didn't get the normal message, and
Okay.
then in terms of some of them were locked out of the bunkers as well. So that's what the way they did it.
Well, they gave misleading messages. They told them there's an incoming missile attack, and then there wasn't. So I'd say that's
Oh
a
yeah,
false
yeah, that
message.
aspect for sure. Sorry, I meant in the bunkers.
Yeah.
Like there wasn't a bunker message saying like, guess what? Like
Yeah.
don't put
No,
people in
this
the
is just
bunker.
for incoming missile attack,
Yeah,
and then it didn't
because
happen. So they're just stuck
yeah, yeah,
waiting
yeah.
and waiting and
They
waiting
thought
just to mess with
they
them.
thought there was even we thought there's a major missile attack, and then nothing came.
And the significance of
Wow.
this is it's in the middle of the night, right? So these people, they're throwing off their sleep patterns. They're already like paranoid and dealing with all the trauma of all these missile attacks. And now they're getting false messages, waiting for a missile to happen. And there's been reports within the bunkers, they can feel the reverberations and the shock from it. So yeah, it's no joke to be able to play on people's nerves like that. So this is also part of the cyber
Some more
warfare
breaking
that.
news. Fires breaking out in the vicinity of Beersheba in the western Negev as a result of the Iranian missile strike. Also, a missile fell on the agricultural land near Nevatim Airbase in the Negev as well. So that's
Both
happening right now.
illegal
Remember,
settlements.
not like if you notice my page now, I'm tweeting without images because they've basically done a full-on stranglehold on the images coming out. So there's hardly any images coming out from that. They're basically arresting people if they report on this. So we're being forced to report. We're still reporting on it, of course. You're going to hear the truth, but the images, the golden images of everything getting destroyed, it's not there.
Right. And
Gotcha.
Golden
Yeah,
is
and I
Yep.
did see the Israeli police arrest a couple of Arabs. I think it was in Haifa. They're on a rooftop recording. So, a question for you: Why
I
why
think that
is
was caused by
Israel?
Twitter because what happened was on social media, a number of large accounts, such as Vivid, such as that Mossad account, and a few others, sent the video of these people and reported them, and then later on, a lot of these got invaded. So there is a possibility that this was done on social media where these guys were basically located and then arrested.
So, question for you guys: why is the Israeli government hell bent on arresting anyone that documents missiles hitting Israel? Why are they so hell bent on expending resources on that?
Oh,
they're getting
it's
their
because
asses kicked.
they want for Israelis normally it's their psychology anyway. They want to give this idea that they're unpenetrable, they're so strong. Mossad is the best. the army is the best. And even though we know all of these things to be not true. And so they want to create this veneer of invincibility. The second part is they don't want their people to lose hope. You basically seeing your country be destroyed, you're going to have a color revolution. And so they don't want a color revolution. They don't want people to turn on Netanyahu. They don't want people to turn on the government. They don't want people to be against the war. You got to keep your when you have to basically condition your people, manufacture them, keep them controlled, make them believe that you are superior, and all of these things go against that. Once your people have fear, you can't do all the evil actions you do. And fear is actually vehemently psychologically, in my view, opposite to supremacy. Supremacy means that you can't have fear as well, or certain aspects of fear.
Interesting. Yeah, no, it's amazing. Yeah, I'm on your timeline right now, and I see the police, breaking Israeli police raided an apartment in Haifa where a foreign news crew was filming the skyline and arrested them. Bruh, that's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Nah, Myron,
Myron, I
they're
got a
the only
juicy bit for you in
democracy.
a
They're the
sec.
only democracy, free speech.
Yeah, because they pride themselves on that, saying we're the only democracy in the Middle East. Were you going to say truth? Go ahead.
Got a juicy bit to show that Elon's been collaborating with Mossad. So as you know, Elon Musk provided Starlink access to Iranians, but this is on June 13th when they orchestrated the first attack. Well, as it turns out, Mossad agents were using Starlink, which because they needed obviously internet access to be able to then remotely fire off what they're called like loitering drones and also their spike missiles towards various targets, including air defense systems and also platforms. So this was actually done without actual individuals on site. And that's why it took Iran a little bit. It took them a few hours to figure it out before they responded within 12 hours. So when Israel claims that it was their air superiority that enabled them to strike the various targets they claimed they hit, such as the Natanz nuclear facility and also the Fordow one, that's actually false. It was done through Mossad sleeper cells, and Iran's already discovered a bunch of these labs, these cells, and been able to confiscate the equipment, and they've arrested multiple agents and also immediately executed them within hours after the arrest. They're not messing around. You know,
Yeah,
these are
I
traitors
saw
within
that
the
you were
country.
posting that a couple of Mossad spies got caught. Do we know how many of these Mossad spies got caught in Iran total, or no?
There've been at least 28 detentions. I'm not sure how many of them have been executed since June 13th, but that number is expected to rise. And I don't know if you saw that guy that looked like Jason Bourne that was targeting that truck that he was shooting at. They ended up getting that guy, by the way. So that was pretty cool. It was caught on film. That was legit. So yeah, no, Iran's what they're looking to do is essentially dismantle Mossad's internal operations with Iran. So they're literally sifting through all these hideout areas or apartments that have just been rented short term and cars rented as well to be able to locate these guys. And there's also obviously a spying operation going on as well with the citizens too that have ratted out numerous individuals they suspect of collaborating with Mossad. Because once they can disable that advantage that Israel has, they'll be stuck having to rely on aerial bombardment, which is very difficult for Israel because 4 of their F-35s have already been shot down, and including in addition to
Is that
F-16s.
official? I know day one there was some confusion whether they shot an F-35 down, but is it pretty much confirmed now that they've shot down 4 different F-35s? Iran has.
Yeah, it's confirmed. The 3 were confirmed. I already confirmed those. The 4th one just got done today. So yeah, it's confirmed. But of course, Israel's going to hide it. But not
Okay,
only
it came
was it
from
confirmed,
Iranian
but we
media. I'm
also saw
guessing.
a
It
dip
came.
in the stock price for Lockheed Martin.
Okay, did that come from like Iranian media that they shot down these F-35s or?
Yes, it did. Iranian.
Okay.
Well, Israel's not. It's not going to come from Israeli media or American media. They'll never want to admit that their F-35s got shot because it's going to impact their sales.
Yeah, and that's significant, man. I mean, because F-35s have the ability to basically avoid radar detection, right? They're really high end aircraft.
Well, they're stealth. They have stealth ability and
Yeah.
obviously speed and ability to be fierce in dogfights, etc. But Iran's got a pretty sophisticated radar system and air defense system that's able to lock in, anticipate it coming in. Because with the radar system, it can detect unidentified projectiles from over 1,200 kilometers away, which then gives the air defense system that it communicates with instantly time to then geolocate that aircraft, and then through its algorithm detect what its expected movement is, because it uses a predictive algorithm based on previous patterns that a lot. Because you know how when you drive a car, you've got predictive patterns for driving. It's the same
Yeah.
thing with the fighter jets. They use previous patterns that they've been able to document with all the time spent with the air defense systems in Ukraine, for instance, that Russia's had. So Iran's been a beneficiary of that, and they've obviously been inputting that data into their own air defense systems, which is what Russia also helped with while they were there. So this way they could detect F-16s and F-35s from from well over 1,000 kilometers away, which gives them the advantage. And that's why Israel hasn't really been doing too many aerial attacks. They did one today, and they got attacked, and for 24 hours they didn't do any. So when they say that, in Zionist media, they'll say that that Israel has air superiority and that they're currently monitoring skies of Tehran. Those are just drones. They're not actually fighter jets, and they end up getting shut down by the air defense systems.
Wow. So a lot of development then. So, okay, just so I can summarize this. So you're saying Haifa got hit, the port, and one of the, was it
Oil refinery.
Oil
There's also
refinery?
an illegal settlement
Oh
also
yeah, and
got hit.
also buildings that were surrounding the port as well have been destroyed, leveled. Like over 1,500 homes have been destroyed. That's what they
Okay.
admit. It's more than that. And then there's the smuggling operation too. So Israel's doing its own human trafficking.
It's
So,
internationally illegal settlements too.
so Haifa got destroyed. Well, not destroyed, but it's been hit significantly. The oil refineries there, obviously, big strategic place for trade. We know Tel Aviv's been getting hit constantly. What are they targeting specifically in Tel Aviv? I know they hit the equivalent of what's the Pentagon over there. What other places have they hit in Tel
Yeah, the
Aviv?
command and control area has been struck. I mean, there's a Mossad headquarters over there. There's a police station. There's a lot going on in Tel Aviv, including an IDF headquarters as well. And it's also where some of the nuclear scientists live. So that's where some of the targeted assassinations took place. And what else? I
There's
mean, it's a
also been
coastal area.
just now,
Sorry?
guys, breaking news. There is an explosion in the city of Kashan as well. That is also breaking. So in the city of Kashan in Iran. Sorry, continue, Truth.
Yeah, I mean, they are targeting both, economic finance, and they also struck the broadcasting radio agency as well, because, well, theirs got struck. That's besides the cyber hack, I'm told. So yeah, they're not leaving much to chance. Apparently, they're going after both military targets, of course, financial targets, energy targets, anything and everything it takes to disable, dismantle, Israel's ability to be able to launch these offensive attacks that are illegal. Oh, and a nuclear research center is struck as well.
Okay, so they've
The
attacked
Weizmann
it.
Institute that I mentioned earlier.
Okay, so
Yeah, the Wiseman Institute, I saw that. They tried to lie and say it wasn't the case. But then I went and checked and it actually is the Wiseman Institute. They try to give a picture of like a different institute, another like a second Wiseman Institute they had. And they were trying to community note me and they were all saying it's fake news. So I went back and checked. I thought like I'm sure I'm right. And then Google checked it and it actually was the right Wiseman Institute.
so so the Weizmann Institute in Tel Aviv was hit. We know obviously their equivalent to the Pentagon. You're saying they hit the Mossad base, they hit the IDF base. They've hit some other places because we got people like Yosef Haddad, for
Nevatim
example.
base, Ramon base, Negev base, multiple other air bases. They're striking all the military targets essentially. And of course David Ben Gurion Airport as well, and of course the Haifa port.
Because people like Yosef Haddad, right, we know is like a air propagandist out of there in Israel. He's claiming that Iran is hitting, civilian areas and they're knocking down apartment complexes or whatever. What is there a reason why Iran has been knocking down a lot of these apartment complexes?
Well, I mean, they're harboring terrorists for one, and Israel might be hiding its weapons there. Does that sound familiar, Myron? Isn't that what they accuse the Palestinians of doing in Gaza?
Yeah, it actually is. Yeah.
But
There's
Myron,
internationally
remember, everyone's down in bunkers. They've got so they're hitting these buildings, and then Israelis are coming up in the bunkers afterwards and making it out like it's Gaza, like they were in the building or something like that. So it is like they've got a whole bunker system, and they're going down.
Yeah, their
keep
bunker
in
system
mind
is
though,
actually really effective. Like you got a very high survival rate in those bunkers. We're very well made in Israel.
keep in
Also,
mind though, keep in mind though,
I'm
keep in
noticing,
mind though,
guys,
it's
the
all
Samson
sorry.
option is trending right now. So I think we are going to do a big tweet out on that, as well as Joe. I spoke about the Samson option to you, Myron, previously, but there's a lot more details to it. Joe, jump in, tell some Myron and his audience. And if in case people listen, because Myron's got a big audience as well, and so this gives a
Yeah, we
chance of
got a lot
our
of
eight,
people watching
9,000
right
listeners
now.
plus his to hear
Yeah.
what's happening. So,
And
and guys, do give
actually,
Myron a
real
follow.
quick,
He's a
Joe,
great
before you
streamer
go
on
in,
it.
I want to give you credit, Joe, because guys, I know you guys always ask me like, "Hey, Myron, how do you know about this? Why Israel won't acknowledge this nuclear program?" And it was actually Joa here that was the one that gave me the actual law that I always reference in the 70s with Carter about how countries that have an illegal nuclear program, like Israel can't get foreign aid, and that's why they can't. It's got to stay unacknowledged. So that info actually came to me from Joa, guys. So shout out to him. But go ahead, man. Just want to give you
Thanks.
credit.
Thanks, man. Look, while all this is exciting, probably the most exciting thing to me to find out is what was released during all the fireworks. So there was a hacker group called Hamala, right, which actually hacked a few things that were already mentioned. They said they had a huge like data trove that they were able to get when the war was starting. So yesterday, they released documents showing the Samson option, right? So we know about the Samson option because the Simon is the Jewish American author Simon Hirsch, right? The one who uncovered Abu Ghraib. He's the one who also
Seymour Hirsch.
Seymour Hirsch. That's it, Seymour Hirsch. And in that book, he basically said
Oh,
that.
Joe, I feel so bad because you're giving such important information. I'm going to basically open it up for you to say, but I just got a few important breaking news and give it straight back to you. Right. The first one is the IDF are claiming that there was no malfunction in the interceptor that explored at low altitude in the region. But obviously, we've got the video, so I don't know how they're flagging that one. Iranian outlets are contradicting Israeli outlets, and they have said that they've launched ballistic missiles. Remember, some the reports were coming out that ballistic missiles haven't been fired, and it's actually only drones, and there's been no hits. Obviously, they did a blackout, so they're not allowing any of that information to come out. But the Iranians are confirming that they did launch ballistic missiles. Furthermore, Iranian TV has said that news was received this evening of the destruction of another F-35 aircraft belonging to the Zionist regime by the air defense systems on the Julfa border. Correspondent Dana Kasbah learned that the destroyed fire aircraft is the same one that attacked the Iranian radio and television organization, which was identified and targeted by the air defenses. The IRG said we targeted the base from which the aggression against the Radio and Television Authority building was launched. The Israeli artillery shelling resumes in Gaza. Obviously, they continue to shell and kill innocents and with the sniper shots. The IRG also said so we said that one. Okay, and what's this one? Iranian television employee dies from injuries sustained in the Zionist attack on the building. So that's basically another journalist killed by the Israeli Zionists. So a journalist, a reporter within the building died. Shame on Piers Morgan, who's meant to be a reporter, and then he was encouraging this and didn't even call it out. But yeah, sorry, those are the news. Go ahead, Joe.
And Joe, can
Yeah.
you tell us what the Samson option is real quick too, for those that don't know in my audience?
Yeah, so when the author released it, who is a Jewish American, he basically said that this was basically an option to use nukes if Israel was ever overrun, right? Although in that book, he did say this is not just to use against the enemy, this is to use against everyone. And no one really believed him. So like most of us think, okay, Samson option is, look, if Iran takes over Israel, Israel's going to nuke Iran automatically, right? Well, the information that was released is Seymour Hersh was right. They have all the targets of where they would launch nukes if it's ever overrun. Those include Washington, D.C., New York City, L.A., that base we have, NORAD in Colorado, Berlin, Paris, London, Beijing, Tokyo, and many other cities. So if Israel's ever overrun, they have a document to basically blow up every major city around the world, even people who were their allies. And that information's been out since 1991. No one believed it. But as of yesterday, we now have proof that that is absolutely 100% true, which is the craziest thing out of this whole conflict to me, anyway.
So basically, if they're threatened, they're gonna. I mean, how many nuclear bombs does Israel even have?
400, supposedly, more or less, is what the estimates are. 400 or more.
Wow.
But just for your audience, Myron, I gave this example to our audience. That just imagine the logic of that. So imagine I back you up, Myron. And I'm like, don't worry, Myron, I got your back no matter what. I'm going to put my life on the line. I'm going to put my wealth on the line. I'm going to put my family on the line. I'm going to put my entire following on the line. We're going to go all in and support you no matter what. And you're not that strong, you don't have the same capabilities that I do, and I'm just supporting you and giving you all the support. And you're like, thanks, bruv. But guess what? If I'm about to lose or things don't look good for me, I'm gonna murder you. And I'm like, but I'm supporting you. And you're like, nah, I am actually gonna murder you. So that's literally the psychology of the Zionists. It's sick.
Oh man.
Bro, if this
This
is
shit's
it,
crazy.
if this isn't terrorism, I don't know what is. Like, I don't understand how an American can look at this and not see that this is exactly what terrorism is. It's like it's a threat. It's a terroristic threat that if we don't win and you don't make us win, you die.
Well, can you guys give me, like, put that in a nest? This, you said it was a document that was released, declassified documents?
I'm putting together a video, and either me or Suleiman will share the video. It's only going to be like a minute and a half long. I'll probably be done in about another 10 minutes, and then you guys
Okay.
can share it.
Netanyahu also said it's either America or die, or America dies.
So, Myron, you're aware that Iran did a cyber hack operation that went over, I don't know, might have taken a few weeks, months. We don't know the time frame, but they disclosed that they obtained tens of thousands of documents from Mossad's database. And so a few of the documents, they haven't revealed it all. There's a ton of information there, a ton of data there. One of the bits was that the IAEA was actively collaborating with Israel to disclose sensitive and personal information about the Iranian nuclear scientists that they've assassinated. It was 5 of them at that time. In addition to that, it also revealed the secret locations of where some Israeli nuclear sites are that nobody knows about. Everyone knows about the Mona and Negev, but they don't know about the other ones. So Iran has that, and that's where Iran was able to find out about Israel's Samson option and the cities that Joel mentioned that Israel intends to target. So this is, verified information directly from Mossad and Israel's database.
Shit. Okay. Man.
So Iran's trying to save American lives by letting you know that if you stay allied with Israel, it could take us out.
Shit,
If you're
man.
living in those cities in Colorado, New York, LA, etc.
So when I
America
was
has a
talking with
right to
Scott
defend itself.
earlier, Scott is pretty much, he was saying, look, like, Israel can't win this conflict. They're gonna, the only chance of any type of victory is they're gonna need significant U.S. intervention at this point. And I know Trump is, meeting with the people and trying to figure out if they're gonna do it. But even if we did, that would be us bringing in a V-2 bomber and bombing this facility in the mountain. But even then, man, I mean, to affect a regime change, you'd pretty much need boots on the ground. So I'm trying to, like, play devil's advocate here. I'm trying to think of a way where the Israelis are going to win this conflict. Is there any other way besides, I mean, maybe dropping a nuclear bomb, but, when I asked Scott that, he said he think that would create some really bad political ramifications for them utilizing a bomb. So, or the nuclear bomb. But I don't know. I mean, clearly, I don't think that Israel can stand this for 3 weeks, like they claim that they want to bomb Iran for.
No, they're gonna need
Yeah,
help, and they're
yeah,
go
they
ahead.
won't be able to last 3 weeks. I mean, my opinion is slightly different to truth. I think that if this was to continue, it would harm both Israel and Iran. And so basically Israel definitely cannot win. Israel's never won on its own ever. If you look at all the wars in the past, whether it's 48, 66, 72, every single time they've always needed the support of the actual real power, whether it was the Brits or the Americans. And even in this one, they can't win. But what they can do is obviously they can do damage to Iran. And obviously, they still need the defense of America to get limited damage, but they'll still have damage. So it'll end up harming both people significantly. But if it was one-on-one, they'd be damaged a lot more, and Iran a lot less. But with the current situation where they're getting a lot of defense, it's probably a decent amount of damage to both sides. So all that'll happen is both will just tumble into, like, really difficult
You know what the
situations.
scary part is, guys, is this is with Israel actually shooting down missiles. They're still incurring all this damage while shooting down a significant amount of missiles. So that tells me, once they run out of interceptors, because it's just a matter of time until they do, they won't be able to have their interceptors won't be able to keep up with all the missiles coming in, because it's just simply cheaper for Iran to send missiles than it is for Israel to shoot them down. From financial attrition and just resource attrition, like, they won't be able to keep this up. So, I mean, there's no telling what'll happen once they run out of interceptors. Like, they're pretty much wide open. Truth,
By
you're
the
gonna
way,
say
for the
Only
air
that, there's other
for the air
context as
defense.
well. Truth, do you want to add that context that I sent to you? It's very important to the discussion that you guys are talking about.
Sure. I was going to add one point, and then I can let me see what you've sent there. And yeah, absolutely, I can add that in as well. Oh yeah, I did look through that. So look, with respect to the air defense systems that Israel has, we've now seen it a few times backfire on itself, and the missile would actually reverse course and strike, for instance, a site in Tel Aviv. It hasn't been striking down a lot of missiles. That's just Zionist media portraying that because they, of course, want to continue to maintain the invincible aura of the air defense systems that they admit themselves is only about 90% effective when swarmed with drones. They're not really able to strike out any of the ballistic missiles, hardly any of them, because they're usually one drained out, and two, they're not able to track the course of the supersonic ballistic missiles, much less the hypersonics. And to give you an idea of Iran's missile strategy, they're able to strike with their hypersonics in 7 minutes, but they're aware that it takes 11 minutes to be able to reset and redeploy additional missiles, interceptor missiles within the air defense system. So they know they have that 4 minute advantage to strike free will at Israel once the air defense system is fully depleted. And they've been tracking all this data since True Promise 1. So they've got it down to a science when they do their separate waves of attacks, how they can maximize their targets, their successful targets on the various sites that they've been hitting. So you see, they've got it down to a science with respect to air defense systems. Yeah.
What you just mentioned is significant. Because I've watched videos on this, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Truth. So it seems to me, first they launch out, the regular missiles, drones, etc., which are slower, and those pretty much, go first, and then they shoot the hypersonics and the faster missiles, and then those eventually catch up to the drones and the slower moving missiles. So what you're saying, Truth, is they kind of get pushed first because they're going to get intercepted. Once those get intercepted, that creates that window of opportunity for the faster, more powerful missile to actually strike the target. Is that kind of, I guess that's a crude way of describing it, but would that be fair to say?
Yeah, it's for the most effective missile to strike without impediment. Because what the drones are cheap, and it's also very cost effective to do it this way. Because they don't care if they're losing out on $1,000 drones. It's those several $1,000 missiles. Because it doesn't cost around a lot to make missiles. They make missiles like they make matches. Literally, they have a massive depot, but they want to use their best for last. And apparently, their successful hits have been done with 20 to 30-year-old stock missiles. They haven't even used their new stuff yet because they're anticipating that America and others may enter the war, and that's when they'll use their real arsenal. So what's key strategic to this particular war of attrition that seems to be happening is information asymmetry, because Iran continues to keep Israel and America guessing while you've got Palantir tracking all the data for missiles and drones launched at particular different times of day in different waves in different batches without being able to really create any kind of pattern. So it's not like 50 at a time or 100 at a time. Sometimes it's 20, 40, 100. And now with cyber hacking, they're even more unpredictable because they'll tell you there's missile salvo coming through. That isn't. So you see, it's the key is unpredictability, having steady these victories.
You cut out there, Truth. You said the key is to have instability, and then you just cut out there.
So success is predictable and have a steady access supply of both missiles, drones, and of course access to good intelligence from the spy satellites to know what's happening, and the cyber hack as well, which can mislead the public of Israel and drive them mad essentially into thinking there's missiles coming when they actually aren't. So it's both cyber warfare, military warfare, and propaganda warfare with the headlines. The other thing Iran has done successfully is use decoys. So Israel thinks it struck a lot of nuclear sites, like in Natanz and Fordow. They haven't. They've been decoys, and they thought today they struck F-14 Tomcats. Those are decoys, and then Iran actually put out a video showing the real F-14s, and then had a good laugh about it. So decoys have also been a big part of the military strategy for Iran as well, to fool Israel into thinking it's winning when it's actually not.
Interesting. Very, very interesting, man. Wow. Crazy, crazy stuff. And you guys are saying there's still strikes going on right now as we speak, right?
Yeah, but there's media blackout, so we can't track it because Israel is, trying to hide its shame, so to speak.
Okay, what about on the Iranian side? I know they hit a news building, right? And one reporter, Suleiman said, got killed.
Yeah, that's just the breaking news, and I'll give you some more news. Actually, yeah, we just had it now that Iranian television employee killed from injuries sustained in the Israeli attack on the building. So that's another journalist they killed. That's news. Also, we've got an update on the damage sustained by Israel over the last 4 days. The head of Economic Affairs Department at Kan Channel. So this is actual Israelis, right? So we believe the damage is much more significant than this because they're going to minimize it in order to continue that propaganda campaign and to give people hope. But this is what it says. Over 4 days, 1,500 homes and apartments in Israel have been damaged due to Iranian bombardment. The damage is extremely severe, not only in terms of lives, but also in terms of property, with hundreds of millions of shekels in damages from last Saturday alone. Senior economic official confirms that the value of damages will reach approximately 10 billion shekels within the next week or two if Iranian bombardment continues at this pace, without accounting for the possibility of targeting infrastructure facilities or sensitive vital sites. The fund's affiliate, the property tax, contains only 9.5 million shekels, which means the money in it is gradually running out. How much shekels is there to a dollar, actually?
I read it's like a few hundred million. I'd have to check the exact number, but it's more than 10 to 1. I don't want to give an exact number. I can do the calculation though.
Oh, it's only 3.49. So if it's 3.49 shekels to a dollar, according to them, it's what? It's already cost what was it? 10 billion. So it's basically cost them 2 billion,
2.86 billion.
dollars. Yeah. What do you say about the it's about 2.5 billion, right?
2.86 billion if it's 3.4.
Yeah, 2.86 billion. That's the exact amount. So they've had $2.86 billion of damage just from this bombing, and that's their estimate. It's probably more because if you remember, I believe in the genocide in Gaza, they spent 85 billion, right? And in the fight with Iran, you basically got where they're having to use planes and refuel and so on and so forth. I believe it costs them, is it 300 million? I can't remember. I was reading this earlier. It's 300 million, I believe. When someone else has got a different figure. So if it's costing them like 300 to 500 million a day, which is almost half a billion a day, and then they sustained 2 billion of damage in 4 days. So it's another half million. Basically, it's costing them almost a billion a day, maybe more. Like, how much more longer can they sustain that? It's just impossible or improbable.
Remember, that was just from True Promise 1. It was over $1 billion spent on all the interceptor missiles for the drones, the 300 drones and missiles. So now well, they're fully depleting their systems, and it's several days in a row. So that's just cost of damage. Don't forget. Then you have to include all the cost of the interceptor missiles they've used in the 5-tier air defense system, consisting of what? Patriot, the Iron Dome, Fat Arrow, and of course David Sling. They're using them all, right? And they've actually destroyed. Iran actually destroyed one of the
And for
batteries
the
as well.
and for the warplanes as well. That costs a lot. All the refueling, keeping them up in
Millions of
the
dollars a
air.
day to maintain those.
Yeah, it's stupid amounts. This is why I'm saying like the damage seems like $500 million a day, and then all the rest of it's probably $500 million. They're probably spending like $1 billion a day at the moment.
Man, yeah, it's
Proof, don't
this
forget
is
that context that I sent you. You should add that in as well.
Yeah, what Nathan was able to provide for me was data on whether Israel would have any chance of winning any of its wars, or what would happen in the event that it wasn't getting support from the US, UK, France, Germany, etc., all of its allies. And the bombardment would be, multiples higher than what it is now, and they would ultimately lose and be conceding immediately if they didn't have help. They wouldn't even launch the attack, I suspect, unless there's someone they're crazy enough to, because again, they just don't have the ability. Their air defense systems are they've now been disproven. They've been breached multiple times, and their refineries already been destroyed, so they have to be relying on oil imports. But all their ports have been destroyed or inactive or bankrupt. So they're in a very bad position, and that's with all the help they're receiving. Nathan, were you going to add something on top of that?
No, well, basically, I just want people to, be reminded that this is not just Iran versus Israel. This is Iran versus Israel versus the US versus the UK, because not only are they helping them defensively, they're also helping them on offensive operations as well. You got to remember, the Americans are helping to clear the pathway that allows them to reach Iran. Also, they're helping them with intelligence. And then you have the British as well, who's helping with intelligence. So, and with the American defense systems that they have around the region, all that the if I remember correctly, the F-35, you can literally tap into that. The system, the way it's designed, it can connect to all these systems, even including the ones on the ground, which allows it to extend its range a lot further than if it didn't have those. So I just think this is a very important context because people keep losing sight that this is just like, oh, this is Iran versus Israel. And I think that when you take into account or ask the question, who's winning, these important facts have to be taken into account.
So, and
Some more breaking news.
Go ahead.
Sorry,
Go ahead,
Myron,
Simon.
just quickly give
No,
this
go ahead,
breaking
Simon.
news. Iran had just posted, they said Iran will launch missiles every hour until dawn. So this Iran said, the Iranian official said, we will launch a group of missiles every hour until dawn. We will not sleep and we will not let our enemy sleep. So it's going to be a long night.
Brother.
Let them
Man,
know
yo,
how the Palestinians feel.
bro, Israel fucked around and is finding out, dude. Holy shit, man. They are not fucking around, dude.
Mental.
Incredible,
Oh,
man.
we've also got a statement from Pete Hegseth, which is relevant to you guys. During the weekend, I ordered the because they asked him about the the moving of the ships. A lot of concern about that. It seems like this as is possibly U.S. moving and joining the war. He said during the weekend, I ordered the deployment of additional forces and capabilities to the U.S. Central Command in the Middle East. This additional deployment aims to strengthen our defensive capabilities. So again, he's not giving away too much about what that's about. From inside the new Ascar camp now near the camp, so blah blah blah. Large number of people inside. 22. We mentioned that earlier. 20 traffic cameras in Israel have been shut down. Israeli the regime has ordered closed circuit and traffic cameras to be turned off. And the reason is obviously they don't want them to disseminate. Oh, it says, yeah, the regime made extensive efforts over the past 4 days to prevent the dissemination of images of missile attacks and successful strikes. So they're shutting off traffic cameras to make sure that you don't know exactly what's going on. There's the joint Arab Islamic statement, which is Israel attacks constitutes a flagrant violation of international law and human rights. Israeli police are preventing journalists from filming in Haifa. Let me just see what this is. There's a video. Oh yeah, we posted that already. Okay, Trump is expected. This is I don't source it, but anyway, Trump is expected to present Iran with the last chance. American and European officials told the Jerusalem Post today that U.S. President Trump is expected to present a last chance offer to Iran. The official added that the offer could even be slightly better than the previous one the government presented the Iranians about a week and a half ago. These sources stressed that even if such an offer were made, it would still be based on the U.S. desire for zero enrichment principle. I'm finding that interesting. There's a lot of actually Zionist or Israeli media that's claiming that Trump's agreeing to fight. And so that leads me to think that they're trying to force it to happen, and that's not actually what's happening. That's my thought. I'm not saying that's definitely the case, because some people don't understand the difference between one speculating of trying to figure out what's going on, than something that's hardline fact. The Iranian Red Crescent has announced that 2 of its employees were killed in Tehran in the Israeli attack on a vehicle. So they attacked a Red Crescent vehicle in Iran and killed some Red Crescent workers. Right, the Bazan group have confirmed that the Haifa power plant, we talked about this, right? We talked about the implications of this, the financial implications of this. Simon broke it down for us earlier. But the Bazan group, which operates the Haifa power plant and oil refineries, have reported extensive damage to the power plant. Operations at all refineries and the company's subsidiaries have now been suspended. We mentioned about suspending, but also now confirmation from the Bazan group that there is extensive damage, and this isn't fake news. They've put a letter out in Hebrew, and it's translated as well. All this will be putting out soon. I'm just going through it for the audience, and then I will tweet it out. Air defenses have been activated in Tehran, and the Secretary General of the Sayyid al-Shuhada Brigade in the Islamic Resistance in Iraq has also made a statement basically saying that US shouldn't join the war, basically, to summarize. So that's the latest news up to now. Sorry, Myron, do jump in. What were you going to speak about?
Just real quickly,
Myron?
you should have read.
Yeah, go ahead,
You should have
Nathan.
read part of that. That last one I sent you with the Secretary General. I'll just read the first paragraph because it's literally, it just backs up exactly what I just said. So he says the United States has shut down Iraqi radars, providing an aerial corridor for Zionist aircraft through Iraqi airspace, which it has controlled for over 2 decades as part of its occupation presence in Iraq to carry out its aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran. So basically, he's literally just confirming exactly what I just said. Sully, are you there?
Yeah. Sorry, I was too busy trying to tweet out this news because I fell behind because I was reading it out. There's bad people requesting. Let me bring some people up 1 second as well. But yeah, that's crazy. So what's any other news? Just guys who jump in with the news, latest news and breaking news. A lot of news coming out. Here we go. Yeah, let's bring some people up. Doc, what's your thoughts about what's going on? There's a lot of reports coming out today that there is a possibility that Trump may join. On the other hand, there's other reports saying that he won't join. What's your thoughts?
I think nobody knows. And I think people that know don't talk about it. So people are reflecting and promoting any post that aligns with their particular belief. So I'm just,
Silly.
look, I just don't want to debate. Okay, I've been asked what my thoughts are. That's all I'm going to
Who
do.
jumped in there? I can't see.
Did you see? Did you see
Somebody
Trump's
did.
Trump's true social post just now says Iran should have signed the deal. I told them to sign. What a shame and waste of human life. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran.
Wow.
What's the source of that?
So he basically is backing
It's True
Israel for.
Social.
That
Well,
was probably the best time
if
to
he
come
does
talk.
that, I disavow Trump and his presidency and
I
everything he
DM'd
stood
it to you,
for.
Silly, on your updates account.
No, I've got it. It was one of the things I had in line to tweet out, but but I appreciate you giving the information update. Appreciate Michael. Jump in, Doc.
No, I just said that if Trump takes an active part in the attack on Iran, then I disavow him completely. I do, but pronouncements of future acts in the midst of what's happening right now, the propaganda that's flowing from both sides, the paid agents, the amount of disinformation that's out there. Because I'm not going to lie with anyone's prediction. I'm going to wait and see. And if he does actively attack Iran, which is not the same as promoting or adhering to a mutual defense pact between Israel and America, Trump's having to walk a middle line here politically. And there's people on both sides screaming their bloody heads off. Both sides with a lot of money and influence. So I'm just going to wait and see what he does. And I'm not going to condemn him before that.
Thanks for that, Doc. We'll see how active. I think America's involved already from a military perspective. They're just not probably directly sending missiles and drones, I think. But we see what's happening, guys. In the nest is the tweet that they were just talking about, where President Trump says everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. Michael, have you been following the events today? What do you think about what's going on?
I'm getting caught up through you guys, but I hope this isn't what we think it is with what Trump's saying after all the other comments. We'll have to see how it develops, but I like again another day of great. It would seem great cyber and great attacks from Iran. I mean, I just think it's scary that we could actually potentially be going up against a power that we're really outmatched for a long-term war with.
Michael, can you mention what you told us yesterday about how America struggled with Houthis or Ansar Allah's naval ships?
Yeah, I've been on a lot of events over the last month and a half, and a lot of Navy veterans and a lot of Navy intelligence have told me that, we were really struggling. Like, we haven't had barrages like that since actually calling it worse than what they received in World War II. So he said they really couldn't handle what they had to go through. They eventually had to make a deal and back out. So I mean, that's like the JV team, if you could even call it that. When you compare it to what Iran has, it's not a smart thing to do if Trump actually pushes forward with this.
Thing is, this statement that Trump's come out with, I'm just going to come back to that in 1 second, guys. There's a tweet in the nest. Haifa power plant and oil refinery extremely damaged. The Bazan Group, which operates the Haifa power plant and oil refineries, reports extensive damage to the power plant. Operations at all refineries and the company's subsidiaries have been halted. Iran's hit was severe. And there's documents there as well, guys. Please share that tweet in the nest. Please retweet it, and we'll be putting more breaking news in the nest. But the thing is, Michael, you know this statement, right, that President Trump's made? Like, he's been saying...
What's wrong with the space? I literally can't bring anyone up. I'm trying to bring people up, and it's just not letting me.
Probably because the panel was full, and Doc's now just dropped. So Dr. Roshanak has come up, and Doc's gone. So it's only because the panel was full.
But is it full? Is the panel full? I'm only seeing, I haven't seen 3 slots available.
Yeah, no, it's full. It's full. That's why you can't bring anybody up. But do you know what, Dr. Roshanak, I do send you I always send you the mic link in DMs, but then I don't know what happens because you just don't seem to take it.
It's a new space now, and I keep getting knocked out for some reason.
No, I sent it to you. I sent it to you a little while ago. But anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm glad.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
No problem. Yeah, Michael, this statement that President Trump made, has it been making these like boasting statements right the way through anyway?
Yeah, it does kind of seem like the more I'm reading it, it does seem a little bit like last minute posturing, because it would seem that obviously the attack was already announced 2 or 3 days ago by the IDF, warning to the Foreign Office, it might have been warning for them to evacuate. So I guess the more I'm reading it, maybe it is just he doesn't like the terms of whatever it is, whatever agreement or disagreement they came to, and he's trying to make one last forceful shove to try to get him across the line. We'll see, but yeah, I don't know. I don't like the posturing either way.
Yeah, me neither. And I just want to say to the people, and I want to come back to Trump, but I'm going to put a tweet in the nest, guys, and we're getting limited footage coming out because Israel has arrested people for sharing footage, number one, and also because Israel has banned anybody for sharing footage and has banned foreign journalists as well. So they want to really contain what's happening in Israel, but there's some scenes from the impact site in southern Israel earlier. So that's in the nest for everyone to share. You know what it is, Michael? The thing is, it's very difficult to make a deal. It can only be a future deal because Iran does not have nukes. So if you're asking Iran to make a deal on nukes, they don't have any nukes, right? So if they haven't got any nukes, the deal can only be about uranium enrichment. And that's the thing that they were discussing, and they were going to meet yesterday. And Israel started, as it is, I think Simon or Truth was saying, they killed the negotiator. And that's what they're aiming to do, kill the negotiator. I think President Netanyahu said today that, if we can, basically, I'm paraphrasing his words, but kill Khomeini and the war is over. That's it, literally.
And that's crazy. I'm muting. That's crazy to me too, that he comes out and states that his intelligence shows proof that that Iranian proxies plan to kill Trump twice, right? So basically he's saying, let's try to kill Khomeini. If we can pull it off, we'll do it. And then we'll turn around and provide, fake intelligence that states, well, he was trying to kill Trump, so we killed him. And I just think that that's such a, I mean, it's no surprise because this is how the Israeli regime operates. But I just think it's insane that you're basically telling them to try to agree to a deal when the Israelis currently, the IDF and their intelligence, has not stated what the clear goal of what their operation is right now, right? They keep posturing back and forth. So the advantage on that end of it, because Mossad is so legit, top intelligence agency, bar none, it just makes it extremely unfortunate because they're doing what they do best. And then while that continues, there's no guarantees for that to stop at any certain point. So I just really hope the U.S. doesn't get involved because that'll just turn this into it'll literally turn it into World War III.
I suspect there's a bit of resistance there, right, from somewhere, some quarters in America. And maybe it's just that some of the politicians, I don't think they've got a moral conscience about them, but I think some of them have realized that the electorate, the public, is not in favor of this. So there's some resistance there because I was going to say Satan-Yahu because that's what freaking Brother Mofit says. Netanyahu, I know he goes on about that all day. But anyway, Netanyahu, he made that statement today. I was like, freaking hell. It was like, what good is America first if it's America dead or something like that? It's just like, that's just disgraceful. You're saying literally you're there to die for me. What good is America first if it's America dead? Like, atrocious, right?
After just saying that, the United States and Donald Trump will do what's best for America and I'll do what's best for Israel, but then, America first isn't worth anything if it's America dead. Like, yeah, he's on one, but unfortunately, the weapon and machinery and PR and blackmail that props him and his state up is extremely powerful. So you can have a buffoon at the top and still be okay.
Indeed, indeed. Guys, there's a tweet in the nest. I'll just go to it. Breaking. Trump is expected to present Iran with a last chance offer. America and European officials told the Jerusalem Post today that US President Donald Trump is expected to present a last chance offer to Iran. The official added that the offer could even be slightly better than the previous one the government presented to the Iranians about a week and a half ago. These sources stressed that even if such an offer were made, it would still be based on the US desired zero enrichment principle. So that tweet is in the nest. And you know what? This is my personal view. I find it so goddamn hypocritical that these nations who have got freaking full-on nukes are telling other countries in the world what they can and cannot have. From my personal perspective, Israel with nukes is far more dangerous than Iran with nukes, right?
Absolutely. I mean, especially since they have leaked plans with their Samson option IDF materials stating all the foreign countries around them in the immediate range that they have all the actual nukes right now lined up to fire off at, which is it's a pretty crazy long list. But yeah, it's extremely ironic and unbelievable, really, because zero enrichment's insane. Like, you're basically telling the entire 90 million population that they're not allowed to have civilian enrichment of an energy source. It's insane.
Guys, there's another tweet just now in the nest. It's going in. I'm removing the Trump one. We've heard enough about Trump. Tehran's air defense system continued to intercept Israeli attacks. Tehran's air defense system continues to intercept Israeli attacks. Truth, are you still there? Yeah, Truth's still there. Truth, do you think, on balance, the Iranian air defense system has been better than the Israeli one?
Well, I don't think there's much comparison between the two. I mean, with the Iranian ones, they haven't been used that often because, again, most of the attacks have been internal through those spike missile systems that we talked about, in addition to drones on the ground. So air defense systems can't counteract that. So they've had to, again, neutralize those Mossad cells and labs that they've gone after. But what the Iranian missile system has been able to achieve is knocking down 4 F-35s. That's confirmed. It might even be more than that, plus the F-16s. Israel's not giving exact numbers, but the F-35s they can't deny. Plus they've gotten one of the fighter pilots as a hostage. So that's definitely a big deal. But again, there's going to be fog of war. This is what, day 3, day 4, so it's still early. We'll see. Maybe Israel will figure out a way. And I'm not optimistic on this at all, but they might find a way to refine or improve the algorithm within the air defense system to improve its countering strikes. But it's just Iran's already figured out the formula to be able to, again, knock down any target at once through what they learned from True Promise 1. Swarming with drones, it's going to get depleted, and then they've got the 4-minute window between the resets to get the hypersonic missiles, which will strike any target at once. There's no solution for that, even if their air defense systems are optimized, and that's with a 5-tier system, as I mentioned before: the Patriot, the Iron Dome, the THAAD, the Arrow, and then David Sling. 5 tiers. These are multi-billion-dollar systems, and they've been failing miserably. So, credit to Iran for figuring it out, but they've also showed the world the formula on how to beat these air defense systems, so sales should ideally plummet. But we'll see. They're still going to lie to the world and claim that they're great, and that as you had that individual, we won't drop his name, come in yesterday and say, oh, they've only been struck 1% of their targets. It's a complete lie. They've missed maybe 10 to 15% of their targets at best. So, yeah, there's hands down no comparison, which is better. And if I'm Iran, I'd be promoting the Bavara 373. They'd be getting some really good sales out of that.
Agree. Doc, jump in.
I'm sorry, did you call on me?
Yeah. Jump in, Doc.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking about how it was not that long ago that China had unveiled their J27V, which was supposed to be able to recognize and to detect. Sorry, I'm so tired. F-22s and F-35s, and how China's been sharing technology with Iran, and there have been Chinese flights and connections to Iran during this time. And I wonder if there's something that's not related between how Iran has been able to knock out F-35 after F-35 and their connection with China. So one thing could be that, China could be wanting to test out their new technology, for example. That's something to think about. In other words, there are a lot of these, behind closed doors, behind the curtain associations and affiliations, while many countries, obviously all the other countries, are not officially claiming to be part of this war. There have been assistance in the back to Israel and to Iran.
And what do you think, Doc, about the statements made from Trump just now?
I'm sorry, which ones? There's so many things coming out.
It's literally on Suleiman's page. We just talked about it.
Oh, this one, I'm sorry, about the air defense system. Yeah, so exactly. So all I can say is that Iran has been closed off for a long time, right? And while Iran has been under sanctions and closed off, you have the connection between Iran, Russia, and China. And while the US has been breaking down its infrastructure and especially its people through various means, including education, and through, things that would cause mental health issues, you see countries like China and Iran have been building up their technologies and the infrastructure. Especially China's been doing extremely well with their technology, and their economy is just fine, as opposed to the narrative and the propaganda that's been spread, not to mention Russia. So the kinds of things that Russia has and China has, and their axis with Iran, is not to be underestimated. So is the Tehran, the Iranian air defense system, advanced, a lot more advanced than people would like to believe, obviously.
Hey, I was gonna.
By the way, Iran has always been a country that has really promoted education and technology, etc. So it's, they have been behind so much cyber hacking, and there's some talk lately, I don't know if you guys saw that some of the cyber attacks are going through cell phones in Israel, etc. So it's unsurprising that the technology is extremely advanced at this point there.
Some more breaking news. Trump is probably put a short on crude oil because the U.S. crude future rise. So he's put a long on this, right? U.S. crude oil futures rise following Trump's statement on evacuating Iran. Simon, you there?
Hello, yeah.
Do you want to explain? Well, I know what the answer is, but just for the audience, do you want to explain that? So basically, what's happened is because he's announced, essentially, he's telling everyone to evacuate Iran, Tehran. That's made oil prices increase. If you can explain to the audience, A, why oil prices increase, B, how that'll impact the market, and see, what else economically the issue, the reason for the implications behind it.
Yeah, it's more a short-term trade. So in general, like if this was actually a formal declaration of war and US was actually going to go to war with Iran, you'd expect oil prices to go up to something like $120. I'm just going to look at them right now and see what the latest price is. I don't know, Joe, have you got it in front of you? I just need to look it up. I can look it up at the same time. But in the short term, there's lots of opportunities for market manipulation, and we've seen that throughout Trump's using Truth Social.
Trump loves that.
Sorry?
I said Trump loves the market
He,
manipulation
he
and,
really does. Yeah.
getting richer.
Guys,
My
I was
brother's
gonna.
like, you know what? With Trump, he's greedy. He's all about making money in the market. So as long as you know what he's gonna do, you'll make money.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear now.
Yeah. No. So I just sent out a tweet to what you guys had written about Trump saying that Iran should come to the table or whatever, and this is where we have to start being realistic here, right? And anyone that's in here that's an American, I think you guys can kind of empathize with me as I say this. The reality is that we kind of fucked ourselves up here. We shot ourselves in the foot. And, you know, they were going through rounds of negotiation. I think they were on the 6th round of negotiation. They had a planned meeting in Oman on Sunday. And we basically allowed Iran to get their guard down, and Israel used that opportunity to sneak attack them. So diplomacy is a door that's pretty much closed at this point. You know, I don't think the Iranians will even come to the table, let alone try to negotiate anything when it comes to a nuclear deal at this point, because, you know, the whole reason why this thing was kind of doomed from the start was because enrichment, like the U.S. saying like you can't do any enrichment, that was a non-starter for the Iranians, and rightfully so, right? I got to be objective here and be critical of even my government. Trump ripped up the nuclear deal in 2018. So what's to stop him from doing another deal and then ripping it up later on down the road? So not only has Trump shown that he isn't, you know, to be trusted when it comes to a nuclear deal, but he also conducted his negotiations in bad faith and used it as a ploy to allow the Israelis to attack them. So there's no fucking way they're coming to the table at this point. And then this operation that they conducted, they did a bunch of assassinations on high-ranking people in the military. They killed a bunch of nuclear scientists through precise strikes. They had Mossad behind enemy lines. This has been, you know, a very embarrassing ordeal for the Iranian government. Granted, they were able to recover fairly quickly, given the fact that they were attacked on like almost damn near a Pearl Harbor level. But there is no fucking way they're coming to the table now. And for Trump to even say, oh, yeah, you know, we can go ahead and maybe give you guys a better deal, but uranium enrichment is still, you know, off the table, they're going to say, fuck you, because all we've done is we've hardened their resolve to continue their nuclear program. We've done nothing to prevent them. We've only enabled it. And now they're looking at it like, okay, now we're absolutely going to make a bomb, or we're absolutely going to enrich at a higher level because the Americans can't be trusted. And Israel conducting this operation has just added more fuel to the fucking flames. And you know, we got to start being honest and criticizing our government here and saying, look, if you guys actually want peace with Iran and you guys want it where them and Israel can maybe come to some kind of agreement, we got to be realistic when it comes to diplomacy. And telling them that they can't enrich uranium is just not going to happen. That's a non-fucking starter.
So yeah, just looking at the price of Brent crude oil, it's come up slightly to $70 off a low of about 68. The market's not taking Trump's tweet or True Social post as a credible threat. So the market's not interpreting it as a credible threat at the moment.
Yeah, and we know that Trump likes to talk a big game, you know, whether it was the tariffs or him, you know, making comments or whatever. He likes to kind of say things and sees how the media reacts to it. But, you know, this is like, we just got to start being honest and realistic with ourselves here, man. The Iranians are never going to do a deal with this administration. That door is fucking closed for the next 4 years, man. And honestly, the Israelis only have themselves to blame. You know, you know, they're going to continue to get fucking bombed. I mean, hell, you just said that they're going to strike them for the neck on the hour, every hour, all day. So, and the Israelis are getting cooked right now, man. They're getting cooked. They're a glass cannon. You know, Iran is used to, you know, being sanctioned. Iran is used to economic isolation and ostracization. They're used to, you know, getting bombed. But Israel's not. So, you know, they will not be able to. Iran's a much bigger country as well. You know, Israel will not be able to, you know, tolerate continuously getting attacked like this. You know, I'm sure they're already starting to have second thoughts or trying to, you know, well, we already know that they're begging the United States to come in and intervene. And even if we came in, I don't know if we'd be able to save them. And they only have themselves to blame at this point. So this is really bad diplomacy from Donald Trump. And I'm actually really disappointed and pissed off because I voted for him to literally avoid what we're seeing going on right now. I voted for him to not bring us into more wars. I voted for him to end the conflict in Russia and Ukraine. I voted for him to reel the Israeli regime in and stop the fucking wars across the Middle East, because I knew that, you know, Biden and Kamala Harris could not control Netanyahu. And what we've seen with Trump is, you know, though there has been times where he's been able to reel in Netanyahu a little bit, you know, he still also enables them and gives them everything that they need. And it's just very sad to see. And it's funny because if I'm not mistaken, it's been a year anniversary. No, the 10-year anniversary of when he announced that he was going to become president, or he was going to run for office. And the Trump back then, when he famously went down that escalator and announced his presidency, that was the Donald Trump that used to make fun of Marco Rubio for taking Zionist Adelson money. He used to make fun of him and say, "You're controlled, you're a puppet. I fund my own campaign." But now what's happened? 10 years later, he's now taking Adelson money, and Marco Rubio is his fucking Secretary of State. So how the tables have fucking turned, and he's done a 180 from the president that he used to be, man. And it really fucking pisses me off, because there's a very high likelihood that we're going to intervene to keep Israel from being destroyed, because the Zionist lobby is so fucking powerful in America. You got billionaires like fucking dumbass Bill Ackman rallying the U.S. government to intervene and save Israel, right? And there's no strategic benefit to it. There's zero strategic benefit to it. Zero. It's an indefensible fucking position to wage wars on behalf of Israel. It's only cost us debt. It caused the death of U.S. soldiers. No fucking benefit whatsoever, man, at all. These fucking Israelis.
Trump's been at the G7 meeting today, so he would have been meeting with the 7 largest economies in the world. No doubt there would have been lots of talks around plans with Iran. I haven't heard much yet. The first thing he said as he entered is he really pissed off the European leaders by saying he would like to turn the G7 meeting into a G8 meeting and add Russia, which is very interesting. But I haven't heard much about whether the discussions, but no doubt there would have been a lot of discussions around what's happening in Iran right now.
Yeah. And what makes this even more comical, right? This entire situation is that this conflict is being fought over nuclear weapons. And the country that's instigating this conflict over nuclear weapons has an illegal nuclear weapons program. It's like peak fucking irony. It's like comedy to me, I think if the American public knew that Israel has an illegal, unacknowledged nuclear program that was sustained through the theft of American technology, support for Israel would literally drop off precipitously overnight. It's just that most Americans, number one, don't even know they got nuclear weapons. And then number two, if they do know, they don't know how they got them and how they illegally got them. So for Israel to sit there and wag the finger at Iran and say, you can't have nuclear weapons, and we're going to go ahead and get the United States to also help us with making sure that you don't have nuclear weapons, is comical at best. Because we've seen Israel start far more conflicts than Iran has, right? So we'll see what happens, man. Like, and the thing is, too, it's not illegal to have a civilian nuclear program. It's not, right? Like, Iran's a sovereign nation. They have a right to defend themselves, just like Israel has a right to defend itself. And if we're going to sit here and play the game of, oh, well, we were attacked, Article 51, blah, blah, blah. Well, in this case, Israel did the same exact shit. They attacked them first preemptively. So Iran also has every right to defend itself. So, if we're going to play that game, then we got to play that game across the board with everybody. But for some odd reason, when it comes to Israel, we throw the rules out the window. When it comes to nuclear weapons, we throw the rules out the window. When it comes to Security Council at the UN, we throw the rules out the window. When it comes to ICC arrest warrants, we throw the fucking rules out the window. When we talk about sanctioning Israel for their fucking war crimes, the rules get thrown out the window because we run cover for them economically, diplomatically, and militarily. It's fucking ridiculous. And right now, we're on the cusp of what's going to happen in the Middle East for the next 50 years. I tweeted this earlier this morning. This week is going to dictate the Middle East for the next 50 years. This week is going to determine whether Israel becomes and stays the hegemony in the Middle East, or if Iran continues to survive and challenge Israel's authority in the region, and stop them from becoming the greater Israel project. And the thing is, I don't really have a dog in this fight. They can go ahead and keep fighting each other. My problem is, I don't like the fact that we're probably going to have to get dragged into this fucking thing, and Iraq Part 2. And we saw how much of a monumental failure Iraq was. Huge failure. We're talking about 200,000 soldiers going in, weeks of airstrikes, trillions of dollars spent, 1 million people killed between American soldiers and innocent Iraqis. For what? To take Saddam out of power? And now look at Iraq. It's worse now than it was before. Because anytime you you try to affect the regime change, you basically create a power vacuum. When you create a power vacuum, just the strongest rebel group wins. And that a lot of the times these rebel groups hate America even more so than the dictator that was there in place. Look at Libya now, right? Shambles. You know, when Gaddafi was there, at least there was some semblance of order, right? And the other thing too, I think the European world needs to pay attention to this. Gaddafi prevented mass immigration into Italy and into Western Europe. Since Gaddafi's been killed, what's happened to Western Europe? It's been completely overrun with Northern African fucking immigrants. And now their streets are riddled with crime. Spain, Italy, the UK, etc. All of these Western European countries have absolutely been invaded by third worlders. Gaddafi used to keep, he controversially, he got in trouble for this, but he used to literally say, if anything ever happens to me, your Europe is gonna be overrun by Africans. And he was fucking right. People could go ahead and make that, say that's a racist comment or whatever, but it's true. He actually did keep mass immigration from destroying Europe. But now that he's gone, the past 10, 15 years, we've seen unprecedented levels of illegal aliens entering into Europe. So it's better to have the enemy that you know than the enemy that you don't know. And what we're seeing here is just fucking retarded. Because if we actually did affect regime change, what's going to happen in Iran? Well, we're going to put in a fucking another retarded Shah? They're going to fucking uprise and get him out of there too, just like they did in 79. You know, U.S. intervention, ironically enough, has what's created this mess that we have. When they had Mogadesi in 53, their first democratically elected leader, who was a secularist, right? He wanted to nationalize the oil. The UK and America and Israel couldn't have that. We fucking ran Operation Ajax. That led to him being destabilized and the country, you know, being overrun. And then that created the perfect vacuum for the Ayatollah that's currently in power to take over and lead to the Islamic Revolution in 79. So our intervention simply doesn't work. It creates bigger problems. So I don't know.
And let's not forget that ISIS actually got all of its weapons
what was
from
that,
the
Simon?
Iraqi war. I was just saying, and ISIS actually got all of its weapons
Hold
from
on, I can't hear you. Let me refresh my
Iraqi
page.
army.
Maybe it's me. Give me 1 sec, Simon. I'm gonna refresh my page.
Yeah, no worries. I was just saying that
Hey,
ISIS
Sully,
actually...
check DM. Check DM, Sully.
Yeah, of course, I'm gonna check it right now. I mean, I just want people to reflect on how mental the statement of Trump is. It's the second to last tweet in the nest, but how can a sitting US president tell an entire city of almost 10 million people to evacuate? You have to be sadistic, immoral, and evil. Like, who says that? It's absolutely crazy. Like, people don't understand the ramifications of what's said and how bad it is. Extremely, extremely mental. Just bang out about it. This guy's like more psychopath than any US president in the past. Like, even if you disagree, even if you think you want to go to war with Iran, or maybe you do, but to say something like that's flipping crazy. The guy's off his rockers. Sorry, Myron, do continue with what you're saying.
Yeah, no, I just, you know, and I don't mean to fucking take up all the air in the room here, but I do think it's extremely important that we look at, you know, the precedent that we've set in the Middle East where regime change simply doesn't work. We have many instances where, you know, us intervening in the Middle East has actually caused us greater problems later on. And you know, it all comes down to Israel. And, you know, the other thing that's also, you know, very interesting to me as well is that we destabilize these Middle Eastern countries. We pay the price, right? And you know the problems that arise, whether it's terrorist attacks or you know, mass immigration or whatever. Like, Israel doesn't deal with a lot of that crap. I mean, obviously they got to deal with the Palestinians attacking them all the time in their own borders. But when it comes to like us getting, you know, the Islamic terror that we get, or the UK, or the mass immigration that hits Western Europe, like, we deal with that. And I find it interesting that Israel displaces all these people, but Syrian refugees aren't going to Israel because Israel's an apartheid ethno-state, right? So other countries got to deal with the brunt of the refugees, not them. They create the problems, and then we got to fucking we got to become the solution.
And ISIS was weaponized from all of those, the leftover weapons from the Iraqi army in the first place. And when Gaddafi in the United Nations, in some of his infamous speeches, he told us that Israel killed JFK in order to get those nukes. And then what's happened that we've received from Joa, those nukes that the assassination of JFK happened in order to achieve. is currently pointed at Washington D.C. and various other cities across Europe in case Israel ever ceases to exist or they feel they're under threat. So just close the whole story, and it's one disaster after one disaster after one disaster.
And when you look at it, damn near every single conflict in the Middle East, there is a root cause, and it's almost always Israel, man. Almost always. Chief Trumpster, I see that he has his hand up. I don't know if you guys can see it here. He's in here though.
Yeah,
You trying to say something?
jump in.
Yeah, it's very frustrating because America First, the whole idea of that is to do the exact opposite, to not get involved in the Middle East, to get out of foreign wars. I remember because it's actually the 10-year anniversary of when Trump, went to the escalator and announced his candidacy for president. I remember pretty well. He was talking about the foreign wars, the mess that the Bushes made in the Middle East. He went on debates and said these forever wars were a disaster. They're awful. Telling it right to Bush's face in the primary for presidency, or I guess for that in 2016. And to go from that to going and backing Israel to supporting this, and we're seeing just Trump now saying to flee Tehran. He's obviously there's been a very big disconnect here from what he was saying in 2015, the person he ran as in that time period to now. It's totally different. It's frustrating because you want Trump to succeed and you want him to put America first, to do all these good things, to have world peace, to go in and fix problems in the world. But the realist in you, the person that understands the way things are in politics and just the way that this awful world is, sees the path that's going on. It's not right at all when it comes to this foreign policy. Israel's entire goal is to get us involved. Like then you said it just on TV that first it's Israel, then it's New York City, and talking about like all these things about how we have to get involved. We need to go in and get involved, put our people over there, personnel, equipment, everything like that. It's a disaster. We're gonna be there for who knows how long, and all those civilians we kill, all the people that we bomb and terrorize the Middle East, they're going to rightfully resent the United States of America. They resent the West, and we're going to have this endless cycle of war, of terrorism, of disaster, of suffering, of all of this, because we just cannot get out of this region. Israel is trying to have Gaza, the West Bank, the control of the oil of the entire Middle East region. They want dominance, and they've tried this for a very, very, very long time. They've claimed that Iran will have a bomb since 2001, saying they're 2 weeks away from the bomb, 2 weeks away, 3 months away from a nuclear bomb. And now they're saying this exact same message all over again. And hopefully you all forget this. And we're going to be dragged into this war, trying to stop this nuclear bomb they're building. And it's 2 weeks away. Stop the spread of the bombs. It's such a joke. And it's frustrating we're in this loop and we're going to be stuck in this war. We're going to be bombing these people, killing civilians. We're going to be involved in this for who knows how long. And for what cause? For Israel's cause. For a foreign country's cause. Causing all this needless suffering, disaster, all of this, just because Israel wants more control. It's ridiculous, and it's very sad to see a America First idea go from no foreign wars, no intervention, no Middle East nonsense to supporting them, moving our freights over there, getting ready to go support Israel in this war. It's a loop, and I feel like we're right now we're at the cusp of this forever war, and it's get worse from here. Unfortunately, I'm very not Molly blackpilled, but I just looking at the way things are and just see the reality of it, and it's just frustrating to be this loop and kind of screams the void and say it's happening all over again, and just we're helpless. It's not helpless, but we're pretty much in a spot where our current leaders and government are aligned with Israel's and just not really in our best interest, but in Israel's best interest. So it's upsetting, it's frustrating, but I mean, we all, I think, kind of saw it coming. So that's at least my analysis of it.
Yeah,
But
but Chief,
yeah,
he said that he invented America First so he can choose
he
what it
did.
means. And the
Yeah.
second thing is, are you keeping your name? Are you still the chief Trumpster? Or
You know, the thing is, in terms of people have asked me a lot about that, the name change or whatever. I think with Trump running in 2016, that's a Trump that really we all wanted. I think we all wanted Trump to, at least, when he got in office, we're all hoping for a lot of things, and he fell short on quite a few things during that first term. And I think that, the second term, maybe he'll be able to go and learn from mistakes, but it went from, in terms of the rhetoric and the messaging from 2015, it's vastly different compared to 2024. Entirely, it's a whole different animal. I mean, he was talking in 2015 about, anything from like just, mass, he's talking about like, build the wall, and then didn't exactly happen to where you want it to be. And we're in 2024. We still can't get a border bill passed with just a straight bill with funding for that. We had some nice people, I guess, hired, but we didn't really go as far as he needed to go. There's a couple areas I saw with mass deportations. It's like 400 and max 300 or so per day deportations. It's just not really at the level. I think I'm going to keep the moniker because, that's kind of where I started at. I want to make sure I pay homage to that. But the Trump right now is not exactly, in terms of his foreign policy, it's just not where he was in 2015, unfortunately. I hope he gets back to that, but that's just where things are, unfortunately.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to make a point. I'm not a regular listener to Myron Gaines. I'm not sure if he's still in here, but he seems to have a significant platform. And whenever I've checked into these spaces, I hear him speaking with some, I guess, claim to authority. And I just did some basic research. Here's what Myron Gaines said in November of 2024. Trump is going to finally tell Netanyahu his fun is going to be over soon, or else no more aid to Israel. Myron Gaines campaigned for Trump on his Rumble show. He said, quote, everybody's got to get out there and fucking vote for Trump. He said, Trump 2024, or we are doomed, et cetera, et cetera. So if now you're having this sudden realization that the thing that you supposedly wanted to most avoid, which was a new war for or with Israel in the Middle East, was enabled by the thing that you were commercially wedded to supporting for so long, I mean, take some responsibility for how you either fundamentally deceived yourself. I'm not sure how that was possible because all this was so clearly telegraphed and explicable by Trump's record in his first term and what he pledged to do in a second. There's no real surprises here. But if you flagrantly deceive
Michael, would it
your
be better on their common?
Hold on, let me finish.
But that matters.
Let me finish. If you are now conceding that you flagrantly deceive your audience, take some responsibility for once and stop just barreling ahead as if your authority or your political analysis or your acumen for evaluating this stuff is just unperturbed. I mean, when is anybody in this alternate media ecosystem going to hold themselves or others to the bare minimal standards of veracity or trustworthiness? Trump campaigned in 2024 pledging to continue what he had done in his first term, which was be the most aggressively, fanatically pro-Israel president of all time.
Are you telling me Holocaust terrorists and genocide Joe would have been different?
He openly vowed to, during the campaign, in public, not in
but
secret.
Michael,
So did
tell us
Holocaust
before you
terrorists.
Give me 30
criticize
more
someone
seconds.
else,
30 more
give your
seconds. 30 more
opinion.
seconds. 30
Give
more
your
seconds.
opinion. Would
30
Kamala
more
being better?
seconds. 30 more
Answer one
seconds.
question.
Joe,
Would Kamala
yeah, but
be
Joe,
better?
you gotta
30 more
finish.
seconds, and then you can ask. He openly pledged during the campaign in public to enable Israel to attack Iran's nuclear facilities. He threatened to bomb Iran to smithereens, not in private or furtively or secretively, but at a public speech. So kind of at my wit's end with these podcaster people who are audience captured and thought that they were, taking on the establishment and the deep state in Israel by supporting Trump when that couldn't have been more overwhelmingly contravened by all available evidence. So now that Trump is ordering Tehran to evacuate 10 million people, like, I don't know at what point that accountability, that like minimal accountability is supposed to kick in, because otherwise you're going to keep deceiving without consequence.
So, Michael, do you think it would have been different under Holocaust Harris?
I didn't support Kamala Harris. I didn't support either Trump or Harris.
I'm just saying.
I'm talking about the arguments that were made for Trump.
Sure,
they were obviously flagrantly deceptive and wrong.
Two choices that lead to the same result, right?
No, I took a choice where I didn't vote for either candidate. Obviously, during a campaign season, what partisan propagandists love to do is to berate everybody into believing that you have to make a binary choice between one or the other candidate. It's just not true, and then it leads to all kinds of fatally flawed analysis.
Sure, but it's a fair assumption, right, for someone to make an analysis that they think that you've got two people, Holocaust Harris and Trump.
Well, your analysis was that the United States was secretly aligned with Iran as of a few days ago, so I'm not sure how much credibility you have either.
Sure. Well, I do believe that the GCC and Iran and the US corporations, because US politicians are all owned by corporations, and Israel are actually, they have come to a negotiation, and we're witnessing the outcome of that negotiation. But
so Simon, I don't want the debate about that again, because we haven't space like 10 times. But just Michael, on that, so Myron's gone, and obviously he can't defend himself. But someone do send him a DM, and maybe he'll come back in. And I'll send him one once I made this point.
I mean, Suleiman, let me ask you. I mean, do you think that the people who promoted what they are now, at least partially conceding, was a flagrantly false series of depiction of events, very overrepresented on this platform, on X Spaces, etc.?
Yeah.
I mean, what responsibility do they have now? Just like keep barreling forward?
No, I'll explain to you. So I thought Trump was the better choice, but if you look at my commentary, I probably called out Trump more than anybody else. But then I praised him on the bits and bobs that he did well. And I called him out probably a lot more than I praised him. And the issue is this: you're right. There is only a binary choice. The binary choice is this, because you're wrong that there's not a binary choice. Because in reality, you're not choosing or having a binary choice is not voting at all. And in the end, the binary succeeds anyway. It's not like there's a real true third alternative. Now, with the Democrats, the issue I have is that they are very much have supported the Holocaust, diametrically opposite to the actual base. And so they've taken a base and almost directed it towards being very much pro-establishment, pro-corporations, pro-war, pro a lot of things that classically the left wasn't. And you've seen the complete destruction, implosion in the left. And I thought that actually the left needs to lose, or Democrats need to lose, in order for them to realign their positions a bit more and a lot more better. Because in reality, we're not going to change anything. If it was Harris or Trump, both, I would have continued the war and the genocide. And with Trump, there was this small hope, slightly smaller hope, that there would be some kind of peace in the situation that, and I'll explain to you why.
Based on what?
I'll explain to you why.
It's just made up.
Based on the fact that in his previous regime, he had the opportunity to go to war with Iran. He was pushed and pressured by his, I believe it was Bolton at the time. I can't remember now who is the guy. Was like half asleep. I was literally about to go to bed before I heard you.
Yeah, it was Bolton.
Who pressured him into going to war. He didn't go to war. He obviously killed Soleimani, but there was this direct pressure for him to directly go into conflict. So his history demonstrated, and this a lot of people who are anti-Trump and pro-Trump have confirmed that this was the case. So some part of his history has indicated that when there is this for push to go to war, he's kind of said no in that situation, whereas Harris and Biden haven't. So that's one indicator.
Harris and Biden never went to war with Iran.
No, Biden didn't go to war with Iran, bro. I mean, Biden in his regime.
Biden was also, so you're giving Trump credit, for, by his own telling, being 10 minutes away from the final authorization to launch bombs against Iran, like taking the country and the world up to that knife's edge, is something that's supposed to redound to Trump's credit. Biden never got anywhere close to that level of a direct U.S. hostilities with
Well, when you
Iran.
say
He obviously
direct, we know.
unfortunately
Well,
supported
well,
Israel. But
well, when
Suleiman,
you
I
say
just don't understand.
direct,
Hold
I
on.
mean, when you say
I just don't
direct,
know.
Ukraine and Russia. Look, Ukraine and Russia is definitely a proxy war. So as much as you can play the game and make it look like it's not America, we know it's America. Furthermore, when you look at the genocide in Gaza, it doesn't happen to the same level, or even probably happen without the significant U.S. support.
No,
So
I agree.
those both are significant and a huge betrayal of Biden's base, which
I
was
agree.
largely
I'm
Muslim
not.
as
I'm not
well.
making a case for
Yeah, yeah, I know
Democrats.
you're not.
I'm
I know you're not.
critiquing the
I'm
case
trying to
that was made
demonstrate.
for
No, no, I'm trying
Republicans.
to demonstrate to you. Like, I'm not a Trump supporter. Actually, like, if you see me, a lot of Trump people don't like me because I call him out. But at the same time, I do praise him. Like, I'm not partisan. Like, I'll praise the
Well,
good in
neither
you.
neither am I. I
Yeah,
mean, I was
but
known
the
for
difference
during
is,
Trump's term for criticizing Russiagate, and I was critical of all the
yeah, I
prosecutions
know you
against
are. I know
Trump
you're
and
not
his.
partisan. I literally sent a message saying invite him, right? Because I knew you'll bring the fire. But the thing, just before I
But
go to
Suleiman,
bed,
let me ask you a
yeah,
question. Obviously, you spend like Israel is one of your top issues, right?
yes,
And
it's
so
one of the issues
on
that I
that issue in
cover. Although
particular,
I'd call, but not just my only issue. Like, I speak about Islamophobia
The
in the
whole
West
world's
and so on and so forth.
issue.
okay,
But
well
anyway, do continue.
let's just on the issue of Israel with you and I and many others have spent a whole lot of time on this past year and a half.
Yeah.
How is it that you could have concluded that Trump was preferable to the degree that you would advocate for the outcome of Trump winning versus the Democrats, in light of the fact that during the 2024 campaign, Trump only would criticize Biden and Harris for not aggressively supporting Israel enough, for putting too many constraints on Israel in its annihilation campaign
True.
in
But
Gaza,
Trump, I agree. But Trump, but the problem
for
with Trump
meagerly
is he
withholding
speaks.
certain munitions.
No, but with
Trump
Trump,
advocated for the polar opposite of what you would
no, but
presumably
I'll
support.
tell you. So Trump spoke from both sides of his mouth, and I think a lot of that was to be elected, and therefore he was trying to decipher what was to be elected or not. So, for example, when he went to the Arab Muslim community in Michigan, many of whom I have contact with, he directly told them and promised them that there would be a ceasefire in Gaza. So again, obviously he lied, because obviously there wasn't, or there was for a short period of time, and there wasn't later. But if you look at a lot of the things he said, of course, a lot of it he is pro-Israel. There's no doubt about it. But he gave the indicator that he was going to try and do a ceasefire, and he was anti-war in the sense of he didn't go to direct war or direct conflict like others have. And I believed, and I'll explain to you why, that his legacy has completely been shattered. And one of the main legacy pieces that he may or may have had was the fact that he would be an anti-war president. A lot of his base, because it's a lot of the people from the old Sanders crew who basically turned over and became MAGA, they are anti-war as well. And so if he goes to war, he destroys his legacy. So with him, there was a bit more of there were certain factors that would preclude one to think that there was a slight glimmer of hope, where with Biden and Harris there wasn't. It's not that it was
I
definitely
just
going to
think
happen.
if you were so credulous, not you in particular, but anyone, that you would watch Trump waltz into Dearborn, Michigan, or wherever he went exactly that had a high level of Muslim population,
Yeah.
and hear him rattle off platitudes like he just generally vaguely wants, quote, peace, and then in your own mental calculation you place that above the overwhelming, incredible body of evidence from his first term when he wielded power for 4 years, from what he
Where
did
he
during
didn't
the
go to war
interregnum
with Iran.
period, and from the everybody who was in a position of influence around him, and what he was openly pledging to do on a tangible policy level, not these abstractions around peace or anti-war as just slogans. Then I think you really suffered from a critical lack of discernment.
So I
And at the
disagree.
very
I
least,
disagree
you ought
because
to be
no, but I
reevaluating
disagree
what
because
intuitions gave rise to your extremely faulty analysis.
no, but I disagree because if you look at his first term and the fact that he didn't go to war with Iran, and immediately after his term, we had two significant wars, one genocide, one war, it does have some kind of basis for one to make that kind of indication. And one would think that actually, in reality, when you look at the Democrats' track record based on the two wars that they've basically partaken in, during their reign, that if they were in Trump's exact same position, they likely would have went to war. So when you take all of those, and it's that those aren't just the only factors, those are just some of the factors. Also, I think that when you know that there's only a binary choice, and you know both are gonna continue doing the genocide, are both gonna do the exact same thing, and then you know that there's hope that maybe by the Democrats losing, they can realign their position a bit more. There is these small little things that one needs to consider do it. There's basically the problem is with this, both Trump and Harris are pro-Israel, are pro-genocide, and so in reality, there's no choice. And it's not even a lesser of two evils. It's more of a like hope or thinking that what could one minimize, or is one going to be anti-war? And if you look at Trump, even now he tries to make the argument because he knows that the pushbacks on him is so huge that I am anti-war, and he's trying to give his incredible list of why he's anti-war. But if he goes to war now, he can never ever use that argument again, and his legacy is destroyed. So my
Suleiman,
point
he
is,
came into office in 2017 on a campaign pledge from 2016 to withdraw from the Iran nuclear agreement, the JCPOA. He then did withdraw from it. He imposed a policy, what was called maximum pressure on Iran, which was to cripple with sanctions the Iranian government. He then got into this brinksmanship back and forth with Iran, where, according to his own account, he was 10 minutes away from dropping bombs on Iran. He assassinated the top general of Iran. He then campaigned in 2024 saying he was going to accelerate hostilities with Iran even further. So this whole thing about, oh, no new wars were started under Trump's first term, it was total misdirection. There were a huge number of wars that he accelerated in various respects. The Saudi bombardment of Yemen, which some people at the time were calling a quote genocide. Maybe they forgot about it. Arming Ukraine, expanding NATO, doing regime change in Venezuela, etc., etc. Drastically accelerating drone strikes and removing any requirements to avoid civilian casualties. He escalated the war in Afghanistan, for God's sake.
No,
so
but again, this is inaccurate because in reality,
it's all accurate.
No, it's inaccurate in the sense of all of those wars are definitely American wars, but in reality, and then what this demonstrates that the entire U.S. is occupied. But the Saudi-Yemen war, as an example, that happened under Obama. The what was the other one you mentioned? There was a few more you mentioned. They all happened under Democrat leaders. And by the way, I'm not bipartisan. I think they're both idiots. Both sides are. But my point is, and I'm actually more left wing on economic issues anyway. But the point is, when you, all those things you mentioned, they actually started under other people. So even the Afghanistan war, it started under
The
Bush.
regime, the attempt to
And in terms
impose
of
regime change
Iran,
in Venezuela was not done under Obama. The drastic
who
deterioration
was
in
the
relations
Saudi
with
Yemen war done
Iran
under?
was not done under Obama.
Who was the Saudi Yemen war done under?
No, you're right. That was initiated in 2015
How many
under
drone
Obama. I'm not
strikes did
denying that.
Obama do?
Sorry?
Who did more drone strikes in Trump's first term or Obama's term?
I think in totality, over the course of Obama's 8-year presidency, Obama probably did more, but Trump drastically accelerated. I mean, it was a trajectory of accelerating drone strikes from Bush through to Trump, and then Biden actually did significantly wind down the drone program. I'm not a supporter of Biden. I didn't vote for him, but he did end the war in Afghanistan. He diminished the
even
drone
that war
program.
in Afghanistan, a lot of the discussions that happened under Trump. But I'm not even a Trump supporter. Like you're making me defend a guy who I've been attacking. But my point is, it's not as black and white as what you're saying. There is actually like a lot of nuance to it as we're demonstrating this conversation. Because
Sure, there's nuance. I'm specifically focusing on what was basically the consensus position on this platform, amplified to the hilt by the likes of Musk and whoever, where it was a clear pro-Trump stance. Because
Michael,
if people now are pretending that they're shocked or betrayed by something that was incredibly foreseeable and foretold by all available credible evidence,
Michael,
that tells you that there was a huge propaganda tsunami happening.
There was
that
definitely
I think people should take
propaganda
accountability
happening on
for.
X. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. Like it was like whoever Musk backed the entirety of this social media platform supported, from DeSantis to Ramaswamy to Trump. There's no doubt about that. Trump must control his platform. He directs people on whom to support, when to support them, and how to support them. There's no doubt about that. You go big, you get big on this platform by supporting Trump. I can just give you an example. Nick Sauter. Nick Sauter and me started similar time. I became much more bigger than him, and it's only when he became pro-Trump. Sorry, Musk became pro-Trump that he's got a bigger platform.
Yeah,
than
he's
me.
just a partisan apparatchik now.
Exactly. So I agree with you
He
on
puts
that.
out like legitimate fake news that always has a pro-Trump slant, but also like vaguely hinting at that Trump is secretly anti-war and there are these nefarious forces that are manipulating him to betray his true convictions.
Oh, by the way, Myron did come on twice. Guys, bring him up now, and then I'll keep quiet so they can actually have this conversation.
Can I just jump in for
debate,
2 seconds?
Let me say, if there is
more.
any president, besides Donald Trump right now, America would have joined those wars a long time ago. They would have joined on day one if it was Biden, Obama, Bush. It doesn't matter. So because you at least have a president in the White House who does give some pushback, and you guys are showing absolutely no gratitude, because when it comes down to it, every single president would have been bombing Iran with Israel. And this guy
Obama made his signature foreign policy initiative of his second term a multilateral diplomatic framework with Russia, China, and the EU to contain and lessen the likelihood of a war breaking out with Iran. So you're just making stuff up. I mean, that's the thing. None of these arguments are at all tethered to the actual evidence.
What actually happened was the Federal Reserve released a whole bunch of money from the Shah Iran economy that the Fed was holding, and it gave it to the Ayatollah, and then the Ayatollah kicked back a whole bunch of money to Obama. So you're making this criminal, what Obama is, make look like he's a sweetheart and he tried to prevent war. No, it was a money laundering operation, you dummy.
All right, here we go. More brilliant insight from Twitter.
Yeah, let's go.
Money laundering operation.
Yeah, look, Michael. Michael.
Giving Iran back their own money. I don't understand what are you talking about? That was Iran's money.
Let Joe go because he's been
Yeah,
for a while.
look, Michael. Me and you used to be very much on the same side amongst the panel of very pro-Trump people, right? Many times over. And I switched sides. And why did I switch sides? Because of CBDCs mostly. But I did take the whole Gaza thing into account as well, because I have spent a lot of time since day one on this subject. And the reason why I switched sides is not because there was a good option, but because Trump is the only president that I've seen when public opinion sways, he sways with it. Right. So when people were not for America supplying Israel and the numbers were really low, only 42% of Americans were in favor of it. Majority were against it, and they continued to do it anyway. I saw that the Democrats were going to support Israel no matter what, even when public opinion was against them. Trump has switched opinions many, many, many times, what makes it hard to understand what side he's on. But he's more easy to manipulate. If 60% of Americans are against them going in Iran, guess what? I don't think he's going in Iran because he needs that approval. And I think you would agree with me on that. He seeks approval all the time, right? So if I have to pick the worst out of two, I'm going to pick the one that's easy to manipulate.
Trump is the first president.
I didn't say the first.
That makes
out of the two options.
Or the only, or he's uniquely susceptible to public opinion. That makes absolutely no sense.
If Harris was president, they would have been bombing Israel already. Stop the games. If Harris was president, American jets would have been bombing Tehran with Israel already. Cut the fucking games. Donald Trump is giving them pushback.
So why didn't they bomb Iran during the Biden administration?
Exactly. I mean, you guys like, all you can do is conjure up these counterfactual scenarios.
October 7th. They need the October 7th to play out the way it was. They needed to take out the chess pieces. First, they needed to take Hezbollah. Then they needed to take out Syria, so the airspace opened up. This is chess, and you people are ignorant, and you're playing checkers. They're actually playing chess out here. Just a bunch of morons.
No, you're the moron. They could have accelerated the program earlier. You're saying that
Syria had to drop, sir. Syria had to fall, sir. Syria had to fall.
so they could open up that airspace and make sure Israel could
Yes, we
travel
all
between it
understand.
so
Yes,
they could get to
we
Tehran.
know
That is
about
a
the
fact,
pathway
sir.
they needed.
Sorry, guys, there were too many mics open and it's just going crazy. I just want Michael and whoever he's speaking to have a conversation. Sorry, Michael, go ahead.
And guys, if you can get Myron in, because actually he called him Myron now, so I'd like to Myron to come. I didn't realize he'd actually come up a couple of times. I was too busy concentrating on my argument. So do get Myron in, and then he can
Yeah,
defend
He's
his
just, I
I've
mean,
argument.
that
messaged
guy's
him
just
right
one
now, Suleiman.
example
I'm
of
gonna get
so many
him.
people who are like this.
The truth is, Satan Yahu's in charge. It's not Trump or genocider Joe Biden.
Right. So that's another common retort. Trump has no agency over anything. He's just always being manipulated or cajoled into tricked into taking actions that people find objectionable. So rather than assign him responsibility, what you can do is point at this sort of like mythical Satan Yahoo, whatever, and then conveniently Trump is never accountable for anything. So yeah, that's the routine that people have gone with.
Yeah, but because you didn't do your American duty and make a choice and vote, you get to play ambiguous and point the finger at both sides, which also isn't fair. It's kind of very estrogen-like to be doing that kind of shit. To be honest, you're standing on a
I think it's
soapbox playing morality police.
I think
You're
you've
playing
I think
morality police
you've
when
I
you
would
didn't pick.
rather
Right quick, I didn't mean to do that, but Sully, Myron's back right now.
I can't see him.
I would rather emasculate myself by not voting for one of two candidates who I don't.
Michael, I didn't mean to do that to you, but Myron, are you there? Because this is the third time you've been up here. Are you? Can you hear us?
Yeah, no, I'm here. I can hear you guys. I just
Yeah, so Myron, Michael called you out, and I thought it's a bit tight if you don't get a chance to defend yourself, because apparently everyone gets the right to defend themselves. So, Michael, if you want to relay your a point where you said, because you did go quite long into attacking him while he wasn't here, and then he can defend himself.
Yeah, like I'm not a regular listener of Myron's program. I can't imagine getting that much value out of it, frankly. Sorry to be curt, but I have heard him on these spaces now and then when I'm invited to participate. And so I just did a little bit of cursory research. Here's what Myron said on November 6, 2024, quote, Trump is going to finally tell Netanyahu his fun is going to be over soon or else no more aid to Israel. He aggressively campaigned for Trump. He said everybody's got to go out there and fucking vote for Trump. That's a direct quote. He said Trump 2024 or we are doomed. Trump 24, fuck what you thought. Trump 2024 is only or else we are doomed, etc. Obviously, on platforms like Rumble and X, the overwhelming dominant sentiment is to be loyally pro-Trump and advocate for Trump. And now to act like there's some major betrayal that happened or that this sequence of events was not foreseeable is just totally delusional. And I just think that people in the alternate media, Myron just being one of many examples, who if they're now effectively conceding that the narratives that they were pushing all throughout the 2024 campaign and probably later were flagrantly wrong and deceptive if they created the impression that Trump was somehow secretly anti-war and was going to restrain Israel, and that it was just unfathomable that something like this Iran catastrophe could come about. I think people need to take some responsibility for their deceptions. And if it wasn't a knowing deception, if you deceived yourself because you couldn't analyze the overwhelming abundance of evidence that was in the factual record from Trump's first term, from the 4-year period when he was out of office, and the nature of his 2024 campaign, when, for example, he publicly called for enabling Israel to strike Iran's nuclear facilities. He threatened to bomb Iran to smithereens. He immediately stacked his incoming administration with longtime interventionist hawks, such as Marco Rubio, who's now not only Secretary of State, but also de facto National Security Advisor, and whose record on Iran policy could not be more unambiguous. If you're just going to overlook everything that Trump did in his first term to systematically inflame acrimony and hostilities with Iran, and if you just neglected or overlooked that he pledged to do much the same in a second term, except more extreme, and you projected to your audience the exact opposite impression, whether because your audience captured or you had some commercial incentive to not be overtly oppositional to Trump, or whatever the reason, you nonetheless obviously conveyed a wildly and flagrantly false picture of the stakes and of what a Trump policy trajectory would look like. So I just think that the people in this whole cadre, which are, again, are very overrepresented on X, which is how I'm aware of them, but also other platforms like Rumble, which I also have, utilized. They need to take some responsibility for once, rather than just barreling on like your authoritative sources on anything in terms of America political affairs. If you could have gotten that egregiously wrong, like, have some humility for once.
All right. So let me address your, you said a lot there. So here's the reality, man. Now, between Trump and Kamala Harris, right? I thought that Trump would be the better pick. And I still think to this day that he would have been the better pick, because when I voted for Trump, I voted for a multitude of reasons. Okay. I don't know if you want me to go through all of them, but I guess I'll just kind of focus on the conflict portion. I knew that by Trump coming in, he would at least open relations back up with Russia. That was one of the main reasons I voted for him. Okay. Was I wanted him to open up dialogue with Russia and try to end the conflict in Ukraine. Now, has he been able to do it as swiftly as he promised? No. But at least they're communicating with the Kremlin, versus during the Biden administration, they didn't even talk at all. And Kamala Harris and Joe Biden absolutely caused.
Let's stay focused on Israel and Iran, just so we don't get that
no
out of bounds.
No, because
why not? I mean, that's the subject at hand right now. So let's focus on that.
No. But here's the thing: when I said I'm voting for Trump, it was from not getting into new wars and or stopping wars as well that were currently going on. So the Ukraine-Russia conflict was a big reason why I said we need to put Trump back in, because he can at least exercise some level of diplomacy with the Russians. That was big for me. Now, when it comes to the Middle East, okay? Honestly, at least we've seen that Trump has the ability to stand up to Netanyahu. He ignored him for several weeks when he was going through the in the Middle East, when he was doing his tour. Obviously, we still don't know if he's going to start bombing Iran. We don't know that yet. It's still, time will tell. Now, I think the growing sentiment in America is a lot of people don't want war with Iran. If it happens, look, we're all human beings. You can make mistakes, but I would argue that Trump is a better option than Kamala Harris would have been, which is why I voted for Trump given the situation. And obviously, there's.
But hold on, you didn't just begrudgingly conclude that Trump was the lesser of two evils or better than Kamala Harris. You branded yourself as a pro-Trump advocate. You wore pro-Trump sweaters. It's not just like you.
I let you speak uninterrupted.
Well, you're revising history.
I let you literally speak uninterrupted, and you're just fucking cutting me off. Again, like I said before, you're looking at some tweets here and there and saying, oh, well, look, this is why you voted for Trump. I told you already, bro. I voted for him for a multitude of different reasons. That's just one aspect, okay, that you're focusing in on.
Well, yeah, I mean, because that's the subject at hand, and you're now acting like you begrudgingly voted for Trump as the lesser of two evils against Kamala Harris when you branded yourself as a pro-Trump advocate. Do you still have your pro-Trump Christmas sweater?
Do you think, like I said,
do you have your pro-Trump Christmas sweater? Why don't you put it on now for the occasion?
Here's the thing. I voted for Trump for a multitude of different reasons. I explained that to you. It's not just what's going on in the Middle East. A bunch of different reasons. Do you think Kamala Harris would have done better with Middle Eastern foreign policy than Trump?
I didn't support Kamala Harris. You supported Donald Trump actively and publicly and consistently to the point of wearing campaign paraphernalia on air, celebrating him.
I think she was I think Trump was a significantly better candidate than Kamala in almost every regard, especially when it comes to foreign policy. Here's the thing, you didn't even vote. You weren't even involved. It would have been one of those two that was president. I looked at it like he was the lesser of the two evils and he was a better candidate. All right, that's what I look at it now.
So
like
you
this
wore
person,
you wore a
at least,
Christmas sweater
at
featuring
least,
the
what
candidate
does
you
that have
only
to do
thought
with
of was the
anything?
lesser of two evils.
What does that have to do with anything, dude? What does that have to do with
Because
anything?
you're now trying to retroactively make a claim like it was just this
No,
begrudging
I'm telling
decision
you don't know
between
my
two
position.
undesirable
You,
options when you're out there as a public Trump advocate. You're wearing his face on your shirts.
You are picking one thing versus a multitude of other reasons why I voted for him. You're picking.
Why did you
one
wear his
thing.
face on your shirt?
What does that have to do with anything?
Because it shows that it wasn't just a lesser of two evils calculus. It was you actively celebrating and promoting a particular political candidate because you had an active support for him.
Yes,
and now you're trying to retroactively make it seem like it was just this limited, narrow, lesser of two evils decision, which is just false.
Yes, because
I knew that you wouldn't take any accountability for all this because there's no accountability in these alternate media circles at all.
No, see, this is the thing, dude. This is the thing. Again, I told you, I voted for a multitude of different reasons. For one, I like the fact that he has significantly assisted with social media censorship being reeled back a lot. Okay? I like the fact, also, I like Donald Trump as personally. So I was like, yo, I don't want him to go to fucking jail. So another reason why I voted for him as well was like, okay, well, I know if he doesn't win this election, he's going to go to prison and probably die in there. I knew that as well when it came to the federal case. And then also when it comes to the foreign policy, I think he would have done significantly better than Kamala Harris. He at least opened discussions up with Russia so that we could potentially get an end to the Russia-Ukraine conflict. That in itself makes him a superior candidate. Now you're trying to hone in on the Middle East. We don't know if he's going to go to war with the Middle East yet. But what I will tell you is he's a significantly better candidate than Kamala when it comes to foreign policy. Now, if your fat ass doesn't like that, that's not my fucking problem because you've been coming in here being fucking disrespectful, trying to make ad hominem attacks saying, well, you said that you're going to vote for Trump because of this. Dude, it's not just one reason why I voted for him. There's a multitude of different reasons why I voted for him, why I think he's a better candidate.
Why'd you wear a Christmas sweater with his image on it?
And most Americans agree with me, which is why he won in a fucking landslide. Your fat ass didn't even fucking vote, and you're over here trying to fucking virtue signal and moral grandstand to all of us in here. But you didn't even do shit. So what the fuck are you talking about? Cheeto chips on your fucking beard? Shut the fuck up. Dude.
I'm a journalist. I'm not required to on one day every 4 years go out and vote for one of two candidates who I don't support.
People's voting decisions when you didn't even fucking get involved. You had no say in it.
I was involved.
You want to sit there and moral grandstand about, well, look, you put this guy in office. He was the better candidate by fucking far. Okay? That's what it is. If you don't like that, that's your fucking problem. You clearly have a vendetta against Trump. You're fucking honing in on.
I don't have a vendetta against Trump. I have a vendetta against media propagandists like yourself who dominate these podcast spaces who present an incredibly false image to massive audiences. And then once this entire image that they've erected crumbles, they take zero responsibility for their own role in peddling those fictions, and you're a perfect example of it. And yet you somehow get a platform on these spaces as though you have any authority or credibility whatsoever. You're just you're just a failed partisan propagandist.
So what's the recourse then, fat boy? Tell me what should have we done then? There was two candidates. One of them was going to win. What should have we done, fat ass? Tell me.
I don't know. How about be truthful? How about not propagandize? How about actually explain the real record of a political candidate rather than wearing a Trump-themed Christmas sweater and battering everybody to go vote for him for made-up reasons?
Hey, Michael, I don't know if you follow my content. You admitted earlier that you don't. So let me fucking bring something up to you right now because you clearly don't know about my content. I have been one of the few political commentators that is openly criticized Trump on many of his fucking decisions. I've criticized them on Israel. I've criticized them on taking money from the Adelsons. I've criticized them on his support of the Zionist lobby. I've lost millions of dollars doing this shit. So I've been extremely honest and critical of Donald Trump. I'm not one of these fucking MAGA shills that gets paid by his administration. Anyone in here that follows my content knows that I've been extremely critical of Trump. Just because I like him and I voted for him does not mean that I'm not going to be critical of him. You picked the wrong one, fat boy, because I've actually been adamant.
Well, I mean, so this gets to the caliber of your thinking where you start talking about our respective physiques, then that's supposed to be some kind of argument. Really impressive.
Christmas sweaters, and at least I could fit in one. But the point I'm trying to make is, okay, you need to go ahead and look at all the tweets where I criticize.
If I can't fit
because
if I
you're
can't put
going
you
ahead
into
of
what
picking
the
up.
size of
Hold on,
Trump-themed Christmas
hold on,
sweater you could
hold
wear,
on.
maybe I will lose 20 pounds,
Hey,
and then I could
hey,
have
fat
the
boy.
level of
Again,
credibility and
because no,
authority
you're
that you
getting
have.
embarrassed right
That's
now.
the real
Because here's
goal
the
of life.
reality: you're picking one tweet I said where I said Trump is the better candidate, which I stand on that. He is the better candidate. But you have not seen all my tweets where I've been extremely.
It wasn't just
critical of Trump.
about him saying
I've
he's a
been,
better candidate. It's you
I've been,
developed a whole persona around advocating for Trump and
That's
celebrating
fake
and
news, man. I've been following
mystifying Trump.
Myron.
bro, dude. Again, I picked Trump because he was the better candidate. I think he's better on foreign policy, and that's been fucking proven just off of him talking to Russia alone. He's a better fucking candidate because the Biden administration didn't do so. And that was who was basically going to get in, where Kamala would have continued to not talk to the Kremlin. That's number one. Number two, I've been critical of Trump significantly. I tweet almost all the fucking, like damn near every day. I cover something about Trump and I will criticize him if I need to. I'm not one of these MAGA retards that sits there and says, oh, I love Trump no matter what he does. You picked the wrong one, dude. I have been extremely critical of him. So if you're going to go ahead and take a tweet from 2024 and say, oh, look, you endorse Trump here. How about the hundreds of tweets where I've criticized them on foreign policy? I've criticized them for being owned by the Jews. I've criticized them for being owned by the Zionist lobby. I've criticized them more than I've praised them. So you picked the wrong one coming in here saying, oh, bro, you were wearing a Christmas sweater of Trump. And I like Donald Trump. I do.
And that's that's fealty. That's just boosterism. That's aimless promotion of a politician based on a totally false depiction of him that you were peddling to your audience.
Michael, can I just give some breaking news and I'll give it straight back to you?
You're being completely
Let me just quickly give some breaking news. So Trump has posted a few more posts on Truth Social. He said, America first means many great things, including the fact that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Make America great again. And earlier he posted, somebody please explain to Cookie Tucker Carlson that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Israel Channel 4 News have claimed that Trump is expected to sign an executive order within the next few hours to formally join the war. So those are just the latest and breaking news. That's the last one's by Israeli media.
By
Michael,
executive order?
Yeah, so Myron, you were spot on when you said in November of 2024, not like decades ago or in some ancient times, that one of the reasons why everybody should go out and vote for Trump, according to you, is that he was going to finally rein in Netanyahu. Wow, that was really on the mark. I'm so looking forward to following the rest of your incisive Rumble analysis, because you have such an impressive track record of correct prognostications.
You're so honed in on the Israeli angle. Again, I voted for Trump. Let me go through
this. We're talking about a war that's erupting in the Middle East, you idiot. Of course, that's what we're honed in on.
Hold on, fat boy. Okay, hold on. When I voted for Trump, I voted for him for multiple reasons. Number one, helping with the free speech when it comes to social media platforms, which has happened. His being tough on the immigration, which he's done. Shut down the border. We're seeing deportations, a significantly better immigration policy than what we saw under the Biden administration. I also voted for him because I knew that he would at least open up dialogue with Russia and try to potentially end the conflict. He's doing that right now.
And you keep skirting over the issue, why we're having this space discussion right now, which is a war in the Middle East that just broke out.
You're ignoring the fact that I voted for him for more than just one issue. I'm not a single issue voter. I voted for him for multiple different reasons.
Well, one of the issues that you claimed you were voting for Trump based on, and that you advocated others vote for him on, was that he was going to constrain Netanyahu and tell him his fun was going to be over.
Yes,
so you were dead wrong about that, right?
He would have done better. He's doing better on Netanyahu than Kamala Harris would have.
Wait, so he told Netanyahu that his fun is going to be over and no more aid to Israel?
No, I'm telling you.
See, you spew these falsehoods, and then rather than take any responsibility at all for the falsehoods that you spew, you then go back to this tedious binary comparison with Kamala Harris, as if anybody's making an argument for Kamala Harris here.
Mike, see, here's the thing. See, here's the problem. You're going ahead and saying, oh, well, you said X, Y, Z, blah, blah. What was the alternative? The alternative wasn't better.
Well, was what you said correct or not? You said you encouraged everyone to vote for Trump because he was going to tell Netanyahu his fun is over and no more aid to Israel. So you were wrong about that, correct? Don't pivot to Kamala Harris. Tell us whether you were right or wrong on the merits when you made that statement.
Now you're lying. Now you're misrepresenting.
I have your tweet.
I never said that he would say no more aid to Israel. We all know that politicians are controlled by Israel, and you have to play the game.
I have your exact quote. Trump is going to finally tell Netanyahu his fun is going to be over soon, or else no more aid to Israel.
Yes, he's gonna look, bro. Oh my God, man.
I mean, you couldn't be more spectacularly wrong about anything. And yet here you are pretending like you're just unblemished and your political analysis is totally unimpeachable. It's amazing. And then rather than defend any of it on the merits, you pivot, you obfuscate, You insult my physique
not,
as if
no, no,
though
no,
as if though
no,
that's the main issue here.
because
You're
you are
perfectly
making it seem,
representative of the
because you're
total
making it
absence
seem,
of any accountability whatsoever in
no.
this bullshit alternative media sphere where people just
So you just have a
pontificate
vendetta
and
against
rattle
anyone
off
in the
and
right
then
wing.
memory
Look,
hole everything
you
when it
have a
turns out
personal
that
beef.
they were
Dude,
flagrantly wrong.
you simply have a personal beef with people that on the right. It's very obvious. You've been mentioning Rumble. You've been mentioning this again. You're coming in here angry at me.
Yeah, the right's in power now, and we're going to war in the Middle East. What do you want me to do?
For one of the many reasons I voted for Trump. Okay, again, like I said before, I voted for him for many different reasons. Okay,
And you wore him on your attire.
I still think he is doing a significantly better job with dealing with Israel than Kamala Harris would have in the Biden administration. Okay, because the Democrats were doing the same exact shit. It's just that they were trying to look tough about it when they were out in public, but they were giving all the same aid. They were letting
the
everything
Democrats
happen.
were not doing the same exact shit with respect to Iran. That's just not true.
Oh, really?
Trump came into office and withdrew from what the Democrats did with respect to Iran. I don't know if you were aware of any American political affairs at that point.
They weren't able to fund their proxies. When Trump was in, Iran was broke. Okay? They could not fund their proxies. And
so you were in favor of the crippling sanctions that Trump placed on Iran because it deprived them of revenue. Is that what you're saying?
What was that?
So you were in favor of the crippling sanctions known as a maximum pressure policy that Trump imposed on Iran because it deprived Iran of revenue to fund their proxies. Is that what you're saying? And then the Democrats were such weaklings that they deviated from that policy. Is that your argument now?
No. What I am saying is that he significantly impeded.
Oh my God, sorry, Myron. Some more breaking news. This is huge. Trump, this is according to Fox News, so we kind of ignored the Israeli news one, but the Fox News said President Trump requests the NSC to be prepared in the situation room for, it looks like it's likely for war with Iran.
And China just ordered its citizens out of Israel immediately.
Well, maybe when that happens, Myron can tell us how he was correct about Trump reigning in Netanyahu, and then he can pivot to all kinds of other extraneous arguments and assertions for why nothing about what he said during the 2024 campaign in terms of forecasting what Trump would do in power was wrong.
You're honing in on one tweet in 2024, but you don't look at all the times I've criticized Trump. I find it absolutely fucking incredible and disingenuous into your argument how you will sit there and take one tweet from 2024 and you ignore the hundreds of tweets of where I've criticized him on his support of Israel, why he needs to do better in foreign policy when it comes to the Middle East. You ignore all of that. And then also you ignore the fact that I voted for him for a multitude of different reasons that don't just concern foreign policy with Israel. It concerns foreign policy with Russia. It concerns immigration. It concerns law enforcement, concerns a multitude of different things. And you want to sit there and hone in on one fucking tweet from 2024 where I said, look, I think he's going to do a better job of controlling Netanyahu.
You won't even admit that one tweet was wrong.
Which I still think he would have done a better job than Kamala. Is he doing
it wasn't about a comparison to Kamala. You were saying on his own terms he's going to constrain Netanyahu.
It is a comparison. See, this is the problem. It is a comparison because there were two different candidates. And what I'm saying is, look, it might not be the best, but I think he would have done better than Kamala Harris, and I stand on that. Now, with that said, right, is it exactly what I wanted? No. But I think, again, he did better than Biden administration. He would have done better than Kamala Harris. It was the better candidate at the time, and that's why I endorsed him. And I still endorse him, and I think he's better than what Kamala Harris would have done. Now, you want to sit here and sit on your moral high ground and be like, well, I didn't vote at all, so you actually lied and you did X, Y, Z. I still think he's a better candidate significantly, and most Americans agree with me. If you got a personal vendetta with Trump, because it's obvious you fucking do, as well as people on the right wing, that's fine, dude. But I'm not the guy because I've actually been extremely critical of Trump, and you're honing in on one tweet from 2020.
It's just funny how you could reduce everything I'm saying to some kind of petty personal vendetta when we're literally in the midst of talking about a war in the Middle East that's being launched.
You're honing in on
a personal vendetta against Trump.
You're honing in on one tweet from 2024 instead of hundreds of tweets where I've criticized them on Middle Eastern foreign policy. You're being disingenuous right now because you're not taking my entire position into account. You're taking one fucking tweet from 2024 and you're not going and look at my full position. I talk about and criticize Trump on his foreign policy in the Middle East almost every fucking day. And the fact that you're in here trying to sit here and say, oh, well, look, you're wrong about this. No one's 100% perfect, bro. We're all human. That's why I've been critical of him extremely all through 2025 with his foreign policy in the Middle East. I'm not one of these fucking MAGA retards like Charlie Kirk or these other guys that are scared to criticize Trump on foreign policy. I've criticized them on Israel a lot.
Okay, well, if you thought that you needed to criticize him so heavily on Israel, meanwhile you were prancing around in a Trump-themed Christmas sweater,
See,
I guess I have to question the coherency of your position. But
because he
maybe
is
we should move on.
because he is better than Kamala Harris, and I stand on that. And I would have voted for him again, given the election, if it was Kamala Harris versus him. He's still better than her in almost every.
Okay, well, maybe Israel can drop
When
some
it comes to
Trump-themed
foreign
Christmas
policy,
sweaters over Tehran while 10
again,
million people have been ordered by Trump to flee the city immediately. Maybe that'll be nice.
Okay, like I said before, he's doing better than Kamala Harris would have done. Like I said, the better of the two candidates. And I've voted for multiple. I'm not a single issue voter. I voted for to obviously fix the situation with Russia. Voted for immigration. Voted for a stronger border. Voted for at least being able to deal with the Israelis in a better sense than the Biden administration did, who are basically asleep at the fucking wheel when everything happened with October 7th and the retaliation. So look, dude. You clearly have a vendetta against Trump, and you think that I'm one of these guys that's scared to criticize him when I've literally tweeted hundreds of times criticizing Trump. But you want to hone in on one tweet from 2024. It's disingenuous, inauthentic, and it's fucking, you're not debating in good faith whatsoever at all, because you don't even know my position. You admitted that at the top of the debate that, oh, I don't even really watch your content, but I'm going to pull this tweet up from 2024 instead of looking at the hours of content that I put out where I've been critical of Trump on his foreign policy, especially with Israel.
Okay, well, I think people might be bored by this for now. But
yeah, so clearly, yeah, you're here for entertainment. You're not even here to have a real discussion. Oh, I think people are going to be bored by this. You're here to fucking just argue to argue. You're not even here in good faith, which just proved it just now with your last statement.
You're right. I'm not here in good faith. I'm just have a petty vendetta against random people, even though we're now gearing up for
Mike, I guarantee
a cataclysm in the Middle East. It's just about my petty personal vendettas. You're totally right. Let's move on.
Okay, how about this, Mike? This is what I'll do. I'll go through your Twitter timeline. I'm sure in there somewhere it's going to say I'm going to go on a diet. And then I'm going to look at pictures of you now and say, oh, look, you didn't go on a fucking diet. You're still fat as fuck. I can use that
see, this is the caliber of your thinking, which is why I'm not surprised that your political analysis is totally incoherent.
This is your logic. I could take your dumbass logic and say, oh, look at this tweet from 2024 where you said you're going to go on a diet. And you didn't. You're still a fat Cheeto-eating piece of shit with a fucking neck beard. But guess what? I can do that.
This is why let's just move on, because I mean this is just evolving into absurdity. He can't defend what he does on the merits, and so he starts talking about my losing weight. It's just not a productive way to spend any more time. So
I'm not a single issue voter. That's where you fucked up. I'm not a single issue voter.
It wasn't about the single issue that you voted on. It was about the systematically and flagrantly false presentation of Trump that you gave to mass audiences. I don't really care that much about how you personally voted. It was about how you contributed, along with so many others in the alternate media sphere, in presenting this totally distorted and now catastrophically incorrect presentation of Trump. No, that's more what I'm antagonized by, not by who you personally voted for, or what politicians you choose to place on your Christmas sweaters. Notwithstanding how sweet and heartwarming that is.
I tweeted about voting for Trump because he's going to be pro-immigration enforcement as well. I tweeted about that. I find it interesting how you completely disqualify all the tweets where I talked about why I was going to vote for Trump on immigration or on border security, on getting ICE more involved with deportations. I find that you totally leave all of that out the picture and hone in on one tweet about Netanyahu. That's crazy, bro. But you know what? I'm going to go find a tweet where you said you're going to lose weight and then bring it back up and say, look, dude, you didn't do what you said you were going to do. You're a fucking liar. How about that? I'll play your game too.
All right. Good luck.
Guys, appreciate both of you guys and the debate you had. Significant acceleration. It does seem like Trump might be. I don't know if this is a pressure tactic or what, but
you guys thought he just came into fucking debate on bad faith. Like, dude, like this is incredible. I'm not a single issue voter. Guy wants to pull a tweet where I said I think Trump is going to do a better job of dealing with Netanyahu, which I do think to this day that he would do a significantly better job. My bad. Sorry, I'll mute myself, guys. I'm on stream.
Okay, you're a genius.
No, for sure.
My bad. I didn't mean. My bad. I was on stream. I'll mute myself.
No worries. Appreciate Myron and Michael having that debate. It was good for people to hear. There's a lot. That's kind of the sentiment a lot of people are feeling at the moment, especially when Trump's about to go to war with Iran. I put a tweet in the nest. It was made by Joe, the video. I've credited him in the comments, but basically it's about Israel will use the Samson option and nuke the US. If things aren't looking good for Israel, they will launch nukes at Washington, New York, LA, Colorado, Paris, London, Berlin, and Moscow. That tweet's in the internet. Do retweet, reshare the space. Reshare that, let everybody know about it. Unfortunate situation. Trump is joining the war with the Middle East. Or maybe doing. Hopefully it's not. Hopefully this is just last minute posture. But we can live in hope. That's all we can do. It's extremely concerning, extremely scary. For the Middle East, for America, for every single person. Simon, jump in. What's your thoughts on this? Because I know you didn't think this would happen, right?
Well, I'm either going to be infamously wrong, or this is still posturing, because also China came out and is asking its people to leave Israel. So it seems like there's narratives on the China and US side, and we seem to be leading up to one big crescendo. So let's see what happens. But yeah, I'm still not of the position that there is going to be a direct war between Iran and the US. Might be my famous last words. Let's see.
It should be concerning that China's removing their diplomats and 10,000 Chinese nationals, because that clearly tells you they're doing what they would obviously and clearly indicate in doing and backing Iran. But that also leads me to believe that maybe the U.S. is actually going to be getting involved.
Okay, well, does anyone have any live updates? So we've just had that. Trump made that announcement after leaving the G7 meeting. Obviously, the big topic, the G7 meeting was in Canada. And one of the comments he made in the beginning was about changing it to a G8 meeting in order to invite Russia.
Simon, real quick, Simon, is this all orchestrated, part of the whole symphony that was all predetermined from before, or are you willing to stray from your position yet?
Who's that? You can't the echo got really bad echo.
I think I already
1
just
second.
answered the question already, if you didn't hear me.
I was just
Who was that?
asking Simon if he's willing to stray from his
Oh,
position or not, given the new events. And you know what? It's fair that you're willing to, because it's a fluid situation. Information changes, and it's not really fair to judge on a tweet from several months ago, because you get access to new information. Your position's allowed to change as the situation on the ground changes. So, just wanted to throw that out. But that debate's over anyway, so we can move on.
yeah. And in terms of Michael, let me ask you this question. In terms of from a US perspective, there's someone mentioned, that report mentioned that they need an executive order. I thought, from your understanding, would that be enough? To take the US into war, he would need approval from Congress, right? If you want to explain to the audience.
I haven't seen that report about a supposed executive order. I mean, Trump has issued an extraordinary number of executive orders since he came to office, and so maybe he thinks that an executive order would be sufficient to authorize direct U.S. involvement in the Iran war. Obviously, that would be totally unconstitutional because that's Congress's role. But Congress has obviously abdicated its responsibility to exercise oversight on the president's war-making powers for decades. And so this wouldn't be a particularly new trend, but it would be odd if he issues an executive order to that effect. If anybody could send me that link so I could look at it a little more closely.
Yeah, that seems really strange because that wouldn't be possible. Military intervention, yes, but not declaring war.
Well, it's unlikely that there'll be an official declaration of war. That hasn't happened since 1942.
Didn't they do it for Iraq, Afghanistan?
Presumably, yeah. I mean, Afghanistan and Iraq were authorized by congressional statute, so there was congressional authorization given. When the president acts in what he claims to be an emergency or contingent scenario, that in theory is supposed to cause the War Powers Act to kick in.
Some breaking news, and I'll pass it back to you. 4 refueling planes take off from the United States towards the east. We also have Tucker Carlson, who tweeted and said, said if Trump were to drag the United States into a war with Iran, it would lead to the fall of the American empire and effectively end his presidency. Thomas Massey says this is not our war, but if it were, Congress must decide such matters according to our Constitution. I'm introducing a bipartisan war powers resolution tomorrow to prohibit our involvement. I invite all members of Congress to co-sponsor this resolution. Well, he doesn't know they're controlled by AIPAC, but that is by Thomas. Well, he does know. He actually told everybody. But yeah, that was a statement by Thomas Massey. What you call it again? Michael, Tracy, the statement about the executive order was reported by Channel 14 News. But sorry, do continue.
Channel 14 News in Israel?
Yeah.
Okay, so that might be some like ambiguity in the translation, because I know that's a Hebrew language network, and they might not have the most precise understanding of American governmental action in terms of war powers. So I'd be curious to know what's being referred to there. Nothing is really stopping Trump from just declaring right now.
Mike, I got a question for you, bro. Yeah. You've supported Tulsi Gabbard's 2020 presidential campaign. Why are you supporting her when she's in the Trump administration that you hate so much?
I was sympathetic to Tulsi Gabbard in 2020. Have you read or seen anything that I've said about her in the past? I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 5 years.
Yeah, no. I'm just playing
so I know you're trying to nail me on some kind of contradiction, but I came out and pointed out how she obviously did a 180 in terms of her critique of Trump in 2020 to seek power within the administration, including her critiques on Trump's Iran policy, which I posted a screenshot from just a few days ago to underscore. So nice try.
See how fucking ridiculous it is to go ahead and try to come at somebody for what they thought before or a support of a candidate, and then later on come back and be like, oh, well, look, you supported Tulsi Gabbard. Well, guess what, buddy? She's the DNI for the president that you hate. So why'd you support her? Exactly. Shut the fuck up.
I don't personally hate Donald Trump. Exactly. I mean, I'm not that interested in further interacting with you because you just evolve into these stupid, petty, personal insults.
Game back on you, fat boy, because I'm playing that fucking game back on you.
Here we go. I mean, you have your IQ is, I guess, not sophisticated enough to refrain from launching into quote unquote fat boy insults as though that's supposed to bolster your arguments.
My Trump sweater, right? Now I'm asking you.
That was as an indication of your political preferences and your public political advocacy. I wasn't commenting on your bodily physique. I don't give a shit what your BMI is.
I'm commenting on you supporting Tulsi Gabbard, but now she's the DNI for a president that you hate, and she's a part of.
I've written extensively about this already for a long time, so you're not coming up with any novel materials here. Sorry to break it to you.
Yep, two could play this game, dude. Two could play this game. Now you see how ridiculous you sounded from before. Because I'll be honest with you, me confronting you about this Tulsi Gabbard thing is stupid. But I'm just playing your game with you just to show you how dumb you sound.
Gotcha, bitch. I didn't devote my life to advocating for the election of a presidential candidate who is now ushering in a cataclysmic war in the Middle East, which I claimed would be pretty much the exact opposite of what would come about if my political preference got actualized. So I don't think that we're on necessarily the same plane there.
Can I jump in slowly because I'm actually kind of worried.
Yeah, Joe. I want to go to Joe because Joe is gonna say something important.
Yeah,
and then give the mic to Khaleesi. I'm actually gonna go ahead.
Yeah, Suleiman put in the nest. It's no longer in the nest. Can we just put it back in the nest for a second?
Yeah,
your tweet,
in, bro. Apologies.
Yeah.
Let me. I'll do it. Speak about
I'll do it, Suleiman. I'll do it.
Yeah, Suleiman is putting in the nest a video about the fact that Israel is targeting U.S. cities with nukes. I don't typically get bad feelings in my stomach when it comes to this stuff. I'm typically pretty cold. But the fact that the U.S. does seem like they're about to go and bomb Iran, they have called for the NCS. They have warned people to get out. China has replied. It told people to get out of Chinese people to get out of Tel Aviv. It does seem like something's going to happen. This is not going to be good for us. And the only way that, like I said to Michael earlier, I do think Trump's opinion sways with public opinion. And I think the only thing that changes public opinion is if everyone shares that tweet and like actually shares it or comments, not just the like. Americans don't like it when people have nukes pointing at them. And that's probably to me the biggest piece of evidence that they are not our ally. And even if we help them, but they don't win, they're sending nukes to America, to New York City, Washington, D.C., L.A., and Colorado. And I think it's extremely important for everyone to please go there. If you don't feel like retweeting it, at least comment so it gets more
I don't know
reach.
what
A
you're
like
talking.
doesn't
You're
do it.
saying that Israel is getting ready to fire nuclear weapons at the United States?
No, Israel's not ready. If
No, he's
Israel,
explaining the Samsung option. He's explaining the Samsung option.
the Samson, Michael, you weren't here, but the Samson documents have been
I
leaked.
know what
He'll
I know what the
know what
Samson
the
option is, but I'm not sure how that applies to Colorado.
But do you know that the Samson option, actually, the documents that were leaked, and also, what's his name again? Suleiman, I forget the author.
Seymour Hersh
So
wrote about
Seymour
Samsung.
Hersh in his book wrote that the Samson option was not only targeted at enemies, it was targeted at American cities, and most people ignored it because they didn't believe it was true. Well, the Iranian hacker group just released documents yesterday showing that Washington, D.C., New York, L.A., and Colorado are on their list to be attacked, and they even have what submarine they want to use to do it. So do you understand? And it's not just there, it's Paris, it's Berlin, it's London, it's Beijing, it's Tokyo. It's if they go down, everyone goes down.
Yeah,
And it was just released.
which is like a joke, isn't it? Like, it's basically they're saying US could protect Israel, but if Israel think they're going to lose, then nuke the US or the Europe as well.
Well,
But Michael,
that's
just a
the
quick
most
question.
terrorist statement I've ever seen.
It's the most extremist mental spit. But yeah, but that's what the Samsung option is. That's why we've been speaking out against it. But yeah, guys, do what Joe said. Michael, just a quick question to you. A lot of people are asking this question, then I'll pass the mic back to Khaleesi. Trump was at the G7 summit today. He then came out with this statement. He said he was going to make it as soon as he arrives back, or something's going to be done as soon as he arrives back. Do you think that had anything to do with his decision in the terms of when he spoke the word leaders, there was a consensus or some kind of thought or some kind of direction, or it's just incidental?
Well, it appears it's been reported that he has left the G7 summit early and is going back to the White House to deal with what's happening in the Middle East. So I think there's a pretty obvious connection there. He might have gone to at least in part brief the other G7 countries on the ongoing operations. I doubt that there would have been much bandwidth to focus on trade issues and so forth during a giant crisis like this. So yeah, I'm not sure what else to add beyond that.
Do you think this is going to happen today? I'm really concerned. I mean, I just don't trust Trump at all. He's freaking unhinged. He's mental. He makes crazy statements. And yeah, we had somebody up there earlier that was saying, "Oh, they're just statements, though." But I don't know, Michael. What do you think?
I mean, the Truth Social post from 6:30 p.m. Eastern time, where he orders 10 million people to immediately evacuate Tehran. And the statement was issued in what is now, the middle of the night, Tehran time. I mean, that truly is, and I tweeted this, but that truly is one of the craziest statements I think has ever been issued by a U.S. president. So that's not just a statement; that's something beyond, and we're in like a realm of extremism here that a lot of people wouldn't have necessarily thought possible. I mean, that's just a ludicrous thing to say, and obviously is an incredibly ominous portent for what's going to happen in the very near future. So yeah, I mean, I'm just still sort of marveling at how insane a statement that is. Even if that were possible, even if everybody in Tehran listened to Trump and like wanted to comply, the idea that that's logistically possible is just
insane.
Will you go look at the video, Michael?
Just one second. Just 1 second. I'm going to give the mic right to you. Somebody sent me a message from an Iranian friend, and it said, my family basically saying that people want to evacuate. This is because of Trump's notice, but it's such short notice, and petrol station queues are insane. And when you get there, you only get 15 liters per person. So essentially, nobody can really evacuate. This is the situation on the ground. Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, the current prices of Brent crude oil has gone up to 74.36. That's up about 1.5%. If this was being treated very seriously by the market, you'd expect prices to go up to about $120. So at the moment, it's not being treated as a credible threat by the market, that is.
And through executive action, it'd be limited, like Obama in Libya or Trump in Syria, or Biden in Somalia, Syria, and Yemen. But it's better to be going that route than full on war. But it also is not a good indicator of what's to come.
Yeah.
The
I agree.
poly
Joe,
market,
something?
which is a crypto gambling market, they're putting the odds at a US invasion at about, that's shot up to 61%, but that's just crypto speculators. But that's a market that's got a lot of high liquidity in terms of people speculating on the likelihood of this.
And also, I mean, the Republican-controlled House of Representatives, which is the body that declares war in the event that that were to actually formally happen, I doubt that that power will actually be invoked for the first time since the 1940s. But even if there's just a statute or an authorization for use of force, both the House and the Senate are controlled by Republicans. And I doubt they would hesitate really to provide the authorization for use of force if Trump were to request it, and then he'd probably get some faction of Democrats voting in favor of it as well, given that there's still an element of the Democratic Party that is very much aggressively pro-Israel and support taking out Iran. So I don't think there's going to be
Khaleesi,
much of a hindrance to Trump's ability to exert his war powers here.
do you know what I think he's doing, Khaleesi? I think he's trying to see if the American public would support it. I think the tweet that he put out was here's where I want to go. Let's see what people say. That's honestly what I believe.
I think he
And if
already
enough
knows
people,
what people are saying. I think it's overwhelmingly
he
unpopular.
needs to I think he needs to confirm, Simon, because I went to Truth Social, opened an account there for the first time to go look at the tweets. The tweets are not clear whether they support him or not. They're
I mean,
talking about
Charlie
immigration
Kirk.
only.
Charlie Kirk did a poll like the second the news dropped, like 2 or 3 days ago, and on his site, which is very fervently pro-Israel, it was 90% no. So I mean,
Yeah, but Trump hasn't done it, and you've seen Trump project like this before, and then pull back, right? Like with the tariffs, he was all for it. As soon as Trump Social got overloaded with what the hell's happening, he went back, right? So I understand Charlie Kirk did it, but Trump kind of always does it for himself because he probably doesn't think anyone but him has the support that he has, and needs to check with his own people.
Just real quickly, guys, there's been a new evacuation order. This time it's from Argentina and Germany. They have also called on their citizens to leave Israel as soon as possible.
It's interesting they're talking just about Israel, isn't it?
Guys,
What was
really
that? Was
quickly,
that
Bernie
Argentina and
Sanders.
who? Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I don't know who's speaking. Simon, I'll give it right back to you. But Bernie Sanders, I don't know how realistic this is, or if it's got any merit in America so late in the day. But Bernie Sanders has submitted legislation to prevent Trump from going to war against Iran. Sorry, Simon, jump in.
I was just asking Nathan. That was Argentina and who else?
Germany.
Yeah, I mean, the Sanders legislation is basically toothless because it's not going to be brought to the floor. But
Michael,
yeah.
Just real quickly, I think you meant Thomas Massey, Khaleesi, not.
No, I meant Bernie Sanders.
Okay, sorry. I thought you was referring
No,
to the
I'm
tweet.
looking at his statement right here. It's Bernie Sanders.
My apologies.
No problem. Sorry, jump in, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, Bernie Sanders can introduce legislation like this as a messaging sort of tactic, but it's almost certainly not going to be acted upon whatsoever. The Republicans control the Senate, and Yeah, I mean, you'll have a handful of people in both houses, sort of like gesture at wanting to restrain Trump's war powers, but nothing of substance will emerge from it. I don't think.
Polymarket odds of US strike.
Simon, sorry. So we have ballistic missiles launched from Iran headed to Israel.
Polymarket odds of US striking Iran up to 69% that people are speculating on. Doesn't mean much, but it's what the speculative market are betting on.
So the Bernie Sanders tweet is coming up in the net now, so you can read his statement. This is just like shocking. Truth, are you with us?
Just real quickly, Khaleesi, so we got breaking news. It's
Yes, can you hear me right now?
Tel Aviv.
Yeah, give me a second, Truth. I'll come to you. Go ahead, Nathan.
Tel Aviv and the south and around Ashdod is supposed to be being targeted. Sorry, and then it's like
Are you?
I can't even tell
Are
you.
you seeing any footage of it though? Are you seeing any footage of it, Nathan?
No, I'm looking at the alerts at the moment. The Homeland alert. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, cool. Just jump in when there's breaking news. Yeah, Truth, are you there?
Yes, go for it.
Yeah, anything from your side in terms of what's happening?
I've been debating what I've been listening to and what I've looked at. Part of me thinks it's posturing on Trump's part to get Iran to concede to a deal, and then he'll withdraw the threat because he's seeing Israel get pummeled and destroyed. And obviously, he's facing a lot of heat from within his cabinet and his donors, etc. Like, you need to do something, get involved. So he's making this massive threat, hoping, making phone calls to get them to concede to something, but they're not going to accept zero enrichment, and they're carrying on with their threat. And my other thoughts are that they're prepared for the U.S. to enter, not necessarily to nuke, but to enter anyway. So they may call his bluff, and we might be looking at something inevitably bad. I'm in a public place, so I'll have more to say. Give me about 10 minutes.
China asked its nationals to leave by land via Jordan.
Yeah, so I do know that has happened to people. I know people who were on a tour of Palestine from the UK, and they have they actually flew in, but the flights were cancelled and they had to go to Jordan just before the border was closed. So Jordan is being used very much so. I'm just going to give me 1 second. I'm going to change the title. I just want breaking news, anything that is coming through right now. Give me 1 second, guys, and I'm going to be back in the space.
Guys, if we've brought you up, put your hand up if you'd like to speak. If not, we're going to be recycling some people because we've got a lot of requests. So if we brought you up and you need to speak, put your hand up and we'll go right to you soon.
Okay, that's his title sorted. Let me go to Hakmat. Hakmat, you didn't put your hand up, but welcome to the panel. What would you like to say?
Yeah, hi. I just saw Michael. I moderated a debate between Michael and Ryan Gordusky last month, and now, Michael, I get to say that I stand corrected, and you're right on 100%. I'm a triple Trump voter, and honestly, I feel such a tremendous betrayal and unfathomable shame. Let's just hope for the best. And in your defense, I don't know who was yapping against you and calling
that
you
discussion's over, Hakmat. That's over now. We're really focused. I mean, literally, America's about to go into war, so we want to talk about that.
You're right. Just NDI, Tulsi Gabbard made it clear.
Real quickly.
Yeah, go ahead. Hakmat, I'll come right back to you. 1 second. Nathan, jump in.
We have violent explosions heard in Tel Aviv, central Israel. Says no interceptors launched from Tel Aviv. First it said no explosions heard in the city, and then the second one said violent explosions heard in Tel
Massive
Aviv.
explosions heard just outside Tehran.
Yeah, just very quickly. I mean, I appreciate Hikmat's kind words. It's really not about me personally. I did technically lose that debate a few weeks ago, so I'm curious now how people would vote if they had to reconsider it. But anyway, we don't need to dwell on that. But I appreciate it, Hekmat.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish that. Tulsi Gabbard herself made it clear that the Iranians were not pursuing anything. So, we were all duped to some extent, but we'll see what happens now.
Tel Aviv under bombardment now, getting multiple confirmations.
So we're hearing Tehran. Michael, you said
Yeah,
Tehran, and Nathan, you
yeah,
said Tel Aviv.
yeah. I posted at the bottom. Douglas McGregor.
Yeah, we have reports of impacts in Tel Aviv.
And Tehran, Douglas McGregor. Freaking hell, man. That's crazy. Okay, Hakmat, sorry, did you get to finish what you were going to say? Hakmat? Okay, no problem. I guess you can't hear us. Speak with Didi. Thanks for joining. Jump in.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much for having me up, and thank you for the tremendous amount of work. I don't even know. Are you guys on day 4 or 5 of being open? Thank you for making sure to get all the news out correctly. You know, I think Republicans are livid. I agree that this Trump is somebody that absolutely looks to public opinion. I've been a registered Republican since literally the age of voting. And everything that we were told was a complete and utter lie. The reason that we voted for Trump was we really thought that the economy was going to
Sorry,
get cleaned up.
Didi, just 1
Oh,
second.
sure.
There's breaking news, guys. I will put it in the nest in a second. Suleiman's team has just put it out, and it says, and I will quote, give me 1 second. I'll find it in a second and I'll put it up. But it says the US is not currently joining Israel in the war on Iran, and that was US officials telling Fox News. And that was US officials telling Fox News that the US will not be joining Israel in the war on Iran. So let's see. Maybe it is what you said. Then it's just all posturing. Let's see. Didi, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm praying it is, because honestly, if this isn't, I'm seeing a blue wave come midterms. At this point, this is not what we voted for. We're not getting the Epstein files. We haven't gotten the JFK completely unredacted files. Our infrastructure is still in tatters. 2 out of 5 bridges in the United States are labeled as good, with 3 being under good, meaning that our infrastructure is gone. Homelessness amongst veterans is crazy on the rise. You have inflation, stagflation, the beginning of a recession. To enter into a war right now would be the end of the Republicans getting the midterms. And I think I hope he knows that. I hope this is posturing, because if that's not the case, he just literally lost absolutely the elections come voting season. I don't see it any other way if he does this.
I don't think that makes a ton of sense
Guys,
because
real
traditionally,
quick,
when
guys,
presidents go to war, it generates like a rally around the flag effect. I would imagine that Trump's most loyal supporters, even if they're not necessarily well represented on this platform, will just have an intensified loyalty or allegiance to Trump in the midst of
Hey
a
Michael, I
war.
don't know that
So
you can hear Nathan. I'm louder. I think Nathan's trying to give breaking news, so I just wanted to hear it.
yeah, just real quickly. So this one in here says it's literally written in Hebrew, and it says it's calling for the full evacuation of Israel.
Who wrote it in Hebrew, Nathan?
It's attributed to the IRGC.
But it's in Hebrew. Do we have another source? Because it's probably just propaganda then, isn't it? If it's in frigging Hebrew.
No, it's written. So it's one in English I can read, and then the other one is in Hebrew.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, who's the source who released it? Like,
I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you.
okay, cheers. Just DM it to me. So Michael, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say that I think the intuition to assume that a war breaking out will somehow politically damage Trump runs contrary to what has typically happened in terms of American public opinion in wartime, which is that it produces a rally around the flag effect and it actually intensifies loyalty or allegiance to the leader. So I would think that is very likely to happen with at least respect to Republicans in Trump, even if Republicans who are wary of this stuff are a bit overrepresented on this platform. I remember when Trump assassinated Soleimani, that was exactly the phenomenon that you could observe. And so kind of forecasting that this will somehow damage Trump in the midterms, like in a year and a half from now, I think is a little bit overstated. I mean, when George W. Bush was at war in 2002, he actually defied historical trends, and the Republicans overperformed in the midterms. So I think, if anything, being on a war footing with all the fervor and sort of public displays of loyalty that tends to engender could contribute potentially to defying the typical historical pattern, which is that a president 2 years into his term his party tends to lose seats in the midterms. It's impossible to say one way or another, but I wouldn't over extrapolate from the handful of fairly outlier-ish Republicans who are overrepresented on this platform who don't like the idea of going to war, because I think you'll see that Trump still maintains overwhelming support within the Republican Party, regardless of what he does.
Thanks for
Is it
that,
okay if I
Michael.
just
Sorry,
don't?
do you know what? Speak with Didi. Go ahead, and I'll talk after you. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I just wanted to respond to that, Khaleesi. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead, respond, and then we'll move on. Go ahead.
Yeah, but there's a difference, right? So you're not gonna equate this to 9/11 or going into war with Iraq. There was always a contrived issue or contrived attack, right? There's nothing here. This is literally backing a country which, since 10/7, the United States and the globe has realized has handicapped all of our governments. There's the big difference, right? And this movement, this MAGA movement, which is very much what hoisted Trump into office, is very much around America first, being centrist, being isolationist, being, repairing of our economy and our infrastructure and American jobs. We haven't seen one promise come through. So, with all due respect, I understand that typically, but there's usually a threat or an attack. There's none here. This is literally going to a war to show for another
Well,
country.
what threat was there in 2003 when the United States invaded Iraq and George W. Bush had an incredibly high approval rating? There was also a contrived threat. In terms of America
WMDs,
first,
Benjamin Netanyahu, WMDs, right? We were all told WMDs, WMDs, WMDs. You just had Tulsi Gabbard herself on March 25th of this year sign off and say that there were no
and in
no
terms of
nuclear
America
bombs.
first, I think you and others, with all due respect, have to finally come to grips with the fact that America first does not mean anything close to quote unquote isolationism, and certainly has no real connection to the historical origins of that term from the 1930s and 40s. Trump himself just came out and posted tonight that America first means many great things, including the fact that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. So Trump is right in the sense that he's the one who determines what the contours of America first are for the vast, vast, vast majority of his followers. With obviously, you'll have some exceptions who are particularly prominent online. But in terms of how most of his political support base perceives what America first consists of, it is going to be dictated by Trump himself. And if he's saying it includes whatever is in store here with Iran, then I think the polls will bear out in due course that the super majorities of Republicans are in favor of it. I'm happy to predict that right now, so you can come test it in a week or two.
I disagree. I mean, you've got Marjorie
Okay,
Taylor
guys,
Greene. She's
Didi, I don't really want to make I don't want you to have a platform to have a debate with Michael here. I just really want to jump in and give some breaking news. Reports of explosions in Tel Aviv. Israeli media says this attack was a surprise and the Israeli army did not detect the missiles. IRGC asked for a full evacuation of Israel. And I believe that's sarcasm, guys. I've checked it out, what Nathan said. It is true, but I think it's sarcasm because of what Trump had said about a full evacuation of Tehran, right? And then breaking reports of impacts in Tel Aviv. I'm just going to put some of these in the nest, guys. Please share them. Please retweet them. Spaghetti, thanks for joining. Go ahead. Okay, Spaghetti, I don't think you can hear me. Jared, thanks for joining. Go ahead. Thank you so much for letting me come up and speak. So just to push back against what Michael said, I think there's some truth in what he's saying, but I think it's different this time because we have woken up to the fact that we were lied to about weapons of mass destruction. Now, in your favor, APAC released a poll today. They tweeted about it. saying that 73% of Republicans support airstrikes to knock out Iran's nuclear program. I think most people, when they see the words nuclear program, assume that means nuclear weapon. That's the sad reality. So AIPAC and the Israel lobby is banking on American ignorance. And so you might be right. However, most people are not Republican or Democrat anymore. They're independent. And this is where I think Trump could get into trouble in the midterms. He's not going to get people like me and Didi to vote for him if he does this. The only reason I supported Trump was because at that debate in South Carolina, he stood up to the Bush family and said they lied us into war. So there's truth in what you're saying, but I do think it's different this time. Now, in terms of what's going on right now, do you guys think it's possible that Trump is looking for a way to save face and that maybe he thinks, okay, I'm just going to bomb the hell out of Tehran and call it a day? What do you guys think?
Hey, yeah, Khaleesi, I'm sorry, I had my hands full. I just wanted to say Nick Fuentes was
Wait, but
vindicated
hold on,
totally.
dude. No. Excuse me. I don't know if you could No. hear. Sorry, forget it. I don't know if you could hear. Jared, could you? Could you hear what I just asked a question to the audience and this guy comes on? No, it's fine. It's fine. I don't think Spaghetti could hear. It's fine. So, Jared, a good question. You think that? Oh, well, you're posing the question. Do we think Trump is just trying to save face? Let's see what Michael thinks. Michael, what do you think?
That Trump is just trying to save face. I mean, I don't really understand that. I don't know
Because
that. I don't think issuing an order for 10 million people in Tehran to evacuate is a quote unquote face saving exercise. I think that's something that has a tangible impact. Trump has already said that Israel has been fully coordinated with the United States this entire time. The negotiations were basically a pretextual ruse to provide a justification for the bombing campaign to be initiated. Trump took credit for the initial bombings by saying they were all facilitated by the incredible U.S. munitions that he transferred. So, I mean, I don't know what more evidence you could need really to see in what direction this is heading. I mean, Trump has even come out and denounced Tucker Carlson. So, look, I mean, if you want to come up with some kind of like multi-dimensional interpretation here that's kind of divorced from the pretty self-evident fact pattern, because you have fond memories of Trump over 9 years ago on a debate stage criticizing Jeb Bush, I don't know, maybe you need to update your priors a bit.
But Michael, wouldn't you agree that it's not worth listening to anything Trump says because he just could be lying? Like, it could be a multitude of things. It's never, we can't just listen to him.
I just don't see how that's really relevant when he issues an order for a mass evacuation of Tehran. Like, what are we supposed to do? Just assume that that's a lie? Like, presumably the some evacuations are probably going to happen. It's at least going to cause chaos and can contribute to the destabilization of the Iranian government, which seems to be the ultimate aspiration here, which is to impose regime change.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Spaghetti, are you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know if I was interrupting somebody earlier. I really apologize for that. This space is really buggy, and I'm not sure what's going on with that. But I wanted to say that, you know, there's very few people that were willing to call that this would happen. One of them was Nick Fuentes, and honestly, Michael was one of the few people who was willing to call this out years ago. And look, I mean, people need to get over their support for Trump. They need to get over their blind love and allegiance for Trump. I mean, I've been a Trump supporter since 2015, okay? And, you know, I can see what's going on. I've seen what's going on for over a year. And it's always, you know, with these MAGA people, it's always the people around Trump, the deep state. It's never Trump's fault. And people need to stop with that. People need to put the blame where it lies. And that is directly at the feet of Donald Trump. Because if he did not take money from Miriam Adelson, if he did not take money from AIPAC and 100 different Jewish organizations, if he didn't take money from Ike Perlmutter,
then we wouldn't be in this situation. You know, he's totally bought and owned by the Zionist lobby, and nothing you can say or do will explain that away. So I'm just really sick of the misplaced blame here. You know, I love Trump as a guy, but this is way far beyond the pale. This is going to ruin our country. So that's about all I have to say.
Well, I mean, just to revise what you said a little bit, since you mentioned me, I don't think it's necessarily the case that he's bought by the Israel lobby. Rather, his policy preferences and political persona have been fully merged with the Israel lobby since approximately 2016. I mean, he's never made any bones about how he was the most pro-Israel president of all time. And in certain respects, and I did a post about this earlier today, in certain respects, he's actually gone further than what had been the conventional views of much of the pro-Israel interests that are out there. I mean, coming out with his first major proposal, foreign policy proposal of his second term, and calling for the U.S. to seize Gaza and turn it into a U.S. military protectorate, that wasn't something that was really advocated by the pro-Israel lobby, such as it existed. It was a reflection of Trump's preferences and intuitions. And
that was
so I also think it's a little bit feeble and weird to like preface everything you're saying by, oh, I love Trump, but I don't know, like maybe you need to also get over like loving a politician. That's just weird behavior.
Okay, yeah, you can you can enjoy somebody's, you know, jokes and gaffes and stuff without, you know, supporting going to war. Okay,
I mean, I found him humorous too. I find him humorous too, but I would never come out and proclaim that I love him. I mean, he's not like my mother.
The only reason I care about politics is because of the Trump coming down the escalator and giving that speech. That was the only reason I even got into this stuff. So, you know, people make mistakes. People place their faith and their trust in the wrong place. I've openly admitted this several times. Many other people I know have admitted this. The Groypers will be the first people to tell you that this is totally just not what we voted for or expected. And most of the Groypers, including me, did not vote. I didn't even vote in 2020 because of this stuff. So, yeah, I'm not going to take that shit.
Has anyone actually seen any footage of Tel Aviv, like has anyone got any footage now, or is it simply because there's power cuts and censorship, nothing can be
There's a
found?
blackout. They're censoring.
It's full censorship. They're not allowing for any media to get
I've seen some footage, but right now I'm right in the middle of something. In about 5 to 6 minutes, I've got a ton of stuff that I was trying to get to you guys. Give me 6 minutes and I'll be sharing.
Thanks, Antiana. So yeah, I want the breaking news to come thick and fast. I've got a couple of tweets in the nest, guys. Let me just clear the nest so you can see them. This is breaking news just coming in. The first is some footage of the alleged missile launch from Iran. The second one is Pete Hegseth on Iran and nukes. Jesse Waters says to him, "Is President Trump still aiming for a nuclear deal with the Iranians?" And Hegseth says, "Of course, his position has not changed. What you're watching in real time is peace through strength and America first." What the heck does that mean? Is that how America goes about freaking getting peace? That's my commentary. But anyway, he says it's real time peace through strength and America first. America first means we're going to defend American personnel and American interests. My job as the Secretary of Defense is to ensure that our people are safe and that we're strong so that we can set the conditions for a deal. President Trump made it clear it's on the table. The question is whether Iran will take it. I don't know what to make of that. Literally, like they were supposed to negotiate yesterday, wasn't it? Yesterday, Sunday.
The negotiations were always bogus, though. They set up a condition whereby, in order for a negotiated settlement to be obtained, Iran would have to agree to full capitulation, to dismantling its nuclear facilities, and to agreeing to zero enrichment, which is basically a forfeiture, as they understand it, of their national sovereignty and a national humiliation. So, to the extent that Hegseth and these other people are still floating the prospect of quote unquote negotiations when Iran's senior leadership is being decapitated, including some people who were literally involved in the negotiations. It's just more misdirection to further enable and facilitate the escalating offensive. So that's the prism through which people should, I think, look at statements like that from Hegseth.
Yeah, I just think if there was anybody in Trump's cabinet that was really would egg him on, if possible, it would be Hegseth, and followed very closely behind a bunch of others. But Doc, jump in, and Simon, Nathan, jump in if there's any breaking news. Simon, Truth, Antiana, say jump in if there's any breaking news, and Simon and Truth, do jump in. Go ahead, Doc.
Thanks. Okay, so there's a lot going on, on the Farsi sites. I see a lot of stuff being written about the U.S. joining being psychological warfare. The circulating news and the rumors about America entering the war alongside Iran is nothing but media lies that are meant to incite fear and to influence public opinion and so on and so forth. It says that the context of a systematic psychological war aimed at breaking the morale of the resistant people and disrupting Iran's firm stance. The reality on the ground proves that Washington is more cautious than to throw itself into direct confrontation whose consequences it does not know. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, and I posted this just a little while ago, the U.S. has mobilized a tremendous amount of military aircrafts that are known to be good for refueling, for transporting equipment, for transporting troops. You know, they're there for large-scale military operations, and they are heading east, okay? And on the other hand, we also know that this whole conversation around Iran can't have nukes. Iran can't have nukes. I swear, Iran cannot have nukes. Well, 3 months ago, Tulsi Gabbard, you know, the head of the national intelligence, you know, the director of the national intelligence of the United States of America, wrote, and I quote, the United States intelligence community, quote, continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. And it's signed by Tulsi Gabbard, DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, to the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, 26 March 2025. So, you know, the U.S. is very well aware, and by its own hand, and by its director of national intelligence, that there's no such thing, at least not officially, of Iran having nuclear weapons. So the fact that they keep reiterating this insanity is probably, one, the weapons of mass destruction brainwashing that we saw with Iraq that ended in absolute and complete disaster. Two, a ruse and a ploy. As we know strategically, the United States had been giving Israel and Mossad plenty of time to set up drones, etc., so that these could be activated by Mossad agents, and then later through Starlink, where Starlink came in and said to Iran, here, let's help you. And then just like South Africa refused to have Starlink in because they knew that Starlink was going to be a problem politically, then that was used to activate some of those drones, etc. So there's a lot of strategic planning going on. And all of a sudden, the U.S. is going to just pull out of years, if not months, if not years of setting up for this particular moment. That is about a snowball's chance in hell likelihood. So yes, the U.S. is very much involved. Yes, this has been done. They're trying to keep their hands as clean as possible. Meanwhile, they're creating the narrative. Meanwhile, both sides are armed to the teeth. And the fact that China has called out its citizens, and I posted something also that the fact that the F-35s are being shot out of the sky is probably due to Chinese technology that's been shared with Iran, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There is a lot going on here, and it is absolutely not the BS that's being shown at face value.
Yeah, Doc. Look, I'm really troubled because I'm seeing what Suleiman's team's putting out there. We've got conflicting statements. We've got action saying it's going to happen. We've got statements coming out saying, "Oh, a U.S. official told Fox News it's not going to happen." They've got the NSC room or whatever it's called, the war room, being prepared by Trump. I mean, is he just playing crazy mind games with people in Tehran and leaving them completely frightened? I don't know, Doc.
That's part of warfare. When you're in war, I mean, the word war seems to have lost its gravitas. War is something very, very, it's as serious as it gets. It's as serious as it gets. And this war is not just a Ukraine-Russia war, which is important. This is a war that determines and shapes the future. I'm not even over exaggerating the future that humanity is going to take because of what it means as Iran, a gateway country. Iran sits at the nexus of the West, of Russia, China, and the Middle East. As far as culture, as far as interests, as far as everything, as far as technology, as far as all of it. So Iran is a central player. And that's why in the 7-year plan of 5 nations or the 5-year plan of 7 nations, whatever, it took a lot longer and Iran was last. It was always last because it's like the checkmate. So this is war. This is very, 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 very high stakes. I told you guys on day 1 before the first missiles were launched that this is very serious. This is not going to end just like as a skirmish, that this is just going to get worse, and
I
that
got
more and more is going to be
pieces of
revealed.
breaking news. 2 pieces of breaking news. U.S. and British aircraft have departed from the airbase in Qatar to avoid a potential surprise attack from Iran. And the U.S. media, citing an informed source, American officials said that Trump has directed his aides to try to arrange a meeting with Iranian officials as soon as possible, which I think is a delay tactic.
So one of the things that's happening, because Khaleesi, you had a very good question, what the heck is going on? Is Trump playing mind games? I'll tell you what's happening. Whatever he says, and you can agree with me on this, I'm sure, we can all agree, is creating chaos. Chaos is a very important strategy when you are losing the game or when you want to be able to ensure that you're going to have the easiest way to win. You create chaos. It's a problem within the country itself, which has managed to be very organized, very strategic, slow, and intentional in their responses. So chaos is only going to be helpful, for the US, for Israel, etc. But us being able to understand and blow through all the BS and the smoke screens is really what matters, because if, especially in the US, we keep our heads cool and see through the BS and see through the lies, when someone shows you who they are, believe them. And we have seen this over and over again. We have been lied to over and over again. Trump, talks through 15 sides of his mouth. Come on, we all know that. So what is happening? America is up to their eyeballs involved in this. Absolutely.
We have this is pretty significant from Ukraine, and we're not sure if it's going to be coming down towards Iran, but a nuclear sniffer plane, which is a specialized aircraft, like the WC-135 Constant Phoenix, has been taken off. So
I posted on that about half an hour ago. This is there are like 3 of them that have ever been deployed. This is a very important piece of information, because remember the earthquakes that I was telling you guys about, and that maybe that was nuclear testing? Those are nuclear sniffers, and they're rarely deployed. So I'll see if I can find my tweet and send it over to you guys. This is no joke. They want to know, they're assessing. They want to know if there really is some kind of nuclear activity going on, so they can assess how much they can push and how far they'll go and what will be the response. Because right now, they're really partly in the dark in a way that they were not expecting. By they, I mean
Just want to
America and Israel.
welcome Propaganda and Co to the space. And what's up, man?
Hey, thanks for having me. So I've been focused on this issue of Iran for the last few months. And I've made a series of videos about them, trying to understand, how likely this was and what the war plan was. And I've been convinced for many months that this was going to take place.
Obviously, it hasn't happened yet in terms of the U.S. actually bombing Iran themselves, but many people in here have already correctly pointed out that the U.S. has been involved every step of the way. And they've been giving Israel not only the green light, but giving them the tools that they need. One of the first things Trump did when he got into office was sell Netanyahu more weapons, and not just weapons to use in Gaza, but he sold them bunker busters as well. And now I think it's pretty clear this isn't about a nuclear weapon. This isn't about their nuclear program. As people have already pointed out, Tulsi Gabbard made clear there is no intelligence suggesting that not suggesting that they're building it or that there's even a consideration to actually do it, despite the public statements that people from the IRGC have made saying that we should do it. For the most part, they have intelligence proving that the Ayatollah has not given the go, that he doesn't want to do it, that Iran feels comfortable with their ballistic missiles and their plan to basically burn the entire region if, as a deterrent, if they're ever under attack directly. So this isn't about the nuclear program. This isn't about a nuclear weapon. We saw the Mossad assassinate a bunch of nuclear scientists, right? If it stopped there, then you could think, okay, maybe they're trying to set back the nuclear program. But they assassinated 20 or 30 IRGC officials, and they're continuously trying to assassinate. And the reason why, and they've already said this publicly, Netanyahu himself.
Is he rugging or is it me?
It's you.
Netanyahu himself said today that they're considering assassinating the Ayatollah. What they're trying to do is the same thing they just did to Hezbollah about 6 months ago when they got them to agree to a ceasefire. Remember, Hezbollah, when they got involved, they said, we are not going to accept a ceasefire until the genocide in Gaza stops, right? What happened? Israel assassinated their entire command structure, and they kept killing until they got to the guy that would agree to go against what their initial stated position was. They're trying to do the same thing to Iran now. As Michael and others have pointed out correctly, Iran can't accept what's been offered to them because it's humiliating and it undoes everything they've done. Their population is already under a tremendous amount of pressure. They're going to ask themselves, why the fuck have we been suffering under sanctions all these years just for you to agree to give it up when you could have done this 10 years ago, 20 years ago? So they can't go back to their people and say, okay, after this fucking shitstorm we just went through, we're going to agree to give up everything. So the United States understands that. Israel understands that. So what are they doing? They're killing every single decision maker and the people that could potentially replace the Ayatollah in the event that he dies of natural causes or assassination. They're trying to kill until they get to the guy who will agree. They did this with Hezbollah. And there's a couple of things like really giving the Israel and I guess deep state thinkers in the United States confidence in this plan. One is what they just did to Hezbollah. Two is what they did to Syria. A decade of sanctions almost in Syria hollowed out Syria. And then there are reports, I don't know how confirmed it is, but they had this mobile app and they basically tricked like the Syrian army to retreat and stand down and not fight. HTS was able to, like the cake was baked for them and HTS just blew out the candle. And they did it in 10 fucking days. So they're looking, oh wow, sanctions work. Cyber attacks work, like covert operations work. We fucking killed everyone in Hezbollah until we got them to agree.
Watch the language, please.
Excuse me, sorry. But they're just thinking, we can do the same thing to Iran. And that's what's happening right now. So what happens next? I don't know, but I have to imagine that there is going to be some bombing campaign by the United States if Iran does not agree to everything they've been asking. So they will probably bomb Fordow, maybe even use a tactical nuclear weapon. That might sound surprising to people, but if you've seen a nuclear weapon that is detonated underground, it doesn't produce the kind of mushroom cloud that you're thinking. So you're not going to get this big viral clip of a mushroom cloud in Iran that would terrify the entire world. You're going to get a bunker buster that enters 10 to 20 meters under the ground and then detonates and then tries to collapse a significant amount of ground and then collapse on top of the bunkers underneath and see if they can produce damage. And then after that, we'll see. Iran might not even respond to that. They might have a secret nuclear facility you don't even know about. So, and if you think that's crazy that Iran could get nuked and not respond, just look at all the things they haven't responded to for the last year. They're finally
They do
giving
have
us
secret
Promise
nuclear
3.
facilities, by the way. Big, huge ones.
Right. And they might have some that we aren't aware of. So
Yeah, they do.
right. Anyway, my rant is done. proper quick question for you. You're saying if Iran doesn't agree to the demands, America will go full in. Those demands are impossible, right? Yeah, which is why the war is happening. That's it. It's inevitable. It's been inevitable for months. The reason why they attacked Ansarullah a couple months ago was to mitigate the response that Iran and the Axis could produce. They didn't go to war because of the Red Sea. Like, Israel's been getting around the blockade because of the overland trade route coming from the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan. So they've adapted over the last year. The Red Sea blockade still, not to discredit Ansarullah, they did what they could. But they got around the blockade mostly. They went to war with Ansarullah to degrade their capabilities, gain intelligence, et cetera, in preparation for this moment here. Yeah, thanks, Prop. Stay with us. Guys, there's a tweet in the nest. Suleiman's done. Absolutely bang on the money. Well, his team's done. Any social media influencer, politician, or journalist supporting the war with Iran should be sent to the front lines. Bang on the money. If you're supporting it, get on those freaking front lines and serve your country. Let me, Parson, welcome to you as well. Let me go to Truth, and I'll come straight over to you, Parson. Truth, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a very relevant tweet to all the tough guys out there that are supporting an illegal war against Iran. I reshared it. I think all the influencers should see that. If you want to stand by a legal war with Trump, cool, go sign up and join the IDF, give up your American passport, and declare yourself an Israeli, and then watch them dispose of you once you get injured from the bombardment that Israel's currently doing, and then see how you feel, see if it was worth it. But yeah, no, I've been listening. I agree with some of the.
Truth, just before I do want to hear what you're going to say, but Truth, Nathan, NSA, anything breaking in terms of on the Israel front, on the Iran front, or on the freaking American front now, please just jump in. We want to get as much, and Doc to you as well, as in the other Doc, Dr. Rushkana, not Doc, not Doc Malibu Doc, but the other Doc. Any news, just jump in, please. Breaking news. Truth, jump in. The mic is all yours now.
Sure, thank you. No, it's all good. If there's,
I could tell you that strangely the IDF has said it's safe to leave shelters right now. I can't believe
Really
that.
troubling.
I don't know if that's
Touch
true.
on
might
that.
be a
Really
false.
troubling. Truth, go ahead.
Yeah, that might be a false message because it was cyber hack. Iran's been messing with their messaging system, for the last couple of days. So yeah, that might be a setup. Look, Iran's fighting back with the propaganda warfare as well. They've told Israel to evacuate all of its cities. It's all fair game if they stick around now, and they're pounding Tel Aviv, from what I could tell, and another city as well. So they're not standing idle. But look, Trump is he thinks he's doing his so-called art of the deal, peace through strength. That's not strength. That's peace through terrorism and threats of violence. That's terrorism. So there's nothing normal, business-like, or of leadership quality of substance there that he's doing. This is warmongering. It's out of desperation. It's because he's probably seen some of the videos that have come out of the pounding, the shelling that Israel's taking because they're being brutalized right now. And so out of desperation, it is reeks of pure desperation. He's threatening to want to bomb Tehran. I don't think he can do it or has the logistics right now to do it. It would be something he'd have to set up. So that's probably why he got back as quickly as he did, to see what the odds are of a successful type of strike, and what would be required to pull it off if they decide to follow through with it. But I believe this is his way of negotiating, similar to what happened between JFK and Khrushchev when they were trying to figure out who's going to withdraw nukes first from Cuba or Turkey. Because if you recall, when the USSR put the nukes in Cuba, they did it rightfully so at that time. I never supported the USSR, but there were also nukes pointed at the USSR. So two can play that game. And I think Iran's got a few tricks up its sleeve. And how did they respond? They responded by continuing to pound Israel. So they essentially called Trump's bluff. Yeah, you're going to threaten us. We're going to pound them even harder now. And they may go all out and have their own equivalent, not equivalent of a Samson option to want to wipe everybody out, but to make the U.S. bases fair game as well. I don't think they absolutely don't want war with. They don't want to escalate and go to war with the U.S., but they've been preparing for it because they feel it's inevitable. They went through an 8-year war where they had the world against them already. They know what that feels like. They know what chemical weapons feels like. They know what losing 1 million civilians feels like. You're threatening a people that's been around for 6,000 years. They're not scared of death. They're not scared of dying. They joke around about it. You should hear them talk in some of their spaces. They're like, we live to be martyrs, essentially, not because they want death, but they will die for their country. Trump doesn't understand that. Let's see if how he's going to feel if thousands and thousands of Americans are going to die, because that's what the likes of Scott Ritter are saying. If this escalates into a something regional and a global conflict, then there's the factors or the X factors. Well, what will Russia and China do? Will they stand idle? I don't think so, but I'm also not sure because they're watching carefully, they're monitoring closely, and I don't think they'll stand by and watch Iran say get nuked, or an invasion would be a red line. Then I see Russia getting involved more so than what they have been. They're obviously, in back channels discussing strategy, and they have access to all of Russia's spy satellite network. So they're getting good information for all the strikes they've been doing, and they've been extremely effective at their strikes. Their cyber hacking, and the effect of their missiles, their missile drone, and the missile drone strategy they've been able to launch to beat out the 5-tier missile defense system that Israel has. It's completely been weakened and decimated and exposed. Trump knows this. He sees this, and this is, once again, I'll say it again, reeks of desperation. Please, but he'll never admit that. In his way, by responding this way with this type of violence, is look, we know you're kicking their ass, but we're gonna threaten to nuke you unless you agree to this zero enrichment deal, even though we don't want to nuke you because we really don't want to escalate. Please just give us something in return. That's what's actually being stated in the back channel discussions, because he also said he reached out to Iranian officials to arrange for a meeting. I don't know if they're going to respond to him because they're in state of war. If I'm them, I would call the bluff, because they're not going to get anything beyond a zero enrichment deal, because Israel's not going to accept it anyway. So the war is ongoing. There's really no avenue for Iran beyond just pursuing the same path. Trump's other hope here is it would stray Iran off its current course. They'd get distracted and make mistakes, because right now it's only 4 days in. Anything can happen. Anything can change. But they fought bravely, they fought well, they fought effectively, and they're decimating Israel. They're doing everything the right way, essentially. Some might criticize them for that day one, but that was the surprise attack. But Israel hit a lot of decoys as well. And yeah, they might have taken out 15 or 20 nuclear scientists. I asked the question, actually, to that Iranian space I was in, why don't you guys do a better job of protecting your personnel? He's just like, look, we've got way too many of them. There's way too many that we can protect. It's a massive country with over 90 million people. I don't know how many the nuclear scientists they have. That's not a number they'll ever disclose. But the ones, the key personnel, are in safe places. You don't know who they are, and they don't have special names. They don't have special titles. And I understand that. It's almost like a secret service. You're never going to know who these people are by design. They're protected. The ones you see out in the open are the ones, and I'm not saying they're disposable, but you're just not able to protect all 90 million of your people, just like Israel can protect, all 9 or 10 million, or 9 million of its civilians. They, of course, don't care about their Palestinians. They don't even have access to bunkers. So you see the double standard there. And they've already lost civilians despite having bunkers and a heads up most of the time when the shelling happens. It's just impossible to protect everyone. And Iran's even killed a few of their nuclear scientists and their commanders as well now. So, they're fighting fire with fire, and Israel can cry that they're losing civilians. If I'm Iran, I stay the course. We'll see what the chess master does. Anyway, I'll keep an eye on things too. Thank you.
Well, I know everybody's hard at work, so you gave an order for a reason. Yeah, this is definitely not what I voted for, but let's point out a couple things. And Carlton, I'm going to give the mic right back to you. I'm so sorry. Nathan, if there are any statements or anything like that you're sending into Suleiman's team, they've just gone for a break, so can you send them to me, please? And I will read them out on this space. Thanks, Parson. Sorry, Mike, right back to you. Go ahead. Thank you. No worries. Listen, Putin called Trump's bluff 5 or 6 times already, which has shown, it's been a clown show. That's why we kind of call it a clown show. But at the same time, we see what happened with the drones with the Ukrainians inside of Russia. And then we see what happened in Israel. And you can be sure that the Kremlin has looked at this and said, okay, we got a clown that actually thinks he's got something. Now, if my understanding of Iran's doctrine here, if the U.S. gets involved in this, we can fly all of our jet planes out of there, but that's not going to be the target. The target is going to be all the ports, all the oil refineries, all the oil, and that is going to sink the world into a great big recession. The other thing, this whole thing about nuclear. Listen, and Truth Teller said it. The Iranians fought through chemical weapons, but let me add something to that, and Scott Ritter will back this up. Those chemical weapons were American chemical weapons given to the Iraqis to fire and use against the Iranians. That's a fact. That's a fact. And we gave them sarin gas. We gave them all kinds of chemical weapons. We did. So to go further from that, if Iran was really interested in destroying Israel and killing all the Jews, they could have done it a long time ago with the missiles that they currently have by, instead of having nuclear bombs on top of them or excuse me, just basic explosives, they could be exploding chemical weapons all over Israel right now and wipe them all out. That's just a reality. This whole thing is about a power play for regime change to install another leader. And this is what I'm sick of my country doing. And if that is Donald Trump, then I'm going to become his biggest enemy. Because not only did I not vote for that, I've been protesting and fighting against this kind of hypocrisy in the United States that's been going on immensely for the last 81 years. You can't go around bullying the world. What America should do is what it did in the past. Lead by example. You know, we had a conversation, I don't know if it was in this space or in Zaganol space, about how the American passport used to be respected. When I lived in Iran, you know, you would think, you know, look back, you know, when by 1980, 85, I'm thinking, well, the crazy stuff, you know, me and my other fellow Americans and foreigners that lived in Rao St. Johnny, Iran, in the Kerman province, why are we alive? Why didn't we get attacked? Why weren't we kidnapped? I mean, we were running around just like we were kids in the United States. We were not in fear. I mean, stupid things happened, right? But there was no threat against us, and the people basically respected us, and we respected them. But what has changed? And what has changed is the warmongering that has come into this country since the fall of the Berlin Wall, which might have been the biggest catastrophe in world history. Because what did it do? Is it made not only the U.S., but the rest of Europe think they're the Hamajan that can go, hegemony, to go around and tell the rest of the world Sorry, how they Parson, I should live. just Go have to ahead. jump in. I'm so sorry. I've got some breaking news really, really quickly. You mentioned it, Prop and Co. So Ansar Allah Muhammad Al Farah said Trump's threats are an indicator of an imminent defeat for the Israeli enemy, and the situation is spiraling out of control in Tel Aviv. He's not wrong about that. We've got another statement, but it's not. We've got no confirmation to it. The Iranian news agency IRNA says launch of new batch of missiles towards occupied territories has begun. In the nest above, guys, we have got a couple of tweets. It's Trump, what he says about Iran, and then we've got a little clip from Fox News, and I want to play that. I just want to let Parson finish quickly, and then I'll quickly play that, and we'll go to the hands. Just one more statement. Sorry. 10 soldiers from the Golani Brigade were wounded. This is settlers, by the way, with 2 of them sustaining serious injuries in an explosive device detonation in, okay, that's to do with Gaza in Khan Yunis yesterday. Okay, yeah. Sorry, Parson, do finish and then I'll play these clips. I appreciate it. So I'll land my plane. I think you all get where I'm coming from. I will say this: I am seeing the divide inside of MAGA on Twitter right now, or X as we might call it. You know, these, like somebody said earlier, or it was up in a post. Hey, if you're going to simp for Israel, who started this thing, who has done things that if any other nation did them, we'd be condemning them, yet we're parading and applauding them, then you're nothing more than a sheeple. And I always challenge people, think for yourself. No one man, no one person is Jesus Christ. So when they try to play like they are, that's when you should really start pushing back. And I'll end with that. Thanks so much, Parson. Stay with us. I know.
I have some breaking news.
Go
So
ahead,
I
I'm
haven't
trying
seen
to
this I haven't seen this in 2 sources, but according to this, a fresh group of U.S. Air Force KC-135R stratotankers has taken off in addition to the 25 ones that already took off yesterday. This isn't routine at all. I'm going to see if I could find some additional coverage on this incident to see if it's truly happening. But this is in addition to the ones that took off yesterday. So this is that's a lot.
Thanks, Santi. And I say do check, and if you find out if it's true, do jump in really quickly. Both of the docs and Truth, I know you got your hand up. I'm going to come to you guys. I just want to go to Andy quickly, because then I can, we need to just free up a bit of space on the panel, and you guys can stay on. Andy, jump in, please. Thanks for joining. Yeah, this is just really frustrating because, like, obviously, like, Trump campaigned on peace. Nobody wants to see any war. Have no interest in America getting involved in a war with Iran. If this happens, Republicans are like, obviously, I do not want to see anyone die. I do not like seeing civilians killed. And if this pops off, there are going to be a lot of innocent casualties dying in Iran and Israel. There are innocent Iranians dying, innocent Israeli people dying. The issue is the governments in this case. Like, just do not want to see innocent people dying. I do not want to see America wasting money in another stupid war that has nothing to do with us. And it just frustrates me that we keep getting roped into the Middle East despite promises that it won't happen again. Afghanistan was a disaster, Iraq is a disaster, and Iran would be even a bigger disaster. So why the hell do we keep getting involved in this bullshit? I'm just fed up. And yes, you are right about there being a divide in MAGA, because there are a lot of people on X posting like, why are we getting involved? Then of course you have the people spreading the fake propaganda that Iran tried to kill Trump. If Iran tried to kill Trump, we would know about that. Of course, that's just coming out now to try to bait us into war, and I'm not buying it, and a lot of MAGA is not going to buy that crap either. A breath of fresh air, Andy. Thank you so much. You know what? I just think everybody needs to stand up against this, against our governments. It's absolute tyranny they're running. CNN, citing sources, says Trump has instructed his administration to attempt to meet with Iranian officials as soon as possible. Guys, I just think at this stage that this is just freaking nonsense, right? This is just, it's actually to calm down people like you, Andy, this BS that he's putting out there. Because I'll tell you what, there is a tweet in the nest. So guys, I've got 3 tweets in the nest. I'm going to remove 2 of them. So one of them I'm going to remove. You can find it on Suleiman's page. It's what Fox News is peddling about some secret site they've discovered and stuff. It's the WMD Iraq nonsense all over again. So that's in the nest. I'll delete that. Second one's a video of what Trump is saying on Iran. I'll remove that. Welcome, Casey. The third one, and this is interesting, is Teams just put it out. Trump said to the G7, he was at the G7 meeting today, and he says to them, because he left early, right? So we did report that he left early. And there's footage now of him saying, I have to be back early for obvious reasons. I have to be back as soon as possible. We know that's happened. That tweet is in the nest, guys. Please share it. Please retweet it. So this CNN is reporting this, saying that Trump wants to meet Iranian officials as soon as possible. Like any Iranian official that goes to meet with Trump is probably going to go into an assassination plot right there. But anyway, fearing Iranian anger, the White House, Channel 14 Israeli report that American aircraft participated in strikes on Iran is false news. Okay, so the White House is saying this, that the Channel 14, the Israeli report that American aircrafts did participate in strikes on Iran is false news. And then the White House also says it is incorrect that the United States is attacking Iran. Okay, well, may attack Iran, you're gearing up to attack Iran, same thing. Funny that, because somebody has found a tweet of Donald Trump in 29th of November 2011, and he says, in order to get elected, Barack Obama will start a war with Iran. Guys, that was 14 years ago. For freaking 14 years, America's been harping on about Iran, like literally harping on, when right under their noses, the biggest of enemies right there is Israel, which has been a leech to their government. A shameful. Right, let me see. Casey, let me go to Casey. I'm gonna check Casey quickly. Casey, jump in. Yeah, thank you. I'll make it quick because I'm just getting back and I'm seeing all of this reporting going on about Trump basically just going full steam ahead. We're going to get involved and go into this war. I don't know why they keep throwing this chum in the water saying that we're not going to get involved. We are clearly going to get involved. And then now I see certain people online trying to act like, oh, this isn't what I voted for, or saying all this silly stuff. We knew this was going to happen. This is what I mean. You right, Khaleesi, 14 years. They've been salivating for Iran. Iraq, if you read the Israel lobby, Iraq wasn't supposed to take as long as it took. They were going to go to Iran immediately, but Iraq took a lot longer than they expected. All of this stuff is written. It's all talked about. And here we are again. This is disgusting. This is a disgrace. I am so happy I did not vote for this guy. I'm so happy I got out of it. The man has not kept any promise to the American people. Then they're talking about, why are we going to this war with Iran? For what? Why? For nothing but a bunch of lies. We are weapons of mass destruction in ourselves back into a situation where innocent people are going to get slaughtered and American soldiers are going to die again. It is what it is. What can I say? I'm trying to calm down. I'm not calm because I saw this coming from October 7th. The minute the neocons came in and said, we have to go to Iran, get Iran right after October 7th. And here we are today, and it's happening. So everybody could see this coming. And Trump wasn't going to be the person who was going to stop the machine. If y'all don't wake up to the fact that your government does not work for you and has been taken over and infiltrated by some Epstein list, by a foreign nation far away that doesn't care about you. They answer to them first before you. And this is the biggest evidence for it. And there's nothing else. I don't even know how to calm down, but I am infuriated. I'm just mad. I'm just extremely mad. I knew it was coming, but it's like, we're really doing this. Wow.
Yeah, good
Thank
to
you.
have you back on the panel. Yeah, it's good to have you back on the panel, Casey.
Thank you, Dr.
Um,
Pablo.
guys, if we bring you up, put your hand up, and if we cycle you down, you'll have the opportunity to come back up. Just request again, okay? Because we have a lot of requests, and we're gonna try to get through them all, right? Now where are we at? Truth, what's up, man?
We live in interesting times, public. I'm still reflecting a little bit about on the
Truth,
Chinese statement.
hold your thought just there. I want your opinion on this, Truth, right? So there's a journalist, and I do follow her, and she's Marwa Osman. You probably heard of her. And she says here, right, this is really interesting, guys. Wondering why there's a total media blackout in Israel, question mark? Why Trump abruptly cut his G7 visit and rushed back to DC, question mark? Well, turns out Iran just introduced a new generation of missiles launched vertically, vanishing into the sky and reappearing only when it's too late. Occupied Palestine is in chaos. All hell is breaking loose within Zionist Israeli occupied territories. Nathan, NSA, if there's anything you find on that, do let us know. I think NSA dropped. We need to bring him back. But Truth, jump in.
Thank you. I do believe the extent of the damages, especially after this ninth wave of missiles and drones, have been extensive and far worse than what we've even seen since yesterday. I know they've issued a media blackout for coverage and they're not allowing for the truth to come out because of shame, because the morale will be significantly impacted, because they have to continue brainwashing those in the diaspora to believe that Israel is still invincible and has a great missile defense system and that they've actually, had some impact on Iran. But the reality is obviously the opposite. Otherwise, they would show it off and be like, yeah, look at all of our facilities out in the open. Everything looks great. Instead, they're hiding their shame, hiding their damages, and hiding the fact that they may, in fact, be close to decimated after 3 days, which is, that's less than the 6-day war. So for them to be waving the white flag in 3 days and begging for America to join, and Trump issuing the threat that he did, just goes to show they've always been a paper tiger when confronted with a real power, a legitimate force that can take them out within the region. And you see why they feared Iran as much as they did. So, but the comment from China is an interesting one to me. Them issuing an evacuation order for, I guess, I didn't even know there were that many Chinese citizens or I guess diplomats. Yeah, sure. I know they have an embassy there, but I didn't realize that. That's maybe that's just more adds to psychological warfare. What is China going to do? Are they planning some kind of attack? Because they've got interests all over the world, and they're a nuclear power as well.
Just some
And
breaking news. Sorry, 1 second, and I think the team are going to put it out. The IDF a short while ago, the IDF identified missiles launched from Iran towards the territories of the State of Israel. Defense systems are operating to intercept the threat. And this is Haifa, guys. Haifa's going to be on fire. Upon receiving an alert, the public is instructed to enter a protected space and remain there until further notice. Leaving the protected space is only permitted following an explicit directive. Continue to follow the instructions of the Home Front Command. It's going to kick off again. Go ahead, Truth, jump in.
Yeah, that alarm system's issued a directive for nobody to leave under any circumstance for the time being. They may be sleeping in bunkers again, and they'll be quite shocked and surprised what they see when they're finally allowed to re-enter, because they won't have anywhere to live anymore. And that's why hundreds of Israelis have already fled to Cyprus or have left through Jordan, and then Germany's been picking them up. So Israel probably doesn't have a lot to fight with. Well, they do. I don't want to underestimate their army. They're still going to kick around for now because they're still carrying out terrorist operations in Gaza. But if I'm Hezbollah, I'm ready to almost wake up, because there's also I don't know if you mentioned this, but Ansarullah also put out another declaration as well. This is from Mohammed Al Farah. Iranian allies are saving pressing options for this battle, the least of which may be cutting off maritime passages, threatening navigation of aggressor nations, preventing energy supplies from reaching them, and ultimately igniting the entire region. And they also say, in case any American or British involvement in direct aggression, Iran and its allies will not remain idle, and the reaction will be harsh. And I guess he just described it below. So they're ready. These are two countries, Yemen and Iran, with a long history. Yemen are the original Arabs. Iran's been around for centuries, thousands of years. They'll fight for their existence. They're willing to die for it. Will America? Will Israel? That's the question to ask, because I don't think they really understand the culture. I just still think there's this disconnect, and they don't understand. It reminds me of that one short statement that an Israeli politician made when he was describing Iran and the Shias. They were willing to suffer and lose a million civilians over 8 years. It was a mistake to strike them. It was a mistake to engage in this war. We're going to end up, getting heavily hit, and we're going to end up having to beg for a ceasefire. I'm paraphrasing, but he stated this yesterday. He gets it. He understands. It's interesting to me that an Israeli Jew understands Iran and its culture more so than America does. And you think that message would be relayed to both Israel, to across the country, the administration, and also in America, especially since America watched for 8 years that Iran went through round after chemical attack, and they never quit. And they refused to cede to a UN Security Council resolution where where Iraq would not have been blamed for the invasion. Otherwise, it could have ended after 2 or 3 years. Saddam was willing to quit. He waved the white flag. Iran said no, until it eventually became a stalemate. Until Iraq had to accept that they were the ones who invaded, and that's when Iran agreed to a ceasefire. So they'll agree to their terms, and I think again, with that chess mentality, they're going to remain steadfast and only agree to something that will not result in national humiliation. I also agree with what propaganda said, that the U.S.'s plan, irrespective of whatever Iran agrees to, is they will keep at this campaign until they have a stooge in power that's willing to accept whatever offer they're willing to issue. And they're playing a zero-sum game that, for the time being, Iran is not willing to accept. So they have no choice but to fight for their existence and preservation. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Trump, so much. Listen, guys, that original tweet is in the nest, the one I just read out now, and you can see where the target is. It's all across Haifa right there. There is supposed to be another one in the nest, which doesn't look like it's gone in. Give me a second. And it's Colonel Douglas McGregor. And he says, if Russia and China, he says not if, sorry, so such a long day. He says, Russia and China won't sit quietly on the sidelines if we truly succeed in bringing on a very large-scale regional war. This is what Douglas McGregor thinks, and I do like him, and I know Casey loves him. So yeah, those are in the nest, guys. Please share it. Please retweet it. We'll keep bringing you breaking news. Jump in.
Lisa, I was going to say, first of all, I've been saying this the whole time.
And then we'll go to
I'm sorry.
Doc.
Should I speak or no?
Yeah, TikTok jump in. Actually, hang on 1 second. Is it breaking, Doc?
No,
It's a
not
2-second
breaking.
thing on what you were just saying.
Okay, then jump in, and then we'll go to the other Doc.
Okay, so this is what I've been saying all along about Russia and China, but the other thing is not only are they not going to sit around, but China there's some noise in the back that they're supporting Pakistan, who then has basically sworn to support Iran, because Pakistan is going to be in an existential threat if things happen that go south with Iran. So China, through Pakistan, can also be supporting Iran.
Yeah, I don't know. That might be a bait and switch, because there's a rumor floating around that, again, Pakistan might be allowing for that same base they allowed for usage back in 2001 when they invaded Afghanistan. Afghanistan issued a statement as well that they would join Iran if there was a fight. They're not going to sit idle. We'll
Yeah,
see.
but Afghanistan is like rubbled already, poor thing.
They got a few $1 billion worth of American-made weapons. But again, I don't
And
trust what they're
lots of
saying,
oil
because
too.
they made a deal. They made a deal already to allow for a pipeline
Listen,
through and to
don't
allow for poppy
underestimate
growth.
frigging the Taliban. They literally took 4 US presidents, 20 years, trillions of dollars to
Yes, I
replace the
saw that.
Taliban with the Taliban, right? They
That's
are
true.
freaking, they
Yeah.
got them chased out of their land, literally, after keeping all their military equipment as well. 20 years, and America and the UK came with their tails between their legs after spending trillions of dollars over
That's the Middle East for you,
Khaleesi,
baby.
yeah, Khaleesi, are you not aware of the deal the Taliban made to come back into power? They agreed to a pipeline project to go from Tajikistan into Afghanistan and to get $40 million every 2 weeks in exchange for keeping their weapons and allowing for poppy growth, and of course for the UAE to come in and extract its resources. They made a deal. It's not that they were just
Yeah,
that they
no, but
came
they did
in
truth. But look
and
at it. I
won.
mean, I know they made the deal. Whatever our perspective is on the deal, whether it was good, bad, whether they should have done it, whether it was morally right or not, the fact is, it's their land, and it took America 20 years to get a freaking deal from them. 20 years. They weren't able to occupy Afghanistan the way they hoped. They didn't manage to do an Iraq on it. It is still the Taliban there. I do agree with what you said about Pakistan. Look, right. So we had these statements coming out of Pakistan of this full wholesome support. And then the defense minister, I think it was the defense minister today, Ishaq Dar, that's who it is.
Yes, yes.
It was him, right? He stood in freaking parliament, Pakistani parliament today and said, oh, basically our nukes are for us and we're not going all out. We're not going all out because I don't know what, do you know what, the less we say about them, the better. All I'm saying is that I don't think Iran should rely on Pakistan. Because I wouldn't trust Pakistan as far as I could freaking throw them at this stage. So it's a good job Suleiman's not here. Poor guy spent 2 days saying whatever, don't be picking them up. But let's go to the other doc because I know he's traveling, and speak with Didi if there's any news or breaking news or statements specifically even coming out of America. Please just put your hand up and I'll come straight to you. Thank you. Doc Magadoc, go ahead.
No, I'm not Magadoc, Doc Malibu. Look, I am uncomfortable with the tone and tenor, not of this space, but of others, and particularly um, that narrative that I've been projecting forever and a day, today, tomorrow, yesterday, 2 weeks from now, that Trump had this planned all along. This was some sort of calculated agreement with Israel to attack Iran. And they read every bit of propaganda from both sides within that, I would say, narrow sort of viewpoint. It doesn't mean that you're wrong. It just, for me, uh, you are going to be stressed emotionally. If you are convinced, if you extend your opinion in this regard to the sort of dominoes that are going to fall if the U.S. gets involved. Yeah, certainly India, Russia, China, Turkey, Pakistan, Yemen, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, all have security interests, all have economic interests, all have religious interests that would be furthered in some political way with World War III, where we have way too many people, and I would bet, including Iran, that has access to nuclear weapons. So I try to look at this in hope, and I see a couple things that give me hope that that is not going to happen. One, common sense tells me that rational minds may pull back from the gulf of the coming Armageddon at the last moment. In terms of Trump's statements recently and his dash back to D.C., leaving the G7 conference, where he just made a deal, a tariff deal with England, possibly with Canada. But I look at that through the prism of his statements and whatever conduct that he's needed to act in concert with those statements or just happenstance. In the same vein that we looked at or should have looked at and remembered the way that he dealt with North Korea in Rocket Man, where, and I posted it on my feed, where he said that, that he would use nuclear weapons if he needed to contain Kim in his aggressive posture toward certainly South Korea and as well as Japan and Australia. So that deal ended with those threats. That ended with an historic peace agreement with Trump walking across the DMZ, something no one else has ever come close to doing. So I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying that you're right either, but I live in hope that this is the art of the deal Trump, who is willing to use whatever rhetoric is necessary to achieve an end. Because at the end of the day, he's willing to sit across from our enemies and shake a hand. And a lot of times, for whatever reason, they shake it back. Thanks.
Yeah, Trump's no deal maker. North Korea was no peace deal either. They
Sorry,
still
I
have
just
their
want to
nukes.
say,
They're
just
still a
1 second,
threat.
Truth, 1
And
second. Doc, when you say he's willing to sit across and shake a hand with our enemies and they'll shake it back, Iran isn't the enemy. Israel is. That's the point. And I
No,
know you know that, Doc, because we've done
yes,
spaces on
yes,
it.
no.
yeah, but at the end of the day,
You know what
Doc's still a Jew, and he doesn't see Israel as an enemy.
Oh, Truth, Truth, give it a second.
I'm actually talking to Khaleesi, right, the host.
Yeah, go ahead, Jew boy.
All right, I'm out. Told you, I'm out.
And he
And now
has
he's gone, and I
gone.
wanted to respond to him because never mind.
Yeah, do you know what?
Doc's
Actually,
not.
Casey, I should have come to you, but do you know what? I couldn't even get a word in edgeways because something happens to Truth.
I apologize. I apologize.
Like, seriously. I mean, like, the thing is, Doc knows this truth. Before October the 7th, Doc was doing freaking Palestine spaces with me. He's not what you think he is. Anyway, he's gone now, so it doesn't matter. But I really wanted him to, because I wanted Doc knows this. And the reason I picked that up and put it to him is because I want Doc, when he goes, and he does go and push back on MAGA, I want Doc to use the right terminology when he pushes back on MAGA. Saying that, America will sit opposite our enemies and shake that, Trump will sit opposite the enemies and shake their hands. Freaking Iran is not an enemy. What's Iran ever done to America? Anybody come up here and freaking tell me that? One person. If you're a little MAGA cult member in our listeners, come up here and tell me what Iran has ever done to America. Because I tell you what, this panel can tell you everything that Israel's done to America.
Okay, but Khaleesi, he was spreading misinformation when he said a peace deal was achieved with North Korea just because they met up. There was no peace deal. And maybe he distorts things when he tries to claim what Trump was doing there was to try to get North Korea to submit to denuclearization. They didn't do that. And in fact, they've grown stronger and they work more with China and they take care of their own interests. So Trump never achieved anything in North Korea, and he's trying to attribute some kind of praise or credit where it's not due. He's literally just making stuff up at this point just to give Trump praise. He's a staunch MAGA. He's unconditionally supportive of MAGA. He always has been. So he's still spreading his Hasbara as far as Trump goes. That's why I get irritated by him, because he's just completely delusional and he spreads misinformation. I think that's dangerous for the
Okay,
panel.
look,
They need to understand.
Truth, he's gone. Hopefully we'll have a conversation with Doc in another space. Let me just say, sirens are sounding in the north of Naharia to Caesarea, passing through Haifa and its surroundings. There's Iranian missiles from Lebanese airspace. They're actually, Nathan, are they actually going from Lebanese airspace or over? Okay, I think Nathan must be away. Ian, welcome back. Let's go to Died Suddenly, and then I'll come up to you, Ian. Died Suddenly, thanks for joining. Okay, Died Suddenly is not with us, so I guess we can go to Ian.
That Jordan has been intercepting missiles on their way to Israel.
What's that, Doc?
There's some footage of Jordan intercepting missiles on their way to Israel.
Okay, well, the Pope's a Catholic, so I guess it's like kind of territory for Jordan.
I know.
Quick update. Nobody's sleeping in the shelters. It's 4:30 in the morning in Israel. They're as paranoid and traumatized as can be. Let them live in fear.
So there's a Palestinian eyewitness statement from occupied Palestine, the strangest missile barrage ever. We didn't see them and the occupation didn't detect them either. A direct hit struck on the outskirts of Tel Aviv. We'll see what's happening there. Okay, guys.
Does anybody know what's going on with this Iron Dome? Because apparently they've moved locations, they've lost batteries. There's just been a whole lot of stuff going on with it being really just useless at this point. And one of the theories is that part of the reason for the blackout is that they don't want people to see that the dome isn't working, like really isn't working.
One of the iron domes has been struck, actually, so it's out of commission.
Yeah, that
They
one
have
I
another one.
knew. But has it gotten worse?
Well, they haven't been working too well anyway. And again, Iran knows how to breach it. So the thing is, because they get swarmed from drones as well from Iraq and I think from Ansar Allah as well, they end up wasting a lot of interceptor missiles on those drones. And Iran times it in such a way that then their missiles can penetrate while they're resetting and
Yeah, for the
reinserting new.
hypersonics. Yeah.
Well, not just hypersonics, but by the time their missiles get there, it's too late most of the time, or they've been deactivated too late, and Iran's missiles are a direct strike. So they've timed it to a science.
Gotta love the science of the Iranians.
Plus, by hacking into the alarm system and putting out false messages, it's also confusing the Israelis as well because they don't know when missiles are coming or not coming because Iran's played it both ways.
Well, that's part of what I was saying earlier with what's going on with Trump saying there's war, there isn't war, evacuate, don't evacuate. That confusion, that chaos is one of the instruments of war.
Thanks, guys. Ian, jump in. Yeah, not sure if everybody saw the most recent. It came out 48 minutes ago. The IDF's official page. I don't know if you guys talked about this, but they've got a video up basically insinuating that Iran's not just looking to do damage to Israel, but it's not going to stop there. It's going to take on the entire world with missiles, and the whole thing just looks like an advertisement for the Samson option. I had to share it with everyone just for the comedy of it all. But just
is there a
the
post or
inability
something
for
you can
these people to
share?
look in the mirror and just be honest with kind of the world on who they are and what they are and all these things. It never ceases to amaze me.
Hello. Ian, do you have somewhere that we could see that?
Yeah, I just put it into the purple pill. It's from the handle IDF. If we don't stop them, you're next, it says. And then the highlight is not just that they're insinuating that Iran wants to take over the world, but that it would do it with missiles. And it's just like, well,
Oh my God,
anybody
this
who
is
knows that
naming
one story.
every country. This is hilarious. Oh my God.
Hello, can I say something? I think you all get panicky for nothing. Israel, I think, is pounding, is not very well. They scared. They asked Trump to make a statement because Iran stopped. We look, nearly 5 days. I'm scanning all of the tweets come from Israel. People scared to death. And that's why that society is
Are you
more
in Iran right now?
unstable. No, I'm not in Iran, but they are more unstable than Iran, and they gonna they're gonna take Netanyahu down. That's why they panicky start. And also Iran really hurt them. Netanyahu IDF, they never seen such a things because they always attacked people, but they never seen such a thing, somebody attack them in reality. I think don't scare. And also Iran is ready. Iran don't count on anybody. Whatever happened, even my country goes down, we have to do it because this is our turn. And I don't think nobody can stop it. Even America comes, we do whatever we can, but I'm sure they destroy Israel. 40 years, this is our turn. But this time America gonna go down with that. And if America goes down and my country pay the price, we are happy to do it because we are sick of tired every year, every 2 years come to the Middle East, destroy one country, come back. But this time they know they cannot do it. And I don't think Trump gonna do. Trump, it's always said that, you know, he's going to make a peace in with Russia, he's going to do this, he's going to do that. No, don't buy that that statement. I don't think he's going to attack, because they cannot, they don't have capability. Look at the parade they had in America. They don't have the capability. Even they do, that's my statement from my country. We pay the price, because finally they're going to come to our country. There is no peace in Middle East till America goes down, or America come out of that empire and just bully everything. I think if we have to pay the price, we pay the price. You know, it's very difficult to
Thanks,
say.
Mina. Thanks, Mina. Guys, I'm going to be putting, appreciate you joining us, Mina. I'm going to be putting a couple of tweets in the nest. Just give me 1 second. So this was on Fox News earlier. You've got the video of it now. We did speak about it, where Trump admin says they're not joining illegal war of aggression. Then there's another video which I'll put in, which Suleiman's team has just put out. I'm sure Ian and Truth and Brother Public and Mofet will be really happy about this one. It's Lindsey Graham. And he says, it's time to move into the land of force with Iran and close the chapter of the Iranian Ayatollah. Iran is built upon killing all the Jews and coming after us. This man literally is egging, because apparently Iran wants to kill all the Jews across the whole world. So he wants America to go to war with them. That's in the nest, guys, right? Share it, retweet it. And I want everyone to comment underneath that. I mean, why is it that we across the West, right, of all the hundreds of millions of people we've got, collectively elect these idiots in office? Like, seriously, what is wrong with us? Casey, jump in.
Yeah, and I'm gonna keep my statements like not. I won't get too hot and heavy, right? But I want to respond to about what Lindsey Graham just said about it's time to move in with force with Iran. It's built upon killing all the Jews and coming after us. You see, these are the type of lies that got people messed up all throughout history, right? And I'm not gonna go into details, but it hasn't been since just hello, who's. It hasn't been since just the war in Iraq, okay? We could go back, way back to World War II. This has to stop. This insanity of always threatening us with somebody's gonna Holocaust the Jews or something like that. I'm tired. I am tired of it. I am tired. You know why? Because they're running around online and that's all they're saying. That's what they're saying. Oh, it's gonna be another Holocaust again. Iran had a plan for another Holocaust again, so that's why we had to go after them first. And now, America, you're gonna help us go after them first. This is World War II right back all over again. And it's not, but what the thing is that's worse is that it is like, it's happening today in our face and nothing is stopping this. And if people understood how my country ran, everybody keeps saying Trump doesn't want this. It doesn't matter what he wants. I'm not, look, in the name of God, I'm not selling fear mongering. I'm not. God is good always, right? But Trump, it doesn't matter what he wants. They get what they want, okay? And they've been salivating for Iran. I knew these people were unhinged, especially when, and what is this, Dershowitz, the guy, Andrew Dershowitz, I don't know his first name, when he said we need to attack Iran for anti-Semitism. Alan Dershowitz said we need to go after Iran for
he admitted to being a Mossad agent too. I have the video.
And no, that's all that runs in our government.
Defended Jeffrey Epstein.
So we had to go after Iran for anti-Semitism. Do you see how this is unhinged? This is insane. But you know what? It would be funny if it was just unhinged, but it's real. It happens. It's happening, right? A president tells a whole city of millions of people, you need to evacuate now before something happens. So we're going to, okay, God is good. And I'm not going to, like I said, I don't sell fear mongering. So I'll stop myself right there. But that's not even the tip of the iceberg of the anger that I feel right now. I am angry. I'm not scared. I didn't expect Trump to do anything about this. But people, wake up. Your country is not ran by the people you think you elected. Okay?
It literally sounds like Trump, like that tweet came from the IOF themselves, talking about you got 30 minutes to leave the city. You can't make this up.
Yeah, thanks, Truth. Just really quickly, guys, please, to everyone who's joined us, please do share the space. Post the link out of the space. If you go to Suleiman on my profile, you'll see it there. You can quote tweet it again if you've already reposted it. And also make sure you have your notifications on for Suleiman. If we crash, we will start straight away. We crashed earlier today. We had to restart straight away. And you guys were absolute troopers because it took about 20 minutes for you all to come back. So to anybody who's here and who's new, please go to Suleiman's profile, press follow. There's a bell icon. Press the bell icon, set your notifications, follow me, please, and follow Brother Public as well. I will probably, either myself or Suleiman will restart this space, but most likely on his profile we'll do it. And we have lost Doc again. I don't know what it is. Doc goes to so many different pages that she glitches out. Ian, jump in and then we'll go to Jared.
Donald Trump. That's that Donald Trump 5G connection.
Yeah, thanks
Well,
for the
I saw the Trump phone that they're trying to advocate online, Mofit. But real quick, just on Casey's comments there, the wildest piece of all of this is the conflation, of course, with any and all pushback, with the need to presume that any critique is purely from hatred, and anything that is critiqued has to be essentially washed of this group of people, right? They fired the first shots on Iran, but somehow are just acting in self-defense, as if we can't connect the obvious dots, that you can't throw a punch and then say that you did it as a retaliation to something that never came before, right? But just to give you an idea, and to suggest that this is a cultural and perhaps we could say maybe even a genetic predisposition, I'll just read you a little note here. This is from the jewishpress.com, which is there's an article on Jewish paranoia, and it says, paranoia suggests delusion, but they, referring to non-Jews, have been hating, expelling, and murdering Jews for being Jews since there were Jews. Until 1965, the Catholic Church taught that the Jews were responsible for the death of Jesus, which, if you go to any translation of the Bible, is literally what is written in the New Testament. And these are, we had Pontius Pilate saying, who wants to condemn this man to death? And the Jews said, may his blood forever be on us and our children and their children and their children's children. And so my point is just to suggest, if that is somehow hateful, if it is somehow a conspiracy theory to say that the people that said, may his blood be on us and our children forevermore, that's somehow didn't happen, right? Or at least according to the religious teachings, that's just wild. It's delusional. And that's the problem. Is it honestly feels like, whether we go back to the death of Christ or all the way to modern times, even when they're caught red-handed throwing the first punch, like we just talked about, launching the first missiles at Iran, they are still the victims. And there's this old adage, the old trope of that the Jew cries out in pain as he strikes out. And I don't like to throw it around because it's one of these things that's just an inflammatory remark, but you really do see it over and over and over again. And it really doesn't seem to matter if it's a 2,000-year-old story about the Bible, or if it's back to JFK and 9/11 and all the other things that we could talk about. But this notion that any and all criticism of not only a group of people, but of their behavior, of their political regime, of their open genocide that the ICJ even accused them of, that basically everyone in the world has now recognized that of such. This willingness, it does feel like it has to be rooted either in an incredible victimhood complex and or some kind of genetic predisposition, which is why I always bring up this 40% overrepresentation in likelihood for schizophrenia, which, if you look at some of the behavioral patterns there, you would see things like paranoia, the endless fear that
Sorry,
everyone's
out to get. I just got some breaking news. I want to just Ian, I want to just stay on this topic because, look, the thing is, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you 100% about you can criticize everybody but one group of people, and they're framing this to be about that. Even when I said that statement and I read it out about what Senator Graham said, there were laughing emojis because people know it's a farce now. But the truth is, there are more Christian Zionists right now rooting for war in Iran than there are Jewish people in America.
Totally agree with you, Khaleesi. And that's real quick to round it out. That's one of the biggest problems has been the subversion, because they said even until the 60s, that idea of the Catholic Church teaching that the Jews killed Christ. And that was the story for, let's call it roughly 1950 years, right? And then that has changed, as have so many other things in the Catholic Church, and the Christian churches in the United States have been so perverted by the same ideology. And we could look at the mega churches run by people like Joel Osteen, who, yes, has Jewish lineage, right? And so the unrooting of religion, just like academia, just like the mainstream media, these are all just weapons of the continued matrix that we all live in. But just figured I'd add it in because of Casey's comments there around this idea of this constant paranoia that they are forever the victims of hatred and all these other things, when in reality, it's just people trying to ask them to take accountability for the literal behaviors that they watch them do.
Guys, I'm getting
Yeah, and while you're adding that, Ian, about the fact that I mentioned Christian Zionists, you can add freaking the Muslim nations. You can add Jordan in there for a start. You can add Qatar in there, Oman in there. Like, where do you want me to start? So it is across the Pakistan. Let's not forget them. Freaking schizophrenic Pakistan says one thing one minute and another thing the other minute. So yeah, like it's you know, when Professor David Miller says that it's not an AIPAC problem, it's not an Israel problem. He says you have to dismantle Zionism globally because they are everywhere. He's not wrong about that. So I hear you, Ian. Jared, thanks for joining. Jump
I'm
in.
getting some
Hey,
sources.
I came back because when I posed my question, I don't know what happened. Like I just got dropped from the space suddenly. It was the craziest thing, and I don't know that Michael understood what I was saying. I wasn't saying that Trump is not going to bomb Iran. I think he will, but I'm just wondering if it's going to be a limited strike because Trump has really screwed up here. He has to find a way to save face. He thought that Israel was going to be able to take out Iran, and he's been proven wrong. I don't know that he's willing to commit American troops. I think Michael was thinking that I was thinking that Trump is secretly going to do the right thing. No, I think bombing Iran is the wrong thing. I just question whether Trump is dumb enough at this point to commit troops for an occupation. That's what I was getting at. And I just wonder what you guys think. Do you think that this could just be a face-saving measure for him to cause some damage to Iran, like a bombing campaign, but nothing to cause regime change? What do you guys think?
So you really don't. I wonder who I've been talking to for these days. It doesn't matter. Like, I'm not trying, like, believe me, only reason why I keep saying that is because it got me to this point. Like, praise God, my eyes were open before election day. I thank God about that every day. But now that I see what it is and how this country runs, he could not want all he want. Jared, if he didn't want to commit troops and all, we would have never been this far. If he had any power, we are literally right there, tiptoeing right there. No, Jared, it doesn't matter
I
what he
think
wants.
if I could answer this question, I think Donald Trump.
Just 1 second, Brother Murphy. Did you have breaking news? I saw your hand flick up.
I did want to talk about what exactly is going on right now. There's been a lot of crazy flight tracking data that's going back and forth. Whether it's give me a minute and I'll run through the data and I'll send it over.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. Thanks. Or you can put it in the nest, or you can just DM it to Suleiman's team of picking up DMs and putting it out, or you can put your hand up and just speak us through it really, really quickly. Go ahead, Brother Murphy.
Yeah, I just wanted to share an answer to Jared's question. I think Donald Trump and the U.S. government are probably going to strike Iran tonight. It's probably going to happen in the middle of the night. I think they're going to go through with it, and we're going to see the markets
But do you
fall.
think he's going to try to do regime change?
I think that's what they're going for here, because if they could do regime change, essentially they control all the resources there. And that's the ultimate goal here for the
But they said that, Jared. They have said that. Like Trump hasn't come out and said Netanyahu's wrong. So Netanyahu has said today something like, something like kill Khamenei and this is over, the war's over. He practically went on national TV yesterday or the day before and said, I want regime change. He's making those statements, and at no point has Trump come out and said, actually, that's not what it's about.
No, I hear you. I just think Trump is not a intellectual. He's not the wisest man, but I don't think he's dumb. And he ran his initial campaign for president on pointing out how stupid it was to go to war in Iraq. And so there's a part of me, it's not that I think he's a good man. I just think there's a part of him that's still not stupid enough to actually commit troops to regime change, because that's going to destroy his presidency.
It's already
That's all I'm getting at. Go ahead. Sorry.
Casey, jump in.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's already destroyed, number one, with all the promises that he's been. If anybody's paying attention, don't let these people fool you. But even before all this, with the tariffs and everything else, everything he's promised, mass deportations, where? Amnesty everywhere. Let's bring them in legally and give them amnesty. Like, the whole thing's been a joke, bro. From like before he even stepped in, you could tell it was a joke. The guy's been going after our constitutional rights, and I don't care who paid him to do it. If he had gumption, the way the people voted for him to be different, he'd have stood up and said that somebody's trying to make me do something that is against the American people. He's going after universities. I find myself constantly defending the left right now, which, I mean, they're Americans, so I always will defend the truth and the left if I have to. Trump has been nothing but failing, and because he can't make his decisions on his
I
own. So
agree,
hold on, Jared.
Casey.
Let me just finish
I
this point.
totally
Let me
agree
just
with you.
let me just finish. Let me just finish this point. Let me just finish this point. And I'm not, again, not doom and gloom. I get it. We want to see if there's an ace in. Just give me 30 seconds. We want to see maybe there's an ace in the hole, maybe something. Who wants to think that it's going to get this bad? I don't want that. I'm asking for the hand of God to make some sort of miracle. So I still have faith. Anything can happen, but not because of Trump. No, I have faith in God, but Trump, no. No.
I hear you.
Guys, I've got some news coming out. Just 1 second, and I'm going to put it in the nest, and I'm going to read it. Let me get rid of Lindsey Graham's ugly mug from the nest.
That's Miss Lindsey Graham, Khaleesi.
What's that?
That's Miss Lindsey Graham. Be respectful. Miss Lindsey Graham.
I know. Do you know what? I freaking, when I posted out about him and his little young boys and stuff, right? Like, I literally got trolled so badly because everyone was like, oh, didn't you know? How did you not know? Oh my God, where have you been living? Under a cave? And I thought, freaking hell, I thought I was giving breaking news about him and his boys. But anyway, guys, I'm putting a couple of things in the nest, right, really quickly. One of them is really interesting because it's a statement that Tulsi Gabbard made less than 90 days ago. And she told the United States Intelligence Committee, and this will answer your question, Jared, quote, continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon and Supreme Leader Khomeini has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. And that's what she signed on less than 90 days ago. So that's the first thing in the nest. Please share it. Please retweet it. The next one is Nasser al-Din Amr, the deputy head of Yemeni Ansar Allah's media authority. So this is Ansar Allah's media wing. And he says, nothing happened that Saturday and he didn't annihilate us and he won't be able to destroy Tehran. This is psychological war waged by this clown. There you go. That answers your question, Jared, about how people perceive his intellectual ability. But anyway, this is psychological war waged by this clown to deter the Iranian response. One he now knows the Zionists can no longer endure for much longer. Trump is not all powerful, nor is he the one who says to something be and it is. I'll come back to that actually. The earth and the heavens belong to God, and he is not handing them over to Trump or anyone else, and God encompasses them from behind. To God belongs the final outcome of all matters, and that thing, nor is he the one who says to something be and it is. That's an Islamic reference, and I'm sure you must have in other religions where God said be and it was. So literally, look how sophisticated, right? This and the statements in the nest, right? How sophisticated that statement is, right? Literally. I mean, that part where he says the earth and the heavens belong to God, he has not handed them over to Trump or anyone else. That is faith right there. And it makes a mockery of Trump's lunatic 5-word vocabulary statements. It's bad, it's great, it's good, it's bad. It's just pathetic. I'm really angry right now, guys. So listen, I want to go to did Truth drop? Oh no, Truth's dead.
I'm so
Truth, I'm
sorry,
coming straight to
Khaleesi.
you.
No,
Let me
Yeah,
go.
just right
I
quick.
got kicked out of the space.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
back,
right
right?
quick.
Truth, I'm going to come to you. Let me just go to speak with Didi, and I'll
Yeah,
come straight
Khaleesi,
to
just
you.
right quick. We
I'm
we
so
lost the
sorry. We've
spot
got
actually.
breaking news.
Yeah, I had to remove a
Just want to
person
let you know about the
at
three
Truth. So
takers that
guys,
Iran
listen, if
got
you
kicked
are
out.
trying to come up, it's giving me difficulty, so be patient, okay? The truth, I mean the space is starting to glitch. So if you are trying to come up, just be a little patient, okay?
Thanks, Brother Public. Okay,
Sorry.
listen, let's go to speak with Didi, and I'll come to you straight, Truth. Speak with Didi, go ahead.
I'm so sorry, guys. Multiple oil tankers reportedly struck in Gulf of Oman. That's what we're seeing. I'm waiting to get a little bit more information. We're seeing some pictures come out, but I'm wondering if this is the false flag. No idea who the ships belong to or what, but we're going to break the news as soon as we find out.
Gosh. And guys, if anybody's got any, thanks for that, DT. If anybody's got any footage of what's happening in Israel, do let us know, because last night it was on fire, and I'm sure it's on fire today, but we're just not seeing it. Truth jump. Heather, welcome. I'm coming to you, Heather. Truth, jump in.
I saw those 3 tankers on fire, and that's they were approaching Iran. It seems the Straits of Hormuz. So it'd be interesting to see
They
if more
looked
information comes
American.
out.
They looked American, right? Truth, were those ours? Because I know we moved a lot of.
Well, nobody from America has claimed them yet, but they might be. It's just hard to tell. But that might be seen as an escalation or maybe a false flag. Who knows? Could be a lot of things going on. Trump requested his deputy and Middle East envoy to propose a meeting with the Iranians this week. So, on the one hand, he's threatening to maybe nuke a city. On the other hand, he's proposing a meeting. This guy's talking out of both sides of his mouth. So, I'm just going to make the point to, I don't know if Jared's still here. He keeps talking about thinking Trump's somehow going to be able to save face. If he strikes Iran, he just proves he's MAGA. He's not MAGA. He's operating on behalf of Israel. Most of us already know that anyway, but that should confirm this to his base. So I don't think there should be any more confusion there. If any of his base stands by it and still think it's in America's interest, and I know there are still some individuals like that, influencers, that'll never go to war because they made a bunch of money off Trump coin, they're living pretty, then, like that Ryan Fournier guy, he's the one full force, pushing for war. He's all for it. But he'll never go to war. And he's one of the guys that made a whole bunch of money off the Trump coin. So there's a lot of shills out there. And the other point I was going to make to Jared is initially Trump supported the Iraq war. Then when it became unpopular, he flipped his tune. He just lied and denied it. But I have the clip where he said on a show radio that he supported the war. He thought it was the right thing to do. Then he changed his mind. So he just goes with whichever way the tide goes, without actually giving it serious thought. And for him, he was fine going to war. He's proven he's a warmonger. I was listening to the conversation about he might not have started wars, but he enabled wars and he prolonged wars. And he enabled that war in Ukraine to happen by arming Ukraine while there was a genocide happening in the Donbass. He certainly didn't stop that. That happened on his watch. Over the course when he took power in 2017 officially, all the way to 20 before Putin intervened in 2020 and Putin pleaded with him to do something. So just to think that Trump's a peacemaker, which I've heard a few times now, I know that individual's not here. It's just absurd. It's cope. It's lies, and the individuals that still believe that, I believe, are MAGA, because Trump is absolutely representing Israel's interests with all the decisions he makes. I'll keep this one concise.
Sorry, one other thing. We're also seeing Chinese cargo planes flying to Tehran. I'm also seeing that in flight patterns.
Yeah, China's got a vested interest to keep Iran intact. They like their $2 million barrels of oil per day, and oil prices are up. I was going to point something else out to Simon when he mentioned that oil hasn't gone up that much. It's because it's priced in, right? There's been this expectation that the U.S. may join. That's why it's caused too much of a spike, because nothing's happened. And Trump makes so many of these outrageous statements. A lot of them just get, overlooked or priced in and on to the next, major statement until there's actual action or something behind it. Because then he puts out another statement that he's proposing diplomacy. So what do you believe?
I think we might see Trump and the U.S. government enter sometime tonight, and the market's taking a little bit of a dive here potentially.
Is Simon speaking? He came off the mic, but I can't hear him.
Can't hear him either.
No, I can't hear Simon.
Simon, are you there? Unmute. Oh, he's going to recycle and come back up, guys. Can we bring anti-NSA up, Brother Public? Anti-NSA, we keep trying to bring you up. Brother Public, we need to keep him on because he gives good breaking news, as well as Nathan. I don't know where Nathan is. I don't know. Nathan's in the DMs with me, but can we bring anti-NSA up, please? So we can get going with this breaking news. I'm just struggling to find out what's happening.
Haifa's being struck right now, just so you know. I've got a video too that was sent to me, and it's live.
Oh, perfect.
Al Mayadeen source.
Okay, brilliant. I'm going to take it from you right now. But Heather, thanks for joining. Jump in.
Yeah, I was just wondering why there was appears to be some sort of a blackout almost tonight, like in terms of videos and footage coming out. Is there something that's gone on, or is this just the way it is tonight? I don't know, because I've not seen
Israel issued a
anything.
media blackout.
Oh, well, there we go. Surprise, surprise. But, you know,
They
heaven forbid
arrested
if we
they
go on.
arrested the four Palestinian. I think they were Palestinian journalists who were giving us all that great footage. Now that's gone. So unfortunately, we don't have that access anymore.
Damn. I mean, I don't know. I wanted to get everybody else's thoughts on this, but I think maybe this time America won't be directly involved, and we might see a false flag against maybe a GCC country and get them to effectively neutralize Iran on the behalf of the West. And why I say that, well, let's be honest, let's look at the inventory of what Trump actually sold when he was on his Middle Eastern tour. He sold mainly weapons and ammunition to a lot of these nations. And not just, you know, small amounts. We're talking amounts big enough to take on a war. With regards to China, I mean, China recently, they've got a direct line that goes via the train, and that's going to aid and help sort of boost the economy in Iran. So that they'll have some sort of access of trade, which will kind of bust the whole idea of the sanctions. And China does have a vested interest within Iran, which, you know, Truth rightly pointed out. So I think it's going to be interesting the way things fall. But is it true that they're using a new form of missile tonight? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the word. That's correct.
Right. And that's probably why nothing is being covered and nothing is being leaked at the moment. But yeah, that footage would be appreciated, Truth, if you could tag me in it.
I
Yeah, it
don't
got
know.
sent to me
Can
by
you hear
a
me?
contact. I'll let you know in a sec.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we hear you.
Yep, we
Oh,
can hear you.
cool. Yeah, no, I'm just saying that the market would tell us if there's going to be US involvement in this war from those who already know, and the market's telling us there is going to be no US involvement in this war.
I think we'll see that change though sometime tonight.
Yeah, but that would be priced in already from those who already know.
So, guys, all military bases in the US Indo-Pacific have raised their force protection condition from Alpha to Bravo. What does that mean, Truth? Heightened security?
Sorry, who's increased it from Alpha to Bravo? Can you repeat that?
Yeah, all military bases in the US Indo-Pacific have raised their force protection condition
Yeah,
from
that's
Alpha to Bravo.
escalation. Yes.
I mean, at this point, can we? I don't know, guys. I mean, at this point, I think U.S. involvement is imminent. We've got the nuclear fallout sniffer aircraft that's in the air. Nimitz is on its way. It's also going to be now met with the other ship that's there. Give me a second. I'll pull that name. We have tankers in the air. I think 33 in air. I mean, at this point, I don't know that there's any avoiding it.
Unless it's for de-escalation.
But how can you de-escalate what you freaking escalated yourself?
Right, like I for de-escalation whatsoever. I think things are about to turn up in a big way here.
I think it is for Iran and Israel, but the market would tell us something completely different if those were going to directly be involved in Iran.
The thing is, the market sometimes can be inflated, though. Sometimes it doesn't tell us all the time. Like, it could be artificially inflated, like what Truth Teller said earlier. Like, let's not forget the Zionists control Wall Street, too. But I believe we're going to see the opposite by tomorrow morning. I believe we're going to see a tank as well.
Yeah, and I think this sniffer is actually really important. It's super rare that we see it on the move. It's called the Constant Phoenix. And what it does is a nuclear detection or sniffer plane, they call it. And that took off. That hasn't moved I mean, there's only 1 in 3 in existence. So that's movement I think is super meaningful.
Dee
Oh,
Dee,
yeah.
could you explain what that is exactly?
Sure. So from what I'm reading on it, here it is. It's a rare symbolic known as the nuclear detection or quote unquote sniffer plane. It took off from the base in Omaha, Nebraska, headquarters of the U.S. Strategic Command. The aircraft is currently flying unusual patterns across several northern United States, triggering speculation among military analysts and open source intelligence trackers. What this plane actually does is it's looking for potential nuclear fallout in real time. And it also is designed to detect airborne radioactive particles. Which is curious
Wow.
because we had that event, right? That we had that event come off of the shores of Iran where there was that earthquake and there was some detection or possibility of a nuclear test. So is that what that thing is going to find? I don't know. But whenever this is gone, it usually signals, and this is a quote,
I'm just
typically
on
signals.
Russian news
Sorry.
at the moment, and they are saying that approximately 224 Israelis have been killed and 1,800 have been injured. I don't know
Wait,
if
could you say
those
that
are
again?
like official figures of today or they're included in
Wait,
yesterday,
1,800 injured
but
and
these are the
how many
figures that
dead?
they're quoting on their channel.
Could you say that again?
Yeah, 224 Israelis have been killed and around 1,800 have been wounded.
Whose side are those numbers?
That's on Russia Today's news channel, the live stream. That's what I'm watching.
It's probably accurate.
Yeah.
That's a lot more
Yeah,
than what Israel will admit to. So 224 and 1,800 so far. Okay.
Yep.
And that explains why they're probably they're probably calling America right now for their help here.
And there's a whole bunch in critical condition too that will likely succumb to their injuries. So those aren't even included.
Yes, I will pop that in the purple pill. It's a live feed from Russia Today.
Thank you. I just want to welcome Maze Love. Maze, welcome to the panel. How are you?
Hi guys, I'm doing well. How are you guys doing? I miss so much. Just the time that I take off, everything wants to happen. World War III starts. It's like what happened? But anyway, I'm catching up. But how are you guys doing?
Yeah, Maze, chicks held it down today. Oh, Maze, do you know what happened, right? I was going to say chicks held it down today, but Suleiman jumped on a train today and he was like, man the space for like literally 2 hours, and I crashed it within the first hour. He came on the space and he was like, this is what happens. A man runs a space for nearly 90 hours. He gives it to a freaking chick and she manages to crash it. It wasn't me. I think somebody came at the space and he knows that. But it was just funny because I just knew as soon as it happened, I knew the space had been attacked. Doc said, Doc's dropped. But Doc said that she said that because she was speaking when it went down, she said her voice just went faint and she could hear herself speaking and she knew it was attacked. And somebody said that it went up to 17,000 and then went boom. So he knows it was attacked. But you know, my first thought was, oh my God, he's going to say because I left it to a chick, literally. And obviously, predictably, he did.
Of course.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, when I fell asleep, but like I don't even remember falling asleep. All I know is the space was so good. We had the dream team up here. Everybody was vibing and, eventually yeah, I fell asleep. I was like, gosh, I hope I didn't I hope I didn't fall asleep with the mic open. But anyway, so yeah, I guess maybe we could catch up on, have you guys done a reset lately? I can wait until the reset, but just maybe on the top things that have taken place for everyone. And guys, repost the space, please. And thanks for the co-host, Sully.
You're welcome, Maze. You're welcome. Thank you. So just as a recap, I don't even know where to start with a recap. Okay, let me try, and then we go to Casey and Richard, and I think Heather, you and Trump, you and Truth. Oh my God, I was going to say Heather, you and Trump were speaking. I'm so sorry, Truth. You and Truth were speaking. That's fine. We'll go back to that discussion in a second. Anna, sorry, Truth.
I've been called worse things, Khaleesi. It's okay.
You know what, Maze? Do you know what? Since you fell asleep, I've been running this space literally.
Oh God, girl,
Nah, what? No,
that's
wait, hold on, Khaleesi. I let you get away with the first slick comment earlier. You did
What are you
not.
talking about? You barely said
Maze,
two words. I mean,
ever since you fell asleep, it's been me. It's been me
I don't
and the
know. I
rest of the
couldn't hear
guys.
Truth
Truth.
speaking. You're gonna have to cycle me out.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
it's
not
been
true.
me
That's
and
Publix.
Truth holding it down. Mofit, Sully,
I didn't
The
hear
Khaleesi
your
was
voice
resident
even
couch
calling
once.
me.
potato.
Yeah, no, not no couch potato business today.
They put you to work, Publix.
Yeah,
No,
they
no,
put me to work.
literally, Maze. I'm not joking. I will show you my freaking
Overtime,
call
time and
log
a half.
just to get him to do something. It's like, brother, public, can you check your DMs? Yeah, yeah, sorry, I'm just in the middle of something. Casey knows. Casey's giving the hundreds. Casey was actually messaging him in the back channels while she was at dinner saying, can you get to work? We've been on it. Like Casey was at dinner and she did more than Brother Public did while he was co-hosting this. So just to give you a bit of perspective. But anyway, back to serious mode, guys. Really quickly,
Well, I just wanted to say that, shout out to you guys. That's why you guys need to make sure you're following them. Make sure you're following Khaleesi, following Sully, and you have the notifications on. Just like the last space crashed. I bet when you guys lit this one up, it was everybody poured in and you carried on business as usual. So make sure you set the notifications on, follow the great panelists on the stage, and repost the space, quote post it. There's no better time than to do your followers a solid, because this is where the news is coming in. And knowing the news right now from where we have it coming in literally, like as it comes out, we're discussing it, posting it. And so make sure you're sharing those as well. Back over to you, Khaleesi.
Thanks, Maze. Yeah, you know what, Maze, let me tell you, when it crashed, right, Suleiman was like, oh my God. And I was like, yeah, and he goes, we're never going to get back up. We have the best listeners. Maze, they'd literally been listening to us about notifications, and we couldn't even restart for 10 minutes, right? His team were trying to restart. They gave me access. I was trying to restart. Nobody could see it. So it wasn't an instant restart. It took a good few minutes before we could actually get it restarted. And you know what? Within I think it was half an hour, 40 minutes, we'd exceeded the numbers we had. We overtook Mario as well. Like they were the best. Literally, they came piling in and they put the link out everywhere and they went up to 6,000 straight away, within an hour. They were brilliant. And then because we were waiting for news in the afternoon, Maze, and this is kudos to you and to the panel and to everybody who's been up here and all of our listeners, the amount of people that came up and they were like, oh, look, I haven't come up before. I've been listening to you guys for 3 days and this is where the news is. And you've really opened my eyes and really appreciate you. And the props were being given, Maze. So kudos to you as well, because you weren't here to hear that. But there was a lot of people that were super, super grateful. So yeah, so that's part of the recap of today. The other part of recap for today is, if I have to sum it up, Maze, I have absolutely no idea what's freaking going on. So Trump left G7 early. He told the G7ers that, I have to go. Why I have to go. It's really important. It's really important. And then he left. He came back. He told Tehran that they should evacuate. All those millions of people in Tehran need to evacuate immediately. And he's moved his whatever it is. I think Truth will be able to tell you the military aspect, but and then they have the war room ready, right? Well, we call it the war room, the equivalent of that. He asked them to get that ready. Simultaneously, Fox News is telling us that, oh no, US officials have told us Trump's not going to attack. Yeah, it looks like he's poised to attack. Lindsey Graham saying destroy Iran because they want to kill all Jews everywhere. He's doing his TV circuit rounds. There's complete darkness coming out of, apart from the video that Truth posted, they've literally locked down any footage coming out of Israel, but we do know Israel and Haifa is being hit. We also believe that Iran is being hit tonight. And there's 3 oil tankers in the Gulf of Oman on fire. We're still waiting to figure out who they belong to, who set fire to them. That's a really kind of sketchy update. Truth, is there anything you'd want to add to that in terms of what's actually happening on the ground?
I have something really quickly. Did you guys know that Russia and China told all of their people to leave Israel and Iran? I was
Yeah, I forgot
surprised
to
about
add
that.
that. I forgot to add that they did, and also some of the countries, and I think Truth will be able to fill you in. They've taken their civilians out of the Jordanian border. It's now official that Israel said that diplomats and tourists could leave, but none of their citizens can leave Israel. They have to stay there. So even the dual passport holders with America, they're not allowed to leave. So they've got to pay in blood for their citizenship. So yeah, there's a lot of like these things that have happened. But if you're there, Truth, jump in. If not, we jump up to Casey.
Yeah, I'm around. That was a pretty good recap of the political events. Trump's just essentially talking out of both sides of his mouth. On the one hand, he's talking about diplomacy and wanting to sit down with Iran for another round of nuclear talks. It seems pointless to me because they're not offering anything beyond zero enrichment, so that's not going to work. Or he's threatening to, if he's telling 10 million Iranians in Tehran to evacuate because he's threatening a strike. And Khaleesi mentioned he left the G7 meeting early because he's got, well, important things to do apparently. So that's as far as so-called diplomacy goes. And then you've got some threatening language also from Ansarallah that, you know, if Britain and France get involved, that Iran's allies are not going to sit idle, so they'll be getting involved as well. There was an earlier mention as well by Hezbollah that, you know, I don't think they plan to sit idle either for much longer. Otherwise, Haifa's getting pounded. Tel Aviv was pounded earlier. And Iran plans to send missiles into Israel every hour until, I don't know, it's 4:30, 5 o'clock there. They're basically not going to let any Israelis sleep. They're going to make their life a living hell. And pun intended, because there's quite a bit of devastation, destruction. I think it was Hader who mentioned from a Russian source there have been over 220 some odd fatalities and over 1,800 injuries now in Israel, which is a lot for like 3 days. Because Iran only started striking the day after, right? So they've been at it for 3 days, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It's quite a bit has happened in a short period of time. Otherwise, that radio station got struck earlier by Israel, and then Iran also did a cyber attack to mess up channel 14 of Hebrew News, and so they were offline for a while. And they've also been putting out all kinds of messaging through the alarm application they have to mislead the residents in Israel. So on the one hand, they're expecting incoming missiles. It turns out to be a false alarm, or they'll tell them they can leave the shelters when in fact they're not supposed to leave the shelters. So they're really utilizing cyber warfare to the fullest extent, seizing on every opportunity to, you know, beat them at their game essentially. Cyber warfare with propaganda, with decoy sites. Israel thinks it struck nuclear sites, but they know they haven't because that's why they called on America to strike that Fardo site. They really want gone. And they think they might have done something within times. But in typical Israeli fashion, they're trying to minimize their losses and casualties and maximize what they claim they've done to Iran. And Iran, I believe, is just telling it like it is because they've admitted their losses and they strike back proportionally or more each time. But now they're going full force offensive. I think they've called out Trump's bluff. They're not seizing and desisting, and they're certainly not agreeing to negotiations. So they're in war. They're in war mode, wartime mode, and it's more like a war of attrition at this point that Israel can't win, especially since most of their ports have been destroyed or deactivated or they're bankrupted. I think you're already aware of what happened to the oil refinery as well. The process is roughly 200,000 barrels a day plus petrochemicals. That's gone. In Haifa, it's suspended for many months because Iran will probably strike it again. They also struck the usual bases, Nevatim, Negev, Ramon bases. So, you know, oh yeah, they also hit another F-35 today. That's up, now it's up to 4, plus all the F-16s. So their air defense systems are optimized and doing really well. The Bavar 373s, as opposed to Israel's 5-tier system that's been failing dismally again because Iran's cracked the code on how to breach their air defenses from Patriot, Iron Dome, THAAD, Arrow, and of course, David Sling. So it's not their sales are not going to do well after this performance. I think Iran should be marketing theirs more, but if they don't advertise themselves enough. But I've said a lot. Richard hasn't said anything. Richard, are you there?
Just before we go to Richard, welcome, Richard. I'm coming straight to you. One of the things I forgot to tell you, mate, is freaking that nutcase Netanyahu. He said, America first is no good if it's America dead.
Wow.
Literally. Like, you know, basically saying stick your America first because you'll be America dead.
But do you see the inversion? I just want you guys to understand the inversion of truth. They want, like, he's pulling Americans to go into war with a country he knew he had no business attacking. And this is why I'm telling y'all right now, y'all better man up and woman up and whatever. If you don't speak out against this fucking, oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. I knew I shouldn't get on a stage tonight because Khaleesi,
No,
I
no,
am
no,
in
Maeve, you
rogue
be
mode. I'm
yourself
just letting
tonight.
you know.
Listen, you be yourself tonight.
But I will definitely try to curb on the cursing. The thing is that we've been completely duped. Okay. And I'm going to tell you right now that this man is a salesman. That is what he's done. He has sold it under America first. Everything that we don't want, everything that we've talked about for our truth seeking years. Okay. He has packaged up in a bow with red, white, and blue and called it America first. Everything from climate, from war, to advanced surveillance state that. And so those of you, all right, I will say it nicely. So those of you that are still kind of convinced that he has some method to his madness that we don't understand, that is the brainwashing that is preventing you from tapping into your knowledge, your intuition, what your instinct is telling you. This is not good, right? And so I just need everybody to understand that we're about to go into war with Iran. Everybody, they like people like those idiots. You're gonna probably see me cussing them out all over my profile today, okay? That are telling you to not speak out against MAGA, not speak out against this war that makes you anti-American. Those people you should probably mute or block because they are trying to pacify you from doing what you're supposed to be doing, which is the outrage, the pressure, the our voice matters. I'm so sorry. I'm not going to go on a tangent, but I just had to get that off my chest.
Simon, I think you. Simon, you're hot my king. He's hot
I
my
think he has
king.
his phone in his pocket.
He's on mute.
I just muted him. I don't know. I hope I
Oh,
didn't.
you know
I
what,
hope he
Maeve? I
was.
can't remove any. Freaking, I knew I couldn't add anybody on the space because I haven't got the ability to add, right? I can't even remove anybody and I can't even mute anybody. Like, what the hell is this nonsense?
I think Sully's got some he's got some levers back there that he's not telling us about. I can't look at the screen for too long, at least for the first hour. I'm trying to get rid of this headache. But just tell me whoever you need me to bring up or put down, and I got you. I see that Casey has her hand up. Do we want to go there?
You can go to Richard first. Ask spoke a
I
lot.
don't see
See that?
Richard.
Oh, all right. Well, yeah, Richard, go. You can go first. I'll go next.
Yeah, thanks, Casey. Thanks, Maze.
Oh, my favorite Richard. Where are you at? I don't even see you. Sorry, go ahead.
Uh, yeah, my bad, Mace. But I think I get what you're referring to with the alpha shit, but we don't have to go there. And I agree with you. They're trying to co-opt MAGA to you know basically guilt Americans into like believing this was always the Make America First or Make America Great Again, whatever the fuck it is.
He's
Um,
breaking MAGA up. You're exactly right. He's
and
yep.
Iran is not a natural enemy of the United States. Iran, I honestly believe, has had nuclear weapons for over a decade, if not multiple decades, and I say good for them. Um, Israel is trying to complete their seven nations takeover that they started with the war on terror in the wake of 9/11. They hadn't ultimately finished yet, and then they just overthrew the Syrian regime, and now they want to overthrow officially. They want to overthrow the Jordanians, the Pakistanis, and the Iranians, so that they can basically have control of all the finite and scarce natural resources and the oil in the Middle East. And once they've conquered all of those things, they're going to turn their attention exclusively on Russia, and then ultimately on all of the non-Zionist goyim here in the United States to create their NWO one world government. And so I did see the comment from the Chinese and from the Russians to get all of its people out of Israel. Argentina also came up and said that as well. Um, the Iranians have tremendous, at least four nuclear powers supporting them, and especially when you throw in Russia, China, and the Pakistanis involved with that. But you also have to consider the Japanese. Japanese are a very underrated ally of the United States, but Russia and China will protect their interests in the Middle East. There is no um, benefit for the United States to overthrow the IRGC. We've been told how much of a terrorist organization it is from the Jew controlled media of Israel, who also told us all about the dangers of yellow cake uranium in Iraq and Afghanistan, and how Osama bin Laden did 9/11. All that said, I have a couple of contacts in military intelligence that I talked to around 4 o'clock today, and then another one I got off the phone with about 10 minutes ago. So I do have some, slightly good news on that front. Earlier today, I was told that the United States, and I know you guys saw the agreement where Trump refused to sign the accord at the G7, uh, you know, recognizing Israel's right to exist and on blah, blah, blah. Well, my contact at 4 o'clock told me that the United States and Trump are refusing to get directly involved in the conflict. Now, granted, they're not also going to just completely ignore or, you know, say fuck off Israel, but they will refuel tankers. They will probably help in the like the Saudis are doing to some extent, destroy drones, but no troops on the ground, no fighters in the air, no missiles launched of our own. Um, that's good. And then 10 minutes ago, before I got back in the space, that was reaffirmed to me. That being said, do expect Israel to do something significant in the next 36 hours. They do not have the capabilities on their own to destroy the Jordal, I think is what it's called. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. Uh, Nuclear facility in Iran. It's buried too deeply, it's too large, and they need us to destroy that. And at this point, the United States is adamant that we will not be supporting them in that endeavor. So that is a little bit of a silver lining. However, if Israel does something insane like nuke Tehran, it will be the end of Israel. You will see Israel cease to exist. Russia and China will respond immediately with nuclear weapons, and Israel will be wiped off the face of the earth. And then it's all up in the air after that. Then we'll probably have God knows what happens. NATO and the United States get involved in some kind of conflict with, you know, like Alex Karp said, the Iranians, the Chinese, and the Russians, which that would be his fever dream. But you would also lose 50 to 55% of the global Jew population in a single night. So I also don't see them willing to take a, Hannibal Doctrine loss of that magnitude. But yeah, as it sits right now, um, Iran is basically only at direct threat from what the Israelis do, and they could go, and hit Tehran, which would be probably the worst move that they could make. But um, I wouldn't be shocked to see it because they know that they are still aligned and embedded within a country in the United States that knows now they did COVID. They did 9/11. They did FTX. They opened our borders for all of this, and they're working directly with NATO to take out basically America's sovereignty, steal its elections, and turn us into a military and financial vassal of global Jew interests. And they know that their time is running thin, so it's kind of now or never for them. So next 36 hours will be very much kinetic from the Israelis, but I'm told not from the United States. So.
Thanks, Richard. Sorry, May's going.
I don't understand military language. I was going to read something breaking really quickly. I'll just send it to Truth Teller. And thanks, Richard. And I'll copy you as well. Is Sully up? I can send it to all three of you.
That'd be fine. Thanks, Maze. Richard, thanks for that. A good analysis. Really appreciated
Thank you,
that.
Khaleesi. I appreciate you. Thank you for the mic.
Wait, can I ask a follow-up question to Richard really quickly? So
Wait,
you think
Maze,
that
why are
if
you asking your co-host? Go ahead.
sorry. I was going to ask him because you said that if Israel tries something that they'll be completely, what were you mean, do you mean like nuke, like if they try to nuke Iran, or what is it, what extent do you think would really trigger backlash from Iran, I mean from China and Russia?
Well, if they did something, they don't have the capabilities on their own without the U.S. getting involved to destroy Iran's nuclear facilities, which I'm of the opinion that Iran not only has nuclear weapons, they've had them for multiple decades, probably in the 15 to 25 years mark at this point. However, they need us to get involved to destroy those facilities, which is the whole pretext under which the United States has to go and defend, Israel, is to take out, the threat of nuclear terror from the IRGC. But that being said, the United States has reiterated that it is not going to be getting involved directly from a military, like offensive, kinetic side of things in this conflict to this point. So the Israelis are kind of between a rock and a hard place. They can't do what they're saying that they want to do, which is why they started the conflict to begin with, without our help. And we're not giving it. So they might go rogue, which we know the Israelis are, if they're anything, they're definitely reasonable when it comes to conflict. So they might do something stupid and nuke Iran, which would be the end of Israel, because they would get hit by the Chinese, the Russians, possibly even the Saudis as well. But they would definitely get hit by the Chinese and the Russians, who are going to protect their interests in the Middle East with the Iranians and Afghanistan and Saudi Aramco. So.
Okay, interesting. And do you think, last question, I'm sorry. Do you think that do you think it was like China, or how do you think that they were able to get a nuclear weapon? And I agree with you. I think that that could be possible, maybe. But I also, obviously, with all the sanctions and everything that's been going on, I think that they probably got help. And so there's some alliances behind the scenes that are not very apparent. And I think that just to prevent them from getting the backlash and what would come with it being like public, they avoided, just, you know what I mean? Who do you think helped them?
Well, there's a dynamic in China that is very important, Maze, to understand. There's three governments basically operating uh, within the Chinese borders simultaneously. The ones that we know of are Xi Jinping and the People's Republic of China, and the other one, which global Jewry is been in bed with, going back all the way basically to Mao and helped establish, and that's the Chinese Communist Party, and that is unfortunately the faction of China that owns Palantir and AIG and Star, which is the inception of AIG. And that is who BlackRock and Palantir and Matt Denzis and Peter Thiel's husband is in bed with. That faction is who helped Carlyle and Duke Kunchen create and release the virus. The other side of that is the PRC, which is what Xi Jinping is head of. Xi Jinping and Russia and Putin specifically are extremely close, probably as close as any two world leaders of major superpowers in the world. And they have shared interests in the Middle East. And they're also perfectly aware that they do not want this NATO, who, again, NATO recently acquired AI defense, offensive, and missile strike systems, UAVs, from Palantir 3 weeks ago. Wesley Clark, was talking at length about it. They understand the dynamic with the UK and NATO and Israel and Ukraine and global Jewry and their ultimate agendas, even if they have to do business with them on a transactional basis. So, who is providing Iran with whatever nuclear capabilities it has, or what capabilities it has to knock down the F-35s, like Truth Teller mentioned earlier? Well, that would most likely, almost certainly, be the Chinese, because Israel, we know now, has been taking the military technologies, especially and including the F-35 that we made specifically for them, and they've been sharing it and selling it directly to the Chinese. Um, and they've even been working at Duke Kunchen University with the Chinese to train the CCP military. And that is something that I can't remember which Republican House member that recently brought that up, but it is the other side of the coin. So the Chinese are going to look at what Israel's doing and they're going to realize they're going to use this against all factions in the Middle East eh, to just take control of that entire region. And once they have control of it, they're going to turn their weapons inwardly on us. And so the Chinese and the Russians would certainly have preempted that by giving Iran, and I wouldn't be shocked for a second to find out that the Chinese are who helped Iran knock down, what is it, Truth, now 4 F-35s as of today?
Yeah, at least 4 plus a bunch of F-16s too.
Yep,
That was unheard of.
I hope that answered your question, Maze. But yeah, we've never had a 5th gen fighter loss, and it's not like it was the F-22 or whatever, but still, the F-35 is a BVR attack weapons aircraft. So it's not meant to be in dogfights, it's meant to identify targets and destroy them before you detect them. So you're talking about a lot of advanced uh, technologically advanced and superior detection systems and weapon systems that would have gone into play into bringing down such an advanced aircraft like the F-35.
Interesting. Okay, awesome. Yes, you're thank you so much for that information. I believe it I haven't seen Sheepdog in forever. Go ahead, Dee Dee. Did you have something?
I just wanted to ask if you guys are seeing the same reports that I am. 3 blasts in northern Tehran.
No, I have not. I'm trying to not look at the screen too much. Go ahead, tell us.
Right now, nothing. Just 3 blasts. Tehran. They look like they were targeted. Breaking more in a few minutes.
Normally Nathan is kind of looking into those. They were targeting what?
3 massive airstrikes is what I see from right now, northeast Tehran, and they look like they were specific targets.
Do you
So
see
Oh, they
any
didn't have
footage
it
of it?
released.
Do you see any footage of it?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I'll send it to you in 2 seconds.
No problems. You can send it to Suleiman's team, or send it to Suleiman's team, and because they'll tweet it out from there. Thanks so much. Just any news like that, Didi, just jump in, please. That'd be great. I think Casey stepped away. Maze, I want you to just I'll ask you just to bring up mic requests, but I want you just not to look at the screen too much as well, because I need you fitting well. Chicks have been holding the space down.
Yeah, for some reason that last spot isn't taking for some reason. Let's see if I can bring. Yeah, so there's 2 spots like that. It's not letting me bring up
No, I
people. I
think
mean,
it's full.
maybe.
I think it's full. I think Nathan's just dropped. It's full. It's a very glitchy space, Maze. It's full.
Oh, it's full. Okay.
Yeah.
Or nation. Okay.
No
So yeah.
problem.
Sorry, we're talking at the same. We're on the same wavelength, Khaleesi. Okay, so go ahead, Sheepdog. Welcome. Long time no see, brother. Where you been? Jump in. What's your take on this?
Oh my gosh, where have I been? I'm constantly working. I'm just lucky I was able to sit in for a little bit and listen to what y'all are saying. I'm glad that y'all are having this conversation the way that you are. Because I mean, other people are covering this, but this is by far probably the best coverage I've heard. So I appreciate that. You have a great panel of people up here, very diverse, and I think that's very important for getting the full picture of what's going on. Um, so one thing that I noticed that nobody's talking about that everybody should be looking into, and that is what is Turkey saying about all of this? A lot of people have forgotten about Turkey and Recep Erdogan and what he's been saying and everything. And he knows the corruption that comes out of Israel. And so he's literally on his page right now in Turkish talking about how it's Israel's fault and Israel struck first and Iran did not propagate this. And, you know, for a NATO ally to be saying this, everybody, all the other Western NATO allies